Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Inside a cramped little house, music blared. Male voice, female voice, harmony. It was upbeat, catchy, almost addictive. The kettle on the induction cooker rattled, steam hissing. The room was a mess. Newspapers, trash, snack bags, even flour clumped on the table. Then, bang, a gunshot. The kettle burst, sparks flying as water splashed onto the circuit board. Mother of asterisk. Deadpool rolled over lazily, lounging on a pile of gasoline barrels. He pressed the smoking gun to his nose, inhaled the fumes, and sighed like it was therapy. Loser's gonna die. The song kept playing, cheerful and wrong against the backdrop. The house was painted in blood. Bodies lay everywhere, skulls split open with clean headshots. Not a miss. Deadpool flicked open a lighter, lit a cigarette, pulled off his mask, and revealed the mess of the face underneath. A deep drag. Smoke out. Relaxed. Hands behind his head, eyes fixed on the strange, glowing screen floating in front of him. What the hell are you? Gonna ruin my suicide plans today. This was supposed to be a gangster den, perfect for his bloody exit. He just finished wiping them out when the light screen appeared, hanging there like it owned the place. He muttered, half a day's peace would have been enough. No reply. Okay, fine, you win. He flicked the cigarette into an open barrel. Boom. The explosion tore the place apart. Black and red limbs spun through the air. A perfect Deadpool masterpiece. As the fire roared, he formed a heart with his hands, smiling through the chaos. At least for this moment, he was free. The blast rattled through a small American town, though no one noticed the spectacle inside the house. Because outside, the entire town was staring up at the sky. A colossal light screen hovered above, glowing over the drunkards, politicians, and farm girls alike. Over New York, high in the clouds, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s massive helicarrier drifted, cloaked in stealth. Since the New York incident, it had become their mobile fortress. Today it was chaos. Da-da-da. Agent Hill's heels clicked against the deck as she sifted through reports, handing them off as she moved. The place buzzed with activity. In the command deck, Fury's expression was darker than usual. This is the most serious breach in history, Coulson muttered, holding a grim report. Global light screens. Impossible to trace. Networks fried in minutes. Hill approached, sliding her report onto the console. The screens don't feel like an invasion. It's almost like they're showing us something. Her blonde hair caught the sunlight, but Fury didn't care. His one good, I stayed locked on the phenomenon. He descended to the second deck. In the lab, Tony Stark stood with blue light flickering across his face as Jarvis projected maps filled with blinking red dots, each one a light screen. Billions of signals. We can't break through the barrier. No origin point, Jarvis reported. Tony tossed a ball of light into the recycle bin, frustrated. Nothing. Whoever did this, their tech makes us look like cavemen. Banner leaned in, headphones dangling, staring wide-eyed at the global display. This is impossible. What are we even dealing with? Nick Fury entered, his voice heavy. That's what we're here to find out. But Banner's gaze shifted. He pointed out the window, disbelief on his face. Look, what is that? Loki, bruised and broken, sat hunched inside the sealed glass cell. He looked like a caged animal, fingers idly tapping against the barrier, as if to convince himself he was fine. But he wasn't. The sting on his face still burned, and his pride ached worse than any wound. The memory replayed, unwilling to fade, the green monster tossing him around like a rag doll, grinding his dignity into the floor. Loki muttered, trying to shake off the echo of humiliation. Then his gaze shifted. Beyond the glass, something new flared in the sky. Light screens. Massive, countless, impossible. Words appeared in blazing letters. Inventory. Multiverse breaking news. Loki blinked, confusion flooding his mind. Asgard. A sea of people gathered, staring skyward as enormous glowing panels lit the heavens. Gasps and cries filled the air. Queen Frigga raised her hand, commanding silence, though her own heart raced. Odin still slept, leaving her to bear this moment alone. Multiverse, she whispered, eyes narrowing. Parallel worlds, could they truly? Before she could finish, new text scrolled across the sky. Top 10 dimensional special characters. How can waste become treasure? Asgard's second prince. A failure of icy blood, beloved by his mother, scorned by his destiny. After killing his mother and bringing ruin to Asgard. Witness the birth of the god of stories, Loki. The crowd erupted in shock. Every head turned toward the queen. Frigga froze. Her lips trembled as she whispered, Loki, Kamartosh. The same glowing words dominated the skies above the ancient sanctum. Monks and mages looked on in disbelief. Doctor Strange stood alone in the courtyard, robes billowing, eyes hollow from endless duties since taking the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. He stared upward. The words struck like thunder. Ruin, mother's death, god of stories. Multiverse, Strange muttered. A flashpoint event. Yet no spell, no astral probe, no scrying could pierce the veil. The source was untouchable, as though it hid beyond reality itself. His lips curled into a grim line. If other universes exist, then what are you showing us? Queens. A shrill ringtone shattered the night. Peter Parker jerked awake on a rooftop. The sudden movement nearly sent him tumbling, but his body reacted instinctively, flipping, landing soft as a gecko. He grabbed his buzzing phone. Ned's name flashed on the screen. Hello, Peter started, but then froze. Outside the window loomed the light screen, its massive letters burning across the sky. Parker, Ned's voice crackled, excited. Peter tried to reply. Look out the window. I see, Peter whispered, eyes wide, stunned silent by the impossible. Midtown, a storm brewed over a lonely church. Thunder rolled. Lightning slashed across the heavens. On the rooftop, the amazing Spider-Man, Andrew Garfield's Peter, sat maskless, staring into the distance. Then the crackle shifted. The storm condensed. Lightning bent unnaturally, weaving itself into shape until a colossal light screen pierced the clouds above him. It glowed as if meant for his eyes alone. Another world. At a quiet cemetery, a man in a black coat knelt by a grave. Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker laid a white flower before the smiling photo of Harry Osborn. Harry, gone only 2 weeks, his sacrifice in the fight with Venom still raw. Peter's hand shook. His heart weighed heavy with grief. In the distance, footsteps. Mary Jane approached, her face caught between sorrow and hesitation. She saw Peter, saw Harry's grave, and froze, uncertain whether to reach for the man before her or turn away forever. Though she lived, she knew the truth. Spider-Man could never belong to her alone. Still, she steadied her breath and stepped toward the tombstone, caught between past love and an uncertain future. Peter, Mary Jane spoke up. That's enough. This time, Maguire Parker spoke first, closing his eyes. Mary Jane, let's separate. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud thunder in the sky. Maguire Parker suddenly looked up at the sky, and he keenly perceived that some special power was gathering. I have to go now. Without leaving any final explanation, he turned and left. The back figure is anxious and chic. At least it's not like all these years of shyness and cowardice, and the pain of being trapped in this emotional game with Mary Jane. Even if he will regret it in the future, and this turn is a farewell forever. He also, without any hesitation, Parker. Seeing Parker's back, Mary Jane was stunned, tears dripping from her eyes. But when I turned my head, I found that the whole cemetery was empty. Parker, Mary Jane finally couldn't hold it anymore. At the same time, Spider-Man has already shot out his spider silk, heading toward the highest point in the entire city, which is where the tower used to be, when the bells rang loudly. When he was wearing the Venom suit, he was extremely sensitive to the sound, but now he could feel nothing but the noise. In the sky, crackle, another flash of lightning. The whole city is still in good order. Cars were passing by on the road, and the roadside ponds were low, and the wheels rolled up dots of black water. The crowd was still anxious. Ding, ding, ding. There are still a lot of cars on the bridge, and in the congestion, countless car owners are honking their horns like crazy. This special sign of the times, different from the other two worlds, has formed the unique charm of this era. Wow. Spider-Man has landed on the church, with the cross in front of him. He climbed up the church, and right before his eyes, crash. Surrounded by countless lightning bolts, they gathered into a huge amount of light balls, which gently extended. An unbelievable scene happened right before Parker's eyes. A light screen. It's like the power of God has descended upon Earth. Top 10 dimensional special characters. How can waste be turned into treasure? Asgard, the second prince, a good-for-nothing wizard with icy blood, respected by his father and loved by his mother. After killing my mother and destroying Asgard. Unspeakable secrets, gorgeous twists, classic interpretation. Welcome to the birth of the god of stories. Loki. A few lines of big words appeared. Maguire's Spider-Man took off his mask. He did not feel any malice, but the light screen in front of him was extremely sci-fi beautiful. Multi-universe. A place of exile in the void. Roar. The terrifying sandstorm rushed towards the horizon from a distance. The shocking speed swept everything away, as if it was going to swallow up countless things. The sand dragon opened its bloody mouth, revealing countless bloody fangs. This is actually a living being, and in a certain ruin, Russell. The entire ruins were crumbling, and sand was constantly falling from above. A group of completely disliked, Loki-looking characters stared at each other with strange eyes, unable to hide their disgust. However, in order to survive, at this moment, everyone can only stay quietly. The leader Loki, who was sitting in the center, was able to calmly pick up the wine beside him and pour it into his mouth. Take a gulp. Young Loki. He held the crocodile in his arms and looked at the group of Loki variants in front of him quietly. Other Loki variants. There's the Viking Loki holding an axe. The weird Loki wearing a green suit with an evil smile on his face. A group of people. Finally, the terrifying sandstorm slowly disappears. The young boy Loki, holding the crocodile Loki in his arms, was the first to get out of the house. He really couldn't stand the weird atmosphere. Ever since he lost old Loki, he would never trust anyone again. I looked up at the sky, and it was like the sun was shining brightly after the rain. But he suddenly discovered that. It seems like something special has entered my sight. One side. It's like a light screen of God's power. Oh my God. Young Loki was stunned. Behind him, other Loki variants also came out. Top 10 dimensional special characters. How can waste be turned into treasure? Asgard, the second prince, a good-for-nothing wizard with icy blood, respected by his father and loved by his mother. After killing my mother and destroying Asgard. Unspeakable secrets, gorgeous twists, classic interpretation. Welcome to the birth of the god of stories. Loki. Looking at these lines of big words, leader Loki was stunned. He immediately thought of the previous one. And other Loki variants, all different Loki. Is he really him? And now the beast of nothingness. The raging time is getting more and more chaotic. Representing time and space, it is very likely that it has been disrupted. In fact, not long ago, there was news that the time manager, Conqueror Kong, was stabbed to death. All Loki variants are shocked. What is he going to do? Time Management Bureau. Looking at the sacred timeline management device that is about to explode. Take a deep breath. 123. You can do it. Looking at the afro-haired Kong in front of him, Loki encouraged him patiently. Sylvie beside him looked unhappy. In her opinion, this was a waste of time. She pushed Kong towards the manager without hesitation. Good. Kong took a deep breath, rushed forward, and pushed open the manager's door with both hands. The next moment, Looking at the completely chaotic and crazy timeline, which kept branching out, he gritted his teeth and take a step forward under unimaginable pressure. But suddenly, an extremely terrifying force instantly stripped him away. Disappeared without a trace amid the screams. At the door, Loki saw this scene and pursed his lips slightly. This was the first time he saw failure, and there seemed to be something wrong with his perception. Loki! Hill's voice kept slowing down in my mind. Crunch. Amid the harsh sound, his figure stretched infinitely and disappeared instantly. When it appears again, we have come to the end of another time. This is the place where Administrator Victor is. But just as he was about to speak, suddenly he was shocked to find that in front of Victor, in the empty room, an extremely huge light screen appeared. Top 10 dimensional special characters. How can waste be turned into treasure? Asgard, the second prince, a good-for-nothing wizard with icy blood, respected by his father and loved by his mother. After killing my mother and destroying Asgard. Unspeakable secrets, gorgeous twists, classic interpretation. Welcome to the birth of the god of stories, Loki. Looking at the light screen in front of him, Loki was stunned. It's like casting for him. Click to watch. At the same time, the same prompt appeared on all the light screens. Watch. Maguire, Spider-Man, was the first to click confirm. He even reached into his pocket and took out a candy, stuffed it into his mouth, and lay down on the roof of the church. Watch. Garfield Spider-Man hesitated for a moment, then reached out and clicked to watch. Asgard. I don't know who confirmed it in their heart. The video has started. Shield, air, and space carrier. Oh, this option shocked Dr. Banner. Suddenly, buzz! An explosion sounded beside him, and in front of Iron Man, a steel wall appeared, and a special energy shield protected him. Banner had a puzzled expression, full of question marks. Nick Fury crossed his arms and looked calmly at the light screen. No one knows the secret of this light screen, and no one knows whether it is a weapon or equipment. It's an invasion by a cosmic force. Still, universe-level special power. Watch. The boiled egg head still nodded slightly. The light screen moved suddenly. Actually, I'm a person with a very strong sense of self-esteem. It's been like this since I was little. Like this. I am a god, stupid creature. Loki, wearing a black leather jacket and a green cape, appeared on the screen, glaring ahead. But his face, as white as tofu, was now covered with many scars, and his originally handsome slicked-back hair was now messy and disheveled. But when he spoke, his tone was particularly domineering. Asgard. Oh, Loki. The girl in the white gauze dress had a look of surprise on her face. She recognized that this was the second prince of Asgard. 1 hour. Everyone was talking about it. It's really Loki, but he looks injured and a little tired. This outfit was given to him by the queen when he first mastered magic. Yes, it was Loki's coming-of-age ceremony. Why are there so many scars on his face, and his clothes are so tattered? Did he fight? Compare with the majestic king of the gods Odin. Under the management of Queen Frigga, everyone can speak freely. And now Thor and Loki have gone to Earth for training, and there are basically no major events here. Everyone present was quite surprised to suddenly see Loki's image. However, someone soon proposed. What is he doing? Have no idea. Queen Frigga shook her head slightly and curled her lips. But he must have done something bad. Maybe Thor beat him up again. Looking at Loki in front of him, Frigga looked calm. Even she wanted to laugh. After all, this is still our child. Watching him grow up, he will eventually become a real man. But now, still a long way to go. This expression is exactly the same as when he was a kid and did bad things, but he was still justified. Thinking of this. What? Queen Frigga shook her head gently, wearing a crown on her head and lying on a chair in a light gauze skirt. She looked so pitiful. She sighed. What should I do if the child doesn't listen? Just give him a beating. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Shield aerospace aircraft carrier. Loki. Iron Man hesitated and said, Click, click, click. After determining that there was no danger, the energy shield on the arm automatically ejected and retracted, turning into hand armor again. He looked at Banner beside him. Shouldn't he be locked in the dog cage? Dog cage? Banner almost choked. That's an energy shield, okay? But it looks like it's in your house. No wonder. I said it looked familiar. Tony picked up a dessert on the table next to him and stuffed it into his mouth. Nick Fury still looked serious as he watched. There are at least hundreds of millions of playback points around the world playing. Dog cage. Oh no, in the energy shield. Hiss. Loki took a deep breath, and his eyes widened instantly. Don't let go, don't let go. Crunch. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, he clenched his fists and his arms trembled slightly. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. This dark history was so familiar to him that he had even anticipated what would happen next. And he, even more unexpected. In the picture, I won't be bullied by you. Loki roared, very weakly, yet seemed very stubborn. Suddenly, whoosh, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, as if he was pulled by something and lost his balance. The next moment, a green fat man in shorts appeared in the center of the screen. His muscles looked ferocious. He has a muscular body, and his muscles are all over his body. His muscles are small, but can generate unimaginable power. The figure is even taller. At this time, Loki, who was just making harsh remarks, now has one leg pinched by huge amounts of hands. Bang! Amid huge amounts of explosions, Loki's body was smashed hard to the ground. The marble floor cracked with a clacking sound and exploded, splashing out countless pieces and sinking into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. This green, fat giant seemed to be crazy and treated Loki in his hand as a toy. He swung his arms quickly and smashed them on the ground madly. Pa! Pa! Bang! Stones and debris flew everywhere. Huge amounts of pits were smashed into the ground, and the ground was smashed and exploded. Hulk paused, but without any hesitation, he once again threw the toy-like Loki in his hand. Pa, pa, pa. More marble floors were smashed and cracked, with deep depressions forming like a spider web, with dense cracks bursting out. The ground that was so smooth just now is now full of pits. Loki's green robe was like a rag, waving in the air. He himself, it's more like a large toy, which Hulk holds in his hand and plays with at will. Hulk finally lost his temper and threw Loki away. Loki, who had just been connected and had only minor scratches, now had more scratches and even bleeding. The tattered clothes are even more tattered now. He just lay on the ground with his mouth wide open and a look of despair on his face. His eyes were wide open, like a fish that was about to die due to lack of oxygen, except for the chest still rising and falling. It's almost the same as hanging. Earth, a pub. On the screen in front of him, Loki was being beaten violently, and the tavern suddenly became quiet. Sitting by the window, Puff, watching the video of Loki being beaten up and smashed around like trash, Thor spurted out the wine in his mouth. The man opposite him lowered his head in confusion and looked at his clothes. Sorry. Soul smiled shyly, a little silly, and it was hard to hold back his smile. After all, there is nothing better than seeing your brother getting beaten up. Besides, this guy really deserves to be beaten. He made a mess of Midgard. Fortunately, there is the Avengers, otherwise it might have been destroyed by this guy. And, oh Earth, the wine on Earth is really awesome. The movement here immediately attracted everyone's attention. Sorry, hiccup. Thor burped and felt that. After seeing this video, the most important thing he should do now is to go to the Sky Fortress to meet Loki and ask him how he feels. After all, who can see with their own eyes the scene of themselves being hugged, broadcast throughout the universe? Good guy. I wonder if Asgard can see it. If Asgard can see it, it would be exciting. Ha 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 ha. Thor was so excited that he almost trembled. He swayed, stood up from the chair, picked up the umbrella beside the table, pushed open the door and walked into the open space. Keeping S.H.I.E.L.D.'s instructions in mind, he deliberately found a sparsely populated place. Afterwards, sniff sniff. He swung the hammer in his hand, generating tremendous force, and suddenly rose into the air, carrying himself with him as he flew out. Target: shield carrier. Asgard. All the people who were laughing just now stopped laughing and looked at the video in front of them with confused faces. Even seeing Loki's miserable appearance in the video, many people's mouths twitched. Although their race is honored as the gods, and Loki is even called the king of gods, this is all due to their extremely strong physiques, and only sharp steel can break through their defenses. And their physique is much stronger than the weak Midgardians. Several Asgard guards who had been to Earth were a little bit incredulous at the sight of Loki's miserable appearance. Several people looked at each other. Others just waved their hands in silence. Is there such a thing on Earth? I don't know. The green fat man. But, although they're physically strong, the huge amounts of marble floor were smashed directly on my face, and I smashed it into pieces. If an ordinary mother saw her child in such a miserable state, she would definitely feel heartbroken. But this, I'm afraid it will be a bit painful. Queen Frigga grinned and looked at Loki in the video with disgust. She really didn't want to admit that the cub in the video was raised by her. A little silly. Maguire's Spider-Man world. Oh, he lay comfortably on the roof of the church, watching the video in front of him. The man in the video was beaten violently. He also took the time to put a box of biscuits next to him, picked up a biscuit, put it gently into his mouth, and chewed it with his teeth. It's really scary. Even after being hit like that, there's no scratch at all. Awesome. He looked surprised. After all, no ordinary person can withstand such a beating. After being hit a few times like this, I'm afraid that the brain will be shaken. To know, the last person who was so strong was himself, stretching out his legs to stop the train. Now, thinking about it, he was really brave. Moreover, his physical fitness is also terrifyingly strong. Queens. What? Spider-Man Holland looked at the video in front of him with a lot of question marks on his head. He reached out and scratched his head. In the gap between teeth, only 3 in one finally popped out. I'm special. The land of nothingness. A variant of Loki, looking at the video in front of him. They all took a breath of cold air in unison, and all the Loki variants looked at each other, but then looked away. Because, awkward. This is so G embarrassing. The guy in the video is really Loki, but that's stupid. Like a fool. You were being swung to the ground like a stick. Where's your magic? I was treated like this for saying something mean. Hiss, this green fat guy, it must be a dog. Hearing these words, the little boy Loki was speechless. The Loki in the video is so embarrassing. It's really embarrassing for all Lokis. Even the crocodile Loki in his arms licked his lips, turned his head away, and shook his head slightly. At the same time, Time Management Bureau. In the room of the first manager, Victor, Loki looked at himself in the video, but froze in his tracks. Looking at the familiar scenes in the video, he thought of the first time he invaded New York. Used the teleportation device placed by the space cube. Directly teleport the Chitauri army over here. If there weren't the Avengers on Earth, he might have really ruled Midgard. But if it weren't for his reckless behavior, Thanos wouldn't have paid too much attention to the Earth and knew the whereabouts of the Infinity Stones. His hometown, his home, Asgard, and it won't. At this moment, he was filled with deep self-blame and looked a little depressed. Suddenly, so you are really him? Victor looked at me strangely. 3 parts of ridicule, 3 parts of indifference, and even 3 parts of disdain. Loki hesitated, then covered his face with his hands. Time Management Bureau. Because Loki's time slipped away and he disappeared, Sylvie and the others were left here again. Then, looking at the stupid and pig-like Loki in the video, Sylvie's eyes widened. She was so shocked. What the hell is this? Is this still the handsome Loki? Is he still the Loki who is confident of victory and rushes back and forth to solve a time crisis? That time traveler, omnipotent. Well, indeed. This is something he can really do. At this moment, although she didn't want to admit it, the fact that she had already admitted it in her heart broke Sylvie's defense. The dark history of the guy she likes. Earth, shield, air, and space carrier. Banner was a little embarrassed. It was as if he was seen through by Iron Man Tony. In particular, the look Iron Man cast at him even made him subconsciously move away from him, as if he was on guard against a pervert. It was Hulk who did it, not me. Dr. Banner waved his hands awkwardly. But as soon as he turned his head, he met Nick Fury's wise eyes. This is totally unwashable. Inside the transparent glass cover. Loki, who always cares about his image. Watching the video in front of me, I was beaten so badly. And that big guy was like a beast. The Hulk, just like an animal. He lifted his legs and smashed him madly, smashing the ground into pieces, and even smashed his face against the ground repeatedly. His face. He, Loki, the god of trickery. Even in the entire Asgard, he once pretended to be Odin, the king of gods, and enjoyed supreme glory. He, Jugia, currently, is a very powerful mage. He, just like that, the beast pressed me to the ground and rubbed me like crazy. Looking at him lying on the ground like a dead fish, his chest rising and falling, breathing in less than breathing out. Boom! Loki's mind was struck by a bolt from the blue. A thunderclap exploded in his brain. It was as if his brain exploded. My mind was filled with tricks, but in the end, I only wrote 2 words. Completion. Completely completed. His image was ruined. And this is not over yet. Crunch. The door opens. Loki saw the person he least wanted to see at this moment in his life. Thor. Still a smiling Thor. Loki. Thor came over with a smile that. The laughter that can't be concealed at all. Funny. Loki's defense was broken, and the image magic he had casually cast earlier failed, revealing him sitting decadently against the wall. He turned his head away, not wanting to pay attention to Thor. But after a moment's hesitation, he still asked, "How many people have seen this image?" This is his last stubbornness. "Oh, you mean Midgard?" Thor hesitated. Belch. He burped again, swung the hammer in his hand gently, and then pointed the hammer at Loki. Or Asgard. An irrepressible smile appeared on his face again, a little presumptuous. Loki opened his eyes wide and remained silent. Because at this moment, his heart is dead, completely dead. The light screen spoke again. Oh, sometimes a little romantic. Strange tavern. On the small chair, the woman with the headband of the god of trickery. And opposite, Loki, with his slick back hair, changed into some ordinary clothes. Now, the two looked at each other in a frozen atmosphere. Loki stretched out his left hand, and a green magic suddenly appeared in the palm of his left hand. Pa, pa, pa. A small flame rises from the palm of the hand into the air, like a miniature firework. Countless sparks exploded in the sky. Fireworks burst. Sylvie was stunned. She had never seen such a scene before. Loki smiled and seemed very satisfied with the warmth of the moment. The land of nothingness. All Loki variants were stunned. So, the one sitting opposite is also a Loki variant? What is he doing? Leader Loki blinked. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not wrong. All Loki variants can recognize Loki variants, because each of them is a Loki of the universe. Flirting with girls. Viking Loki uttered 2 words. At this moment, the axe in his hand no longer smells good. Asgard. Wow. Queen Frigga was the first to shout. What a beautiful girl. But why do I feel a little familiar with her? It is indeed beautiful. Valkyrie folded her arms, a rare moment of relaxation. Loki didn't care at all about being beaten just now, and now he felt a little relieved. Shield aircraft carrier. The smile on Thor's face froze. Just seeing how badly Loki was beaten, he couldn't help but come over to tease him. And now, Loki, flirting. He actually flirted with a girl. And there's actually a girl who is willing to go with Loki. And what about him? Still single now? Thor turned his head and looked. Loki also looked confused. Watch the video quietly, especially watching Sylvie in the video. I don't know why. He always felt that there was a special connection between him and the girl in front of him. However, he was sure that he really has never flirted with a girl. I searched my mind, but I couldn't remember this scene. At this moment, he was shocked. Multi-universe. Does it really exist? Time Management Bureau. Oh, what the hell? Mobius looked surprised, turned his head, and looked at Sylvie, pointing at her helplessly. He pointed at the video again and hesitated. You guys, what does the little look suggest? Yes, we. Crunch. Sylvie clenched her fist, looking a little embarrassed. Yes, it's true. Okay, don't say anything more. At this moment, she also experienced social death, especially after living in the time dimension for more than 10 years and growing up. Her heart is still like that of a girl. The first generation of time management. Loki felt warm in his heart when he saw this scene. He thought about what he and Sylvie wanted to meet, know, and experience together. And these fireworks are the beginning of this love. But suddenly, the screen changes. No, no, no. Loki in the video spoke anxiously and shook his head to deny something. But in front of him, Sylvie changed her clothes and didn't have time to react. Her body was torn apart like noodles, turning into countless lines that bloomed and exploded in the air before her eyes. Total annihilation. The last scene was frozen on Sylvie's gentle face. No, no, no. Loki's eyes were moist, and he reached out eagerly to grab Sylvie. But this scene, Sylvie also wanted to reach out, but finally grabbed something. But her body completely disappeared, completely vanishing in space. This scene is so powerless. The first generation of time management. Seeing the scene where Hill disappeared in the video, Loki's eyes were filled with tears. He looked to his side. The location is exactly the same as in the video. Thump, thump. When Loki thought of Sylvie disappearing completely, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. He was completely submerged. Asgard. Queen Frigga, who had just smiled, immediately sat up from her chair with a serious look on her face. What is this? Where the hell is Loki? This is not our world. The others were all stunned, one by one, looking at each other. The scene in the video is so weird. A living person disappeared right before my eyes. It's annihilation, complete disappearance. Heimdall said solemnly, as a former subordinate of Odin, Midar's strength is unquestionable. Even, in some ways, he is still the fighting force of Asgard. Now, Queen Frigga finally showed some worry. Loki, where are you? At this moment, she finally thought of the title, just now. Turn waste into treasure. Frostblood killed his mother with his own hands, destroyed Asgard. A strange emotion arose in Queen Frigga's heart. Is that true? Earth, shield aircraft carrier. Thor, who had been gritting his teeth just now, saw this scene and immediately looked at Loki. What is that? Thor's expression was solemn. Every Asgardian god can clearly feel that the process of life passing away is fundamentally irreversible. Although he and Loki have never gotten along since they were little, but that's obviously the girl Loki likes. It turns out, just disappeared right before my eyes. I have no idea. Loki leaned against the wall and looked at Thor helplessly. I don't know where that is. I don't know who that girl is, and it feels like another me. Saul was confused. Loki, the other Loki. Loki said, his expression weak. So it's true. Thor looked at the video in front of him with a shocked expression. Multi-universe. It exists like this. Kamartaj. Another world. Steven sat on the futon, watching what was happening. He could clearly feel the destructive law brought about by annihilation. Moreover, this Loki, the feeling he gave was completely different from the young man who had invaded New York before. And, a long time ago, he came into contact with the Eye of Agamotto, Trinity, white magic. He had read many legends of the world and also read many documents in Kamartaj. Dark Dimension Mephisto Dormammu, an unimaginable character. This is real existence. And, As his strength increased, he could feel more and more that the wall of this world was just like the membrane inside an egg. The wall of the world not only protects this world, but also prevents this world from connecting with other worlds. There may be other. This is what is called a multi-universe. Time Management Bureau. Seeing herself completely disappear in the image before her eyes, Sylvie was stunned. B-15 beside him was also stunned. Does this mean that Loki has failed? I have no idea. Sylvie shook her head slightly. She didn't know how to answer this question, because Kong mutation just now turned into ashes right before my eyes. Only Kong can repair the sacred time manager in front of him. Now, the sacred timeline was already in disarray. After losing Kang's management, countless time branches were born in the sacred timeline. Moreover, these time branches are constantly giving birth to more time branches. The entire universe is still crumbling. The energy in front of me exceeded the load, and only Kong can add this payload. Then, they're using the time machine to cut off those unnecessary time branches. All this, it's all because of her anger. Killed Kong, the administrator of the void. So, now, Sylvie's mind was in a mess. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. I was so naive. In the video, the background appears in Asgard. In front of Asgard's wall of merit, Odin, with an eye patch on his right eye, waved his staff. I am Odin, the king of the gods. Wow. Countless people knelt on one knee. But being educated by Thor, the picture changed. Odin lay comfortably on the chair and ate the grapes handed to him by the maid. Looked a bit lazy. Sudden, boom! Thor's figure appeared, descended from the sky, and landed steadily. Then he walked in front of Odin with a tiger step and an angry face, in full view of the public. Thor didn't even turn his head and threw the Thor's hammer in his hand far away. Buzz! Thor's hammer flew away at an extremely fast speed. And Saul, right in front of everyone, he grabbed Odin's clothes and stood behind him. Odin did not resist and even looked a little panicked. Thor stood behind Odin and said in a cold tone, after 10 seconds, the hammer will fly back. If you don't reveal your true face, then you will definitely have to experience the power of the hammer. He looked into the distance. 10, 9. Thor himself shouted the countdown. Finally, 3. When the sound came, Thor's hammer could already be seen flying from a distance. Okay, I give up. Odin panicked again, and he spoke quickly. Whoosh! Green magic enveloped the whole body. The god Odin, who was so solemn just now, suddenly turned into Loki in a green robe. Snort! Thor pushed Loki away, stretched out his right hand, and grasped the hammer with a snap. Loki was pushed down. Before I could react, Thor had already placed the hammer on Loki's chest, pinning him to the ground with ease. Loki tried his best to push the hammer away, but failed, and his face turned red. This scene, it's so funny, just like disciplining a naughty child. No one else realizes this. But Asgard. Everyone had black lines on their heads. God King Odin. That guy Loki actually dared to pretend to be the God King Odin. It's beyond the pranks of naughty kids. Queen Frigga put her hand on her forehead, unable to bear to look at her cub. Oh, there were exclamations from the crowd. I never realized before that Loki is such a character. I told you he's not a good guy. He's not worthy of trust. Thor's confidence scolded without hesitation. On Earth, shield aircraft carrier. Oh yeah, it looks good. Loki, who was locked in the dog cage, nodded slightly. Before he finished speaking, bang, a small stone had hit him on the head. Just stay quiet. Thor shook his head, a look of disappointment in his performance. He turned and left the cage in front of him. Even if you have a weak brain, you can still see everything in the video. This is not the world before my eyes, or what should happen at this moment. And he cares more about. Loki accidentally killed his mother and destroyed Asgard. These two sentences, his steps subconsciously became much faster. Now, there are the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. He will not fight alone. Moreover, everything that happened now has not happened yet, and there is still a possibility of recovery. A certain time and space. Wanda, who had just completed the transformation of origin magic power, looked dejectedly at the lifeless land in front of her. She sat on the ground helplessly. Here, she has the best memories she ever had, in a small-town world created by magic. There is her, and her lover Vision. There are 2 children. This should be the happiest place that makes up for all the regrets. But because of the emergence of SWRD and the greed of the Dark Witch Agatha, everything became an illusion. And everything seemed to have never disappeared. Only, she could no longer sense the presence of Vision, nor could she sense the presence of the 2 children at all. Until the appearance of the inventory video in front of me, an unprecedented light appeared in Wanda's eyes. Multi-universe. Video continues. Sometimes I don't know what I'm confused about. It seems like I've always wanted to strive for something since I was a child. In Loki's voice, the Temple of Asgard appeared on the screen. At this time, the God King Odin sat majestically on the throne with an angry look on his face. No, Father, we should destroy all of Jotunheim. Thor, with scars all over his face, said with a red face and thick neck. All giants of Jotunheim should not exist. They are a race of violent nature. Thor! Odin's icy roar rang out. Looking at his angry father in front of him, Thor was instantly speechless, but his clenched fist showed his inner dissatisfaction. You disappoint me so much. Odin's chest heaved, and he was very angry. Finally, he made up his mind and said, "From today on, you will be deprived of Thor's power, and for your behavior of not obeying orders and invading Jotunheim without authorization, I will exile you." Wow! Odin stretched out his right hand. Pa! A flash of lightning appeared and hit Thor hard. Walla! Thor's armor fell off one after another, and he was shocked to find that the strength in his body was also fading away. Until, boom! He lost the qualification to pick up Thor's hammer, and Thor's hammer smashed directly to the ground. Loki, who was standing by, was frightened by the scene. He whispered, "Father, but I didn't think." "Shut up." Odin responded with a stern voice and a gaze that could not be looked directly at. Loki was scared and didn't dare to speak anymore. This tragic scene, at this moment, he was like a little quail, not daring to say a word. Activate the Rainbow Bridge and exile him to Midgard. If you don't realize your mistake, you will never be able to return to Asgard in this lifetime. Odin spoke again. Yes, Heimdall was respectful like a servant. Click! He twisted the blade in his hand. Buzz! An unimaginable huge energy directly enveloped Thor's body, forming a transmission channel. "No! Father!" Thor was thrown in, he screamed. Snap! 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 There were lightning lines on his body, and all his armor was shattered, taking away his divine power and safety. But to no avail, until Odin stretched out his hand, and Thor's hammer flew into his hand automatically. He whispered a spell. No matter who it is, as long as they are qualified to hold Thor's hammer, they will have the power of Thor. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and threw Thor's hammer forward, and Thor's hammer fell towards the earth along the Rainbow Bridge. Until this moment, Loki still didn't dare to say a word. I was 18 that year, standing by like a minion. But soon, a new screen appears. Thor regained his divine power. In his left hand, he holds Thor's hammer, and in his right hand, he holds a box which contains the blue tesseract. The scene changes to show 2 guards pulling Loki to the hall. At this moment, Loki had an iron chain around his neck, and his arms were tied with iron chains like a sinner. Kala! Kala! With every step, the chains swayed slightly. Loki looked calm at this moment. It's completely different from the cowardly quail I was before. This is when he was brought back by Thor after the failed invasion of Earth. Passing through the hall in front of you, this is the temple of the god King Odin, with bonfires burning around it. On the towering steps, Odin sits on the throne. The guards follow behind. And right beside, Queen Frigga stood by with an uneasy look on her face, looking deeply at the scene in front of her. She whispered, "Loki, The next second, "Hello, mother." Loki turned his head and smiled, as if he didn't care about his situation at all. This smile comes from the heart. He whispered, "Are you proud of me?" The tone of his voice was even gentler. But Queen Frigga just shook her head gently. "Please don't add fuel to the fire." "What do you mean?" Loki smiled nonchalantly. "That's enough." Odin's cold voice rang out, interrupting the conversation between the two people. Queen Frigga and Loki both looked towards the throne on the platform at the same time, where sat the God King Odin. "I want to talk to the sinner alone," Odin said again. "This has resulted in an expulsion." Frigga looked at Loki again, her eyes full of worry, but she had no choice but to leave. After his mother left, Loki no longer felt any pressure. He looked up at Odin and asked, "What's this about?" Snap! He put his feet together, and the materials on his feet touched each other. At this moment, he still looked like a bohemian child. But, in Odin's eyes, this is rebellion and ignorance. Odin, sitting on the throne, shook his head gently. "Don't you really know that you have committed a grave sin? Wherever you are, there will be war, destruction, and death. This is simply the ultimate expression of being disappointed in someone." "But I didn't think," Loki simply said. "As a benevolent god, I will go to Middle-earth to rule the people of Earth, just like you." He didn't care. He looked up and saw the throne, his father, and Odin, the king of gods who represented majesty and power. "But I didn't think. We are not gods. We also have birth, aging, sickness, and death." Odin shook his head slightly, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Just like humans." His tone was calm, but he still suppressed his anger. He looked down at the child in front of him. He knew that this child had been mischievous since childhood and had special tricks. "And I learned a lot of magic from Queen Frigga, but we have a lifespan of 5,000 years. Loki still argued, looking up at Odin's eyes. "At present, this seems to be a challenge to the royal power. I have to say, in everyone's opinion, Loki is really brave at this moment." Odin shook his head slightly, not wanting to continue this topic. Everything that happened today stems from Loki's pursuit of the throne. At least for now, Loki in front of him is still just a child. But Loki gritted his teeth slightly. "That's my right." His eyes were even filled with some anger and rage. This sentence fully represents his own understanding. One moment, Odin, who had endured for a long time, could no longer bear it, and he roared, "Your right is death." Loki's expression changed. He blinked and looked at Odin with some surprise. "You died young and were abandoned on the cold rocks. If I hadn't taken you in, you wouldn't hate me as much as you do now." Odin lowered his head and looked at Loki with cold eyes, a tone of compassion. But this cold and pitying tone is the most hurtful. Loki couldn't bear it any longer. He took a step forward and looked up at Odin. "If I shouldn't live, please have mercy on me and let me die. I don't like this conversation. He bowed his head. After thinking about what to say next, he chose to remain silent after a moment. "I really don't like it." He raised his head and looked at Odin, and from the rebelliousness at the beginning, he had now turned into calmness. "If it weren't for Frigga, you would have died long ago. I'm going to make you stay in the dungeon for the rest of your life." Odin's angry look turned into indifference, and he gave orders like a king at this moment. But, hearing this, Loki's eyes immediately turned sad. He was dragged backwards by the guards on both sides, his eyes full of unwillingness. "What about Thor? You want that idiot to be king and leave me to spend the rest of my life in jail?" At this moment, he spoke out what was in his heart, wanting to fight for it even at the last minute. He didn't want to admit defeat, let alone admit defeat in such a cowardly way. In this game, he had never been taken seriously. Even this moment, after both of them had caused such terrible disasters, they unexpectedly got completely different results. One was just sent to Earth for training, while the other had to spend the rest of his life in prison. Thor must clean up the mess you left behind, and he must restore order to the 9 kingdoms. Odin looked down at Loki and nodded slightly. Yes, he will be king. Snap! The guards on both sides of his body reached out and patted Loki on the shoulders. Even if they knew, The person in front of me is the second prince of Asgard. But, at this moment, Loki is just a criminal, a man who caused trouble and death. The culprit who even messed up the entire earth. 1. He was branded by Odin, the king of the gods, and would be imprisoned in a dungeon for the rest of his life. So, he lost the identity he was proud of. He was dragged by the chains step by step away from the temple in front of him and toward the dungeon, completely become a prisoner, or become a loser. Earth, shield aircraft carrier. Seeing new content in front of you. After 2 seconds of silence, Iron Man Tony looked at the people in front of him and said, "This is so unfair. I value freedom, but I value fairness even more." After Thor caused a huge disaster, he was simply sent to Earth for training. Later, when he realized his mistake, he regained the power of Thor and picked up Thor's hammer. This almost killed the entire giants of Jotunheim clan. Dr. Banner was silent for 2 seconds and then nodded gently. "I agree with your point of view. However, what Loki did directly affected our world, and he killed Agent Coulson." Just then, Captain America, holding a shield, opened the door and walked in. The curvy figure, the surging pectoral muscles, the blonde hair. He shook his head slightly. There is no right or wrong in committing a crime. No matter who it is, they must be held accountable for their actions and must be punished. "All right." Iron Man raised his hands. "I surrender." Time Management Bureau. Loki. Sylvie said the name. Once upon a time, 2 people cherished each other, and she never knew about Loki's past. Now it seems that those childish behaviors were just Loki's self-protection. Although Odin, the king of gods, seems fair. However, for my 2 children, it is completely different. Especially when it comes to Loki, there is no tolerance, only stinging words. And the coldest words hurt the most. The last scene freezes on Loki's distraught expression. This moment, Sylvie actually felt a little sorry for that guy. She never knew about Loki's past and only knew about him from a few words. It seems like life is not happy. At this moment, she knew everything. Asgard. Loki. Queen Frigga looked at Loki in the video, watching the child grow up little by little in front of me, but going astray because of my mistakes. As a mother, she felt a strong sense of remorse. Although she once had a happy time with Loki, and she taught him magic since he was a child, but life imprisonment. Even as a mother, he felt powerless against such punishment. It would be great if he could really understand. In the video, a new screen appeared. The prison looks extremely tight, and all of it has special transparent walls, but they are mostly small houses. Desk, coffee table, toilet, small bed. In fact, I was not mature at that time, and I did not expect that all this was due to my own naivety. During the time I was imprisoned, I felt extremely bored. All I see every day are prisoners coming and going, but my mother's books make me less bored. Although my father is strict and does not allow anyone to visit me. But my mother's figure always appears by my side, bringing delicious food, fresh books, and my mother's shadow. Makes me feel less lonely. I thought it would be like this for the rest of my life. It's actually pretty good. But that day, I made a huge mistake. It made me regret it and almost collapse. Familiar cage. The figure of Queen Frigga appeared before Loki, as if the queen was really beside Loki. Everyone also understands that this is just a projection. Do you know how many lives you have destroyed on Earth? Frigga brought up the topic again. She looked at Loki with a kind gaze, with a mother's kind advice to her child. But I didn't think. Loki, however, looked impatient and retorted like a child who had not grown up. Compared to the great Odin, these few people are nothing. He looked nonchalant, even though he was locked in this small cage. While speaking, his face was full of stubbornness and reluctance. Looking at Loki in front of her, Frigga said patiently again, "Your father." She was about to speak. Suddenly, "He is not my father." Loki turned around suddenly and roared. His cheeks even reddened with anger as he spoke. In the small space before my eyes, Rage's voice just sounded. This is a horrific scene. Just like a wounded little beast, It releases its wildness at this moment. Even countless people in front of the video were shocked. But Frigga was not angry. She just calmly stretched out her hand and asked, "Am I your mother?" In a word, she wanted to see if the injured little beast in front of her could still care about this last family affection. One moment, Loki was stunned. Looking at his mother in front of him, he was completely stunned. He opened his eyes wide. But I don't dare to look at this problem directly. Looking at the Queen Mother in front of him, he was silent. After a long silence, he still chose the wild side. "You are not," although the sound was much weaker, and there was not even the manic scene just now. But once these words were spoken, he realized his mistake immediately. One moment. After hearing this, Frigga's eyes became confused and empty. She is a mother. Even though the child in front of her is not her own, she still gives him the greatest maternal love. Even more caring. In order to make up for him, he even shared his magical power with him. But at this moment, she felt a little heartbroken. Loki panicked. "No, mother." He rushed forward and tried to hold his mother's hand. But, swoosh, his hands shone through the green light, and the figure in front of him was just a projection. Frigga disappeared. Loki just froze in place. And then, he finally woke up and realized what a mistake he had made. What does he want to say? But, looking at the empty cage in front of him, I could only walk to the wall helplessly, lean against it, and curl up my legs. He looked like a completely insecure person, but at this moment he was no longer a wounded little beast. He became like a wounded child again. At that time, he doesn't understand anything. Until the Dark Elf King and the Dark Elves invaded Asgard. Now, in the Queen's chamber, the Queen was grabbed by the neck by the Dark Elf and asked coldly, "Where are the TIE particles?" Frigga was restrained, and she couldn't move at all. "I won't tell you." Queen Frigga gritted her teeth slightly. Obviously, she didn't want to reveal where the TIE particles were. Behind her, the sharp blade was already against her waist. Opposite, "I believe this." The Dark Elf King walked over calmly with a pair of scarlet pupils. The next moment, the Dark Elf clenched the blade in his hand. Earth, shield aircraft carrier. Thor was upset when he saw this scene. Who was the person in the video? It's his mother, his biological mother. Even if what you see is just a video, just a projection. No. Thor panicked and quickly spoke out to stop it. In a cage. "No, don't." Loki stood up. He had an ability suppression collar on his neck, and his entire body was sore from the beating. But this did not stop him from standing up. I watched this scene with my eyes wide open. He shouted anxiously, "Don't want." The first generation of time management. No. Loki, who had already seen the trajectory of his life once. At this moment, he whispered in a low voice, with a pleading tone, "No." But he knew that there was nothing he could do to change this. His eyes were wet. He couldn't hide at all. He could only watch. Look at that sword. Base. The sharp blade pierced through Queen Frigga's back and pierced her body. A red bloodstain was stabbed out. Frigga opened her eyes wide, feeling the pain, and blood slowly flowed down the corner of her mouth. One moment, she was killed by this sword, just as the Dark Elf let go of Frigga. Queen Frigga's body slid to the ground helplessly, no longer alive. Different time and space. No, all Loki shouted at the same time, because this is a pain that every Loki cannot erase, and they can clearly see it in the video. It was because I was imprisoned, so he missed the last chance to protect his mother. My mother's death is inevitable. It's like something that simply can't be changed. Asgard. Everyone watching this scene was also stunned. Queen Heimdall looked at Frigga with a look of deep respect. In the combat-oriented society of Asgard, the fighting power of male gods is undoubtedly respected, while female gods are relatively weaker. But Queen Frigga, even when facing death, never gave in. At this moment, won the respect of everyone. Even many Asgardians even knelt on one knee to show respect to the god King Odin. At this moment, they showed their respect to the Queen. The Queen deserves. But after seeing the video in front of her, Frigga's heart rumbled like a thunder, as if the sky had fallen. It's not because he saw his own death. After all, everyone grows old, gets sick, and dies. This is the law of nature. But seeing the imprisoned Loki in the video, and Thor, who went to Earth to train them, how sad it is to see this image. Earth, shield aircraft carrier. Mother, looking at the video in front of him, Saul couldn't control himself. He covered his face and cried. This is his biological mother, although he has never been as naughty as Loki. However, the Queen Mother was also worried about him. No matter what time it was, he would always be that immature child. Whenever he returns to his mother's side, his heart can be calmed down. Whenever he returns to his mother's side, his mother's first words to him are always encouragement. Give him a hug, give him affirmation. Even, sometimes he was very envious of the care his mother gave Loki, but he was not jealous, because this is his mother. But when I think of Loki's reaction when he sees this image, as a brother, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although he and Loki don't get along, this can't break the brotherhood between the two. This younger brother is not mature, but he's still his younger brother. Video continues. Honestly, after that period of time, I just thought the mother was angry at an immature child. And for the rest of the time, I remained in that prison, that hell-like place that trapped my body and my spirit. I look forward to my mother being like she used to be, even if it's just her image that appears beside me. Until my mother appeared beside me, I wanted to tell her in person that I didn't mean those words. I've been waiting until one day I heard the bad news. I've been waiting for that unexpected person too. In the video, Frigga, the god king Odin, with a patch on his right eye, knelt on the ground and embraced Frigga's body. In his old eyes, one can see a heartbroken expression. The ground is covered with petals of various colors. In the Asgard temple, inside the hall, the queen's coffin was laid out. A scarf covered his face, flowing hair, light makeup on his cheeks, lipstick. The mother's face was still lifelike, but now she looked as if she was asleep, lying on the vulture. Wearing Valkyrie armor, she has a war blade on her chest. The expression is so peaceful. But Loki in the cage was still just reading the book calmly. He had no idea what was going on. Are there any special events today? He said casually when he saw the guards moving around outside. The Queen Frigga has passed away. An old guard in golden armor looked at Loki from outside the cage. This look, it's like watching a child. Loki was struck by lightning. He stopped reading and looked outside in disbelief. The Dark Elf King led the Dark Elves to attack Asgard from the secret passage. The guard sighed. The Queen swore to protect the secret of TIE particles, but she was killed in the end. After hesitating for a moment, the guard just said, "My condolences." Then, he turned around and left without any hesitation. Bah! Loki, who was imprisoned in the cage, dropped the book in his hand to the ground, and his expression became unbelievable. The moment before, he thought it was just a joke. At least in his heart, he completely denied the claim that his mother had passed away. But the next moment, the tears in his eyes could no longer be stopped from falling. Tears burst forth. He broke down. "No, Mother won't die. She can't die. It's impossible. You must be lying to me. Yes, you must be lying to me. It was just a joke." No matter how much his tears flowed, he still kept a smile on his face, hoping that it was just a joke. Just like him, the mother was just angry and didn't want to see him, so she played a joke on him. It's like he's the god of trickery, the most powerful being in all of Asgard magic. He inherited his mother's magic, just like his previous pranks, how he hoped that these words were also a prank. "No!" Loki roared. He looked at the cage in front of him, but he knew all of this is true, and his mother has really left him. He clenched his fists and pounded them hard on the cage around his eyes. Bang! Huge amounts of power caused ripples in the cage in front of him, but the cage made of energy was not something he could break. At this moment, "No! Let me out! Let me out!" At this moment, Loki completely collapsed. He roared and punched the cage of his eyes repeatedly. He wanted to go out. He wanted to see his mother, even if it was just to send her off for the last time. He also didn't want to be trapped in this damn cage in front of him. He had never felt so angry before, never hated the cage in front of him so much. This cage restricts his freedom. Loki finally collapsed. He fell to the ground. He looked at the book, at everything around him. Here, his mother's former shadow appeared. This was the place where he spoke to his mother for the last time. He seemed to be able to feel his mother's presence beside him. But my mother passed away. She can't come anymore. No, no. Loki collapsed, leaning against the wall, curling his legs together and hugging his knees tightly. He burst into tears. He thought of the last time he and his mother said goodbye, and how he said those treasonous words out of childishness. He thought of his mother's disappointment. He wanted to wait for his mother to come, explain in person that it was not his intention, and admit his mistake to her in person. But at this moment, he just wanted to tear his damn self-esteem to pieces with his own hands. Because that farewell became a farewell forever. He could no longer see his mother. He couldn't even apologize to his mother. He never got the chance. At this moment, he completely broke down. He couldn't even send his mother off for the last time. He couldn't even be there to see him off for the last time. At this moment, he hated his own naivety. He hated what he had done. He hated being locked up here. And this hatred temporarily suppressed the anger towards Odin. Asgard. Seeing Loki's collapse in the video, Queen Frigga could no longer hold back. That look of self-blame is simply heartbreaking. Helplessly leaning against the wall, hugging my knees, he smashed his fist hard on the barrier, even if his fists broke and were bleeding. He overturned all the chairs and tables in the cage, and even ignored it even though his favorite book fell to the ground. He was roaring. He was angry. He was venting himself, his disappointment and regret towards himself. At this moment, Loki completely turned into a wounded little beast. He couldn't even attend his mother's funeral. Loki. Queen Frigga whispered the name and placed her hand on her heart. My child, even if something like this happened, your mother never blamed you. Although Loki couldn't stop, but at this moment, he wants to tell Loki himself. This time, when Loki comes back, if he doesn't realize his mistakes, then she would respect Odin's actions, but would spend more time with the child in the cage. And then there is Thor. She was very worried about the damage that would be done to the two children's hearts if they saw such images. She's also worried, if Odin knew that she was going to die when he woke up, how angry would he be? Because Odin's heartbroken look in the video is so heartbreaking. The first generation of time management. Looking at himself in the video, Loki smiled, but tears still couldn't stop dripping from his eyes. He realized it again. That feeling called heartbreak. His mother died right in front of his eyes. Although he had never experienced such an incident, he had never experienced falling to the ground. He just deviated and came to a place outside the timeline. But this feeling broke his heart every time. That is his beloved mother. But at this moment, the smile on his pursed lips showed that he was truly relieved and accepted the result. And after going through countless hardships, watching the video in front of me, I finally woke up. He seemed to know what he was going to do, but looking at everything around him, his eyes were full of reluctance. Mobius. He looked at his companion beside him. Mobius, who came from another world, was just an ordinary man. Although he accepted the setting of the sacred timeline and the Time Management Bureau in a short period of time. But he is just an ordinary person, and he doesn't understand the meaning of the video in front of him. Loki, what are you going to do? Administrator Victor looked over. As an administrator, he knows a lot of things, such as the sacred timeline, the Divine Witness timeline branch. If an unimaginable disaster occurs in the future, Loki in front of him probably only has that one choice. I know what to do. Loki nodded slightly, but his eyes were much firmer. Time Management Bureau. Loki. Sylvie said the name for the second time. In the original timeline, she should have died in Ragnarok, but due to an accident, she fell to the edge of time. She is the second princess of Asgard. However, from childhood to adulthood, I have always lived at the end of time, always living in timelines that are about to be destroyed. From childhood to adulthood. If everything is true, I am afraid I will also experience such pain. Sylvie whispered softly. She also thought of her mother, her father, the king, and his brother Thor in his own timeline. She couldn't imagine how painful it would be if her mother died in front of her. She was imprisoned. I couldn't even attend my mother's funeral. How desperate that would make her. At this moment, I understand why Loki often has sadness in his eyes. I finally understood why Loki was so gentle to everyone, especially to her, holding her in the palm of his hand, that kind of, be careful. Kamartosh, Doctor Strange, sitting in the Supreme Temple. Stephen. At this moment, countless phantoms appeared around him, as if his entire body was peeled off from the entire world, creating countless illusions. The magic robe on his back was lifted high, bearing the huge force of magic at this moment. Finally, after countless evolutions, Doctor Strange finally opened his eyes. Loki's timeline. He seemed to understand everything and knew what the video in front of him was saying. After developing magic to its full potential, you can explore the wall of the world and discover that there are other worlds besides the one in front of you. Time is the only thing that can measure the world. Only time is the only unchanging and ever-moving existence. Every character will gradually disappear over time, and then disappear completely, but precisely because of such rules, each world has its own rules of development. This video undoubtedly breaks this rule. Perform anchor point analysis on the video in front of you, and you can even feel the flashing of anchor points in other worlds. This video is not just played on this timeline in front of us, nor is it just played in this world in front of us. It even time travel through different worlds. Now, I just share Loki's story. Is there another story like this? In the video, finally, a figure wearing a cloak appeared in front of the cage. A head of fine blonde hair. Loki, gently opening his mouth, a deep voice came out. Obviously, it was Thor, but Loki in the cage is still bright and radiant, as if the decadent Loki before was just an illusion. Looking at Thor in front of him at this moment, he was just about to speak. Thor on the other side raised his hand to interrupt. You are not going to show your true self. In his opinion, he had been tricked countless times and had turned into Loki, so it must be just an illusion. Really? After he finished speaking, Loki in the illusion turned into a green light and disappeared, revealing the real situation in the cage. Before, I had jet black hair. His slick back hair looked very handsome, but now it was messy and disheveled, and his face was pale. His expression was filled with exhaustion and even despair. The clothes were filthy and the ground was covered with blood. Loki's hands were covered in blood. The cage that had seemed smooth before was now in a mess, with pages of books scattered all over the floor. Even the tables and chairs were torn into pieces. Loki collapsed, and he released his stress and anger on these boneless tables, chairs, and benches. The whole person looks so powerless. This is no longer the dignified second prince of Asgard. Looks like a beggar. Outside the video, seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but exclaim, Is this still the Loki who is full of vigor and looks so handsome? Asgard. Loki. At this moment, Queen Frigga felt even more distressed. Compared to the decadent Loki in front of her who seemed to be losing his life, she would rather have the quirky Loki who used magic to do funny things. She thought of, because her death could have had huge amounts of impact on Loki, but she was unexpectedly killed. It actually caused such a horrible impact on Loki. This is nothing less than spiritual destruction. Fortunately, it's fast. I need you, Loki. Looking at Loki in the cage in front of him, Thor said with a serious expression. Loki's tone was full of powerlessness. What can I do now? He looked into Thor's eyes. He had been fighting for something since he was a child, fighting for the love of his mother and father, fighting for glory, fighting for the recognition of others, but fighting for so long. He is so miserable. He is locked in this cage. He couldn't even attend the funeral of his beloved mother. At this moment, he hated everything about himself. If he admitted his mistakes in front of Odin, if that day I didn't say anything that would hurt my mother. Maybe today he can see his mother and have the final honor of attending her funeral. I can say to my mother in person, "Sorry, I know. There's a passage that can enter Asgard without being discovered, and now I need to leave Asgard." Thor pleaded earnestly, looking at the decadent Loki in front of him. He also had some pain in his eyes, but the most important thing at the moment was to leave Asgard. Only by sneaking out of Asgard can we save Asgard. Loki was silent. He just looked at Thor in front of him with his hair disheveled. He didn't want to answer this question because he had figured it out that day. It was the so-called channel that killed his mother. If it weren't for jealousy, if it weren't for greed, if it weren't for the desire to gain the approval of my father and mother, why would he do something so stupid? He wished none of this had ever happened. At this moment, he has completely lost his temper. He has given up everything. He doesn't even want to fight for the so-called recognition anymore. Nor does he want to compete with Thor for the so-called glory anymore. Even if Thor is the future king of Asgard, so what? Mother, you will never come back. But I didn't think. If you can help me escape from Asgard, I will grant you the right to avenge my mother. Thor finally spoke. He looked deeply at his brother. The mother loved both of them equally, and even gave more love to the younger brother, which sometimes made him particularly envious. At this moment, this decadent Loki is the best expression of his love for his mother. So, in his heart, he had actually forgiven this brother in front of him, and forgiven his childishness. At this moment, Loki, who was depressed just now, finally had light in his eyes at this moment. He subconsciously retracted his outstretched legs, even though his clothes were tattered and his body was covered in blood. He still stood up tremblingly. Real. He looked at Thor in front of him and asked solemnly. At this moment, nothing is more important than the issue at hand. Yes, Saul nodded. As a rough man, he didn't know what was going on in Loki's heart at the moment, but at least this was a good reason to make Loki stand up. This time, good. Loki no longer hesitated, and his mother was killed by the Dark Elf King. There's no way he'll let these guys go. Even when being punished by his father, he used his last chance. Revenge. So at this moment he agreed to Thor's request. Turning my head. Loki. I put on my clothes again. The disheveled Loki disappeared. At this moment, he was full of energy again, and at this moment he was completely supported by one belief, that is, to avenge his mother. This time, he needs to follow Thor's army and leave Asgard together. He needs to follow Thor to seek revenge. But I didn't think. The team that just came to Seoul. Buzz, a sharp blade, was already in front of his neck. Thor's warrior, Fur, looked alert. If you betray everyone, I will definitely kill you. This sharp blade flashes with cold light. Putting it in front of Loki's neck, the female warrior in front of him could cut Loki's throat with just a little force. If it were the old Loki, he would definitely be gloomy at this moment, but under the gaze of everyone, Loki smiled gently and said, "Good." At this moment, Loki, it seems to become a stranger. It seems to be different from before, but in the video, no one welcomes Loki to join the team, including Thor's good friends and his warriors. Everyone is hostile to Loki. Even Thor's gaze seemed to be the same. At this moment, although he felt alienated by everyone, Loki, who joined the team, always had a smile on his face. Finally, after some hardships, Loki and Thor took Jane Foster and left Asgard. And soon, the Dark Elves actually tracked them down. They came very quickly, and a new battle quickly broke out. No one expected that. Just then, there are countless TIE particles scattered on the ground. The Dark Elf King arrived and looked at the countless TIE particles on the ground. He stretched out his hands. The etiquette particles scattered on the ground actually responded one after another. Then it drilled into the body of the Dark Elf King. After taking a look at the Dark Elf beside him, the Dark Giant gained a safe form and turned away. The Dark Elves were left behind, facing Thor, and rushed over. Buzz! Looking at the Dark Elves coming at him aggressively, Thor immediately tightened his grip on the hammer in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. These Dark Elf soldiers were completely helpless, and the powerful Thor was knocked away by the hammer one by one. But no one expected that. Just then, the Dark Elf King who had just left picked up a black hole bomb and activated it, and suddenly shot it towards. Jane Foster threw it over. Loki panicked and looked at Jane Foster beside him. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pushed Jane Foster away. But I didn't think. Crash! The bomb instantly formed a black hole in the air, and the black hole's terrifying gravitational pull pulled. On the surrounding ground, the debris of rocks flew into the air like a black hole. Crash! All objects touched by the black hole were crushed into slag and disappeared completely. Even Loki himself could not escape the gravitational pull and fell into the black hole. At this moment, the situation is extremely critical. Time Management Bureau. Seeing this scene, Sylvie's heart tightened and she subconsciously clenched her fists. The video in front of me gives everyone an immersive feeling, the kind of complete substitution. It was as if the black hole appeared right before his eyes. That tangible feeling seemed to make everyone feel Loki's urgency. And from the decadence after losing his mother to this moment, he seemed to have undergone some transformation. Seems to have grown a lot. He once took the initiative to provoke the war, causing countless lives to die, and he never repented. But at this moment, he was able to take the initiative to push Jane Foster away. Loki, he become more acceptable. Earth, shield. The aircraft carrier dropped from the sky, and everyone has returned to New York. The previous war came to an end. And then, in the original setting, Loki needs to be handed over to the war court, but because of the appearance of Thor, Loki needs to be taken back to Asgard. But this does not affect everyone watching the video in front of them. Stark building. Is that a black hole? Dr. Banner looked at the black bloody mouth in the video. It devoured all the matter around it, and even the stone debris on the ground was crushed into slag the moment it touched it. He was completely stunned. You can create a black hole with ease. Wow, awesome. In theory, it's not impossible, but it's quite dangerous. The Iron Man next to him folded his arms, very naturally, and took out a bottle of wine from the cabinet. With a snap, he opened the cork, picked up the wine glass next to him, poured himself a glass, and took a sip. He said casually, "Jarvis, here I am." Jarvis' voice sounded. "Project the video from outside in. I want to watch it here." Iron Man said casually. After saying that, he came to the sofa holding the wine glass and carrying the wine bottle. After the battle, everyone took a short break, and naturally, we took everyone back to Stark Tower. Include Thor, wearing a red cape and full armor. He looks different from the guy fighting in the video. He seems to be a little stronger than you. Tony joked. Thor was speechless, but soon he found the wine in the cabinet next to him. He stood up with great interest and took out new wine from the cabinet next to him. Hey, Tony was about to speak. Soul has opened. Well, I want to say, that's not bad. Tony was a little speechless. But actually, it's not a problem. He has already made preparations for everyone coming to his house. All he has in front of him are some drinks. Captain America lay on his back on the sofa, watching the video of the eyes, and he thought for a moment. Loki seems to have really changed. However, it seems to be different from the timeline in front of us. In the future, Hawkeye nodded. That's right. Black Widow also changed her sitting position and crossed her legs. The tights uniform perfectly accentuated her figure. With a click, he opened his lighter, took out a lady's cigarette, and took a light puff. In the video, sudden swoosh. A figure wearing a red windbreaker quickly flew over from a distance and hugged Loki at an extremely fast speed. Finally, the two people fell to the ground in the distance at the same time. Looking at Thor beside him, Loki was filled with disbelief. Thor didn't say anything. He stood up immediately. Crash! The black hole above my head only existed for a short time and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The entire ground looked dark and different. Here, it is the lair of the Dark Elves. The sky is covered with dark clouds, blocking the sun and leaving only a little golden light. In the distance, The army of dark elves was preparing to board ships and head to other universes. Seeing this situation, sniff, sniff, Thor swung the hammer in his hand quickly, and his body was quickly carried away and flew far away. Bang! The hammer hit the dark elf army hard, but they didn't expect that. Bang! A figure suddenly punched Thor, knocking him backwards from the air. He rolled to the ground in a mess. The Dark Elf King unexpectedly rushed over and punched Thor in the face several times. Bang! Thor was unable to defend himself, and his body was smashed into the air, drawing an arc in the sky. With a bang, it hit a pile of rocks in the distance. The Dark Elf spaceship took off into the sky, and he was unable to stop it. Several Dark Elves also stepped forward, surrounding Loki with weapons in their hands. Loki only had a short sword in his hand, but he held the sword tightly with his right hand. Base! The battle was about to break out, and the dagger in his hand stabbed into the body of a Dark Elf. And here, the Dark Elf warrior fought with Thor, and Thor was no match for him. Although the two sides fought back and forth, the Dark Elf's casual punch was enough to knock Thor away. This Dark Elf was the one who invaded Asgard together with the Elf King. He is also the most powerful Dark Elf warrior left. Boom! Thor was hit hard on the back and embedded into the mountain wall. Seeing this, the Dark Elf trotted towards the giant rock next to him and punched it. Break the giant rocks, grab huge amounts of them with both hands, and throw them towards Thor. Thor held out his arms to block. Under the collision of his strong physique and the boulder was shattered and Thor was knocked to the ground. But he immediately stretched out his hands into the air. Whoosh! Thor's hammer flew out, coming towards him with the force of thunder, hitting the Dark Elf's back. But, bang! The Dark Elf knocked Thor's hammer away with just a casual punch, and he walked towards Thor step by step without mercy, with a strong sense of oppression and a strong figure. At this moment, Thor's pressure increased dramatically. The other side, Loki was on a killing spree. At this moment, he no longer looked like a mage, but rather like a melee assassin. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Ordinary Dark Elves were no match for him. The dagger in his hand flew up and down, easily killing these Dark Elves. But suddenly found out, on Thor's side, crisis situation. Without any hesitation, he walked towards Thor on the other side. Bang, bang, bang. In the video, Thor was beaten without any resistance at this moment, and was hit on the face by the Dark Elf's hands. There were multiple injuries on his face, and he couldn't even stand up. But, just then, base! The sharp blade pierced directly through the Dark Elf's back. Thor was stunned, and the Dark Elf warrior was also stunned and turned his head to look. At this moment, in the video, the head of the Dark Communication warrior is given a close-up. Sharp fangs growing from the head, sharp fangs growing from the cheeks, look like a skull, and a face like crocodile skin with dense wrinkles. That pair of bloodthirsty pain. He suddenly hugged Loki and then pulled him back into his arms. Base! The dagger that pierced Loki's chest pierced into his body and came out from his back. Loki didn't react at all and cried out in pain. Seeing this scene, Thor struggled to get up and roared, "No!" At this moment, Loki was stabbed to the core. Afterwards, bah! The Dark Elf pulled it off his body and threw it on the ground like trash. With a plop, Loki clutched his wound tightly. Bang, bang, bang. The Dark Elf walked over with the blade on his body. It was obviously a blade. Even though it pierced his body, it didn't cause much damage. At this moment, Loki was breathing heavily, as if he was in unbearable pain. He looked up at the Dark Elf. Angry. "See you in hell, monster." The Dark Elf suddenly lowered his head and looked at his waist. He didn't know when the black hole annihilation bomb appeared on his waist. He was about to reach out and take it off. Boom! A bomb. It exploded directly, and countless fiery red lights completely enveloped his body. A breath of dignity burst out instantly under the power of the bomb, and the fiery red light madly crushed the monster's whole body. Gabba! All the bones in the monster's body seemed to be crushed. Under the aura of destruction, Its body broke into pieces and disappeared in an instant. Thor finally managed to get up with one breath, and he jogged to Loki's side. At this time, Loki's body seemed to have an imbalance in temperature, and his entire body turned blue, which was completely different from his previous skin, just lying on the ground, breathing in the air. But the power of breathing has become very weak. No. Looking at Loki in front of him, Thor was almost scared to death. He reached out to help Loki up and wanted to hold him in his arms. But Loki's body was as cold as ice. "You are so stupid. Why don't you listen to me?" Thor said in panic. But Loki, however, was much calmer. His eyes were weak and his cheeks were as blue as the skin of the giants of Jotunheim. He said helplessly, "I know, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid." His lips trembled, as if he could only repeat this sentence. So he became even more panicked and reached out to touch Loki's face. "Hold on." Now, he could also see that Loki seemed to be having a last burst of energy, and this was his final struggle. I'm sorry. Loki apologized eagerly. This apology is full of profound meaning. At this moment, in his eyes, Thor in front of him was like his brother. It's okay. Thor finally calmed down a bit. Looking down at Loki in his arms, he said with a fair expression, "I will report your bravery to my father." He looked serious and nodded earnestly. But even at the last moment of his life, Loki was calmer. "I'm not doing this for him." And this sentence, as if it also carries all the explanations. Looking at Loki in front of him, Thor was at a loss as to what to do. But Loki gently closed his eyes, his body turned blue, and countless spots covered his body, completely lost the temperature. "He is dead." "No!" Thor roared. He roared and trembled all over. He knew that his brother had also left him. At this moment, Loki is dead. Maguire's Spider-Man world. Peter felt that the biscuit in his hand was no longer fragrant. He casually put down the biscuit he had just picked up and watched the video in front of him. For a moment, I didn't know what to say, but I only felt a little bit grief, although he experienced many life and death separations. However, after going through a lot of things, he also figured out a lot of things. The child who loved to play pranks eventually grew up, even though he was childish once. Even though a huge mistake was made in the past. But after his mother's death, he still grew up. Even at the last moment, he learned to protect others. He learned to protect his brother. But he died too. Peter felt a little regretful. Garfield's Spider-Man world. His figure kept wandering in the city, and the spider silk launcher kept spraying spider silk. He was like on patrol, inspecting every corner of the city. In a short period of time, this video seemed to appear out of thin air and quickly appeared in many places. They're all Loki, and they play synchronously. Although there was no harm, he found that almost everyone was paying attention to this phenomenon. This is a bit abnormal. Swoosh! His body stood firmly on the top of a building and took a look at the tragic ending. At this moment, he thought of the girl he had failed to save. But at this moment, I just felt sorry in my heart and said, "Pity." Swoosh! The spider silk shooter sprays spider silk. His figure immediately swam to a new place. He needed to ensure that the security issues in the city have been addressed through the emergence of videos and the protection forces in the city. There will definitely be some slackness. There is a high possibility of danger. Asgard. No. Queen Frigga spoke. She stood up. No one can accept the death of their mother. No one can accept their own child dying in front of their eyes. The same is true for her. At this moment, Queen Frigga could no longer stop crying. No matter how elegant he looked, he cried like crazy. As for the others, they didn't know how to persuade him for a moment, but they also recognized Loki. Heimdall was even more emotional. He has grown up. Time Management Bureau. Sylvie's tears fell, but she quickly wiped them away. Because in her opinion, only the weak need tears. But this time, no matter how hard I try, I can't wipe away my tears, and I can't stop them from falling. You haven't avenged your mother yet. Loki, Sylvie whispered. Sudden, sniff sniff. A special piercing sound came from beside me. Soon, Loki's figure reappeared in the space before him. Loki, B-15 was the first to say in surprise. Loki. Administrator Victor also spoke up. However, the first Administrator Victor looked much younger, while the Victor in front of him seemed much older. Loki. Sylvie couldn't help herself and rushed out to hug Loki. Loki, who had just returned to this time period, looked at the people around him in confusion. However, he still reached out and hugged Sylvie in his arms. Loki's death was so sudden, even though he is a villain. However, at the moment of awakening, perhaps everyone no longer hated him so much. He is more like a kid who likes to play pranks, a child who never grows up, but when you grow up, everything seems to be too late. But just when everyone was immersed in this grief, an Asgard soldier came to the battlefield, wearing a golden helmet and looking very similar to Thor. He patrolled the battlefield with a steel fork in his hand. But at this moment, a sharp blade pierced his heart and passed through the golden armor. Well, the soldier fell to the ground uncontrollably. Sudden. Loki, who was supposed to be dead, stood up. Although he covered his chest with his hands, it was obvious that he was only seriously injured, but not dead. Looking at the soldiers on the ground, countless green magics enveloped him, and he quickly transformed into the appearance of a soldier. He picked up the soldier's steel fork and turned away. The dead soldiers on the ground turned into Loki's appearance in a burst of green magic. This scene, it looks like a complete bombshell. Asgard. She was crying so hard that Queen Frigga accidentally looked up and saw this scene, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. But obviously, Loki still doesn't understand the importance of life and takes a life casually. I was touched by him. Fu rolled her eyes. Loki. Ouch. Heimdall couldn't help but shake his head slightly. It looked like this kid hadn't grown up at all. Time Management Bureau. Seeing this, Sylvie pushed Loki away. Feeling the gazes of everyone around her, she couldn't help but cover her face with her hands. A bit embarrassing. Loki smiled bitterly. That wasn't done by me, it was done by Loki in that timeline. I don't care, it's still you. Sylvie snorted and turned her head away. The land of nothingness. Oh, Leader Loki cheered. As expected of me, I was able to deceive a lot of tears this time, and it seems that everyone believed it, and then returned to Asgard to do some weird things. Loki. Viking Loki, holding his axe high in his hand. Even the crocodile Loki couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth when he saw this scene. The child Loki didn't care. He just shook his head and curled his lips. In his opinion, this was simply too boring, and the scene of saving people just now was too boring. It would be better to do some practical jokes. Just like this. It was obvious that all the Loki variants present approved of Loki's deceitful behavior. Video continues. Loki, transformed into a soldier, returned to Asgard. Obviously, he looked uncomfortable and a little uneasy. This was Odin's direct soldier. Need to answer report. He walked into the temple with a nervous heart. In front of him was the king of gods, Odin, sitting on the throne. Loki took a deep breath, imagined the appearance of the soldiers before, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "My king, I have found out that Loki has lost his voice. He has died." There was no flaw in the logic, just like the soldiers before. Odin, who was sitting on the throne, was silent at this moment. It was not until a moment later that he nodded. Take back Loki's body. His soul will exist in Valhalla. Eternal immortality. Yes, the warrior Loki played nodded slightly. At this moment, he completely relaxed, for not even Odin could see through his magical disguise. Until he turned and left, completely leaving the hall, and only then did he completely relax. And then, the day was ordinary. Loki, as an ordinary soldier, patrolled the surrounding area. His taciturn personality also helped him quickly blend into the group of soldiers. A person who doesn't like to talk is least likely to be exposed. But everyone in front of the video can see clearly that Loki is obviously planning something. Finally, just as Odin fell asleep again and woke up, this was his weakest moment. The loyal soldier actually cast a spell behind him, and the green magic enveloped Odin. Well, Odin was so weak that he didn't react for a while before he was hit. His expression became dull, and he closed his eyes again, falling asleep again. This time he didn't look like he was sleeping. He looked very peaceful. Asgard. Queen Frigga was very nervous when she saw this scene, because she knew too well how harsh Odin was in Loki's heart. It seems that it caused him deep harm. Moreover, he had been imprisoned before. Loki was not even allowed to attend his mother's funeral. So at this moment she was really scared. This child would kill his father. Earth. Stark building. Loki. When Thor saw this scene, he couldn't help but groan. Crunch. The cup in his right hand clenched into a fist, and with a snap, it exploded into pieces and scattered everywhere. Even at this moment, he stood up nervously. The land of nothingness. All the Loki looked at the scene in front of them, holding their breath. It's not because of how glorious the current behavior is. Everyone has their own Asgard, and the Loki in front of him belongs to another timeline. What is he going to do? Obviously, all the variants don't want Loki in front of them to commit suicide. Fortunately, in the video, my dear father, from today on, you will lose all your glory and live in a daze until you get rid of my magic. Loki leaned over to Odin's ear and said calmly. This voice seemed very mysterious, and his face was full of indifference. And he turned around. Green magic enveloped his entire body, and the soldiers disappeared. Loki's figure disappeared again, and he appeared in front of everyone. It turned out to be the god King Odin. He transformed into the appearance of Odin. Earth. Shield. Oh, watching what he did in the video, Loki was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that he had done this with his own hands. He actually, using trickery, he transformed into Odin's appearance. Seeing the scene, Loki was so happy, but Odin's actions made him angry. But no matter what time it is, he is still Odin's child. Even if Odin has a deep prejudice against him, even if Odin imprisoned him. He never hated Odin, but he was imprisoned and could not attend his mother's funeral. There is no way he would let Odin have an easy time. Starry Sky. Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh, Rocket Raccoon put down the wine glass in his hand. His mouth turned into an O shape, and his face was full of shock. Gamora curled her lips, looking speechless. It's just a child's trick, but his magic seems to be really powerful. Ha ha! The Destroyer stretched out his hand, patted his chest, and laughed loudly. Revenge, what a pleasure! Groot. Next to the gentle tree, Groot. He smiled kindly at everyone in front of him. He was the oldest among them all. Okay, everyone, sometimes I feel a little speechless, but this kid did the right thing. At least he didn't kill Odin. Star-Lord nodded in approval. He picked up the wine glass next to him, put the wooden cup to his lips, and gulped it down. It hasn't been long since the Guardians of the Galaxy were established, but this group will definitely attract a lot of attention in the future and will at least become stars in the entire, oh no, half of the universe. Asgard. Call. Queen Frigga breathed a sigh of relief. Although what Loki did was not a good thing either. Instead of killing Odin, Loki just exiled Odin. When Queen Frigga thought that he didn't even have the right to attend his mother's funeral, she felt a little heartbroken. There is nothing wrong with being able to do so, but also wrong. She sighed. Alas, education is still necessary. The others looked at Queen Frigga and didn't know what to say for a moment. Say Loki is bad. He doesn't seem to be that bad, just doing some mischievous things. Oh, to kill a soldier and disregard life. But at the most critical moment, he saved Thor's girlfriend and almost died himself. Moreover, he staged that tender scene, making everyone think that he was completely dead. Say good things about him. He has done so many wrong things again, and it looks like he's going to exile Odin. Why? Everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Fortunately, the god King Odin had fallen into a deep sleep at this time. If he was still on the throne and saw this scene, he would definitely be so angry that he would jump to his feet. And then he transformed into Odin's appearance. and the first thing he did was to expel Heimdall from Asgard. He sat on the throne, holding the scepter that symbolized Odin's identity, and wearing the armor of the god Odin, that gaze that looked down upon all living things, indifferent and indifferent. Even Heimdall, who is the most powerful warrior in Asgard, cannot disobey this order. After being dragged with his armor, he was teleported out of Asgard in a daze. Then, using the power of the Rainbow Ball, Odin was teleported directly to Midgard, that is the Earth. Standing on the Rainbow Bridge, looking at the teleported Odin, still sleeping, Loki stretched out his hand and said, "Goodbye, father." This moment is extremely funny. Soon, the first thing he did, it turned out to be the expulsion of the Valkyrie. Sitting on the throne, even if the Valkyrie is angry, it will be of no use. Loki obviously holds a grudge. Moreover, he was really afraid that this smart girl like Fu would recognize him. He chose a new guardian, Scorchy, who holds the key to activate the Rainbow Bridge, an extremely broadsword. Afterwards, in the name of training, he directly persuaded Thor to leave Asgard. But Scorch's real duty is to inform Thor in time when he returns to Asgard. And soon, he built a statue of himself in Asgard. Even in the biography, directly made no Kisu into a hero. Next, Asgard prospers. But the god King Odin seemed a little strange. He actually liked some of the dramas on Earth, and he arranged them. It turned out to be the scene where he sacrificed himself in the battle on the Dark Planet. He was enjoying himself to the fullest at this moment. The power and joy that comes with being a king. Time flies. For years later, suddenly one day, a figure wearing golden armor flew back directly from outside the Rainbow Bridge. His blonde hair fell to the ground. His strong face looked like he had been through a lot, and his face was covered with stubble. With a furious look on his face, he came to where Odin was without hesitation. Thor, Loki, pretending to be Odin, was about to speak. Just then, an angry Thor rushed forward, grabbed Odin's clothes, and pulled him up from the chair. Oh, the people around were all shocked. And this is just like the previous scene. Thor threw the hammer in his hand directly. He grabbed Odin's clothes and placed him in front of him. He said coldly, "After 10 seconds, the hammer will automatically fly back. If you still choose to deceive others, you will die." As everyone was looking on in shock, when the countdown reached 4 seconds, they could already see the hammer flying back rapidly from a distance. Crash! Under the green magical light, Loki revealed its true appearance. Thor also pushed Loki away. Looking at Loki in front of him, Thor kept asking, "Where is he? Where is my father? I have no idea." Loki, who is naturally afraid of his brother, could only back away subconsciously, but he still maintained a stubborn attitude. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Thor simply pushed Loki down and placed his hammer on his chest. At this moment, Loki was like a turtle, unable to stand up or push away the hammer on his chest, just lying on the ground, looking helpless and pitiful for a moment. No matter how hard he gritted his teeth, he couldn't push the hammer away from his body. At this moment, he had become a lamb to be slaughtered. Finally, Loki couldn't bear it any longer. He said quickly, "Earth, Earth." Soon, in the video, Doctor Strange appeared in the temple where he was. The beer in Thor's hand seemed to never finish. As Doctor Strange's magic continued to shake him, he became more and more dizzy. Finally, after knocking down a very sophisticated small tower, Doctor Strange found Odin. And, "Thor, you smashed the entire temple to pieces while summoning your hammer." And at this moment, everyone then remembered the once-forgotten Loki. Oh yes, Doctor Strange suddenly realized and stretched out his hand to create a magic circle above his head. Screams continued to be heard from it. Finally, with a bang, Loki just fell from the sky to the ground, and I don't know if his nose was flattened. I was in free fall for 2 days. At this moment, Loki couldn't help but complain. His face turned red. Asgard. Countless people saw this scene and almost burst out laughing. Free fall for 2 days. It never stops at all. The psychological gap was too big, and I was in free fall for 2 whole days. It was unimaginable and extremely funny. Guardians of the Galaxy. Everyone was silent for 2 seconds. Then, ha 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 ha. No one could hold back their laughter. This guy was a bit hysterical and neither a good person nor a bad person. But I didn't expect to be treated like this by Doctor Strange. Kamartaj. Hearing Loki's words, Doctor Strange subconsciously raised a smile. In his opinion, this must have been intentional. At least on the surface, it seemed like he had forgotten. And Loki's behavior. In fact, in the true sense, it means exiling one's father, driving out one's brother, and even hurting one's own people. This is no longer an existence that can be defined as a good person. Time Management Bureau. Everyone looked around. Loki had a strange expression on his face. Hey, that's not me. I haven't experienced this yet. Loki quickly waved his hands in surrender. Sylvie rolled her eyes. Idiot. Looking at his silly appearance in the video, Loki was confused. But soon, under the magic of Doctor Strange, the two finally found the exiled Odin. At this time, Odin had silver hair, a pale face, an eye patch on his right eye, and the clothes he wore looked shabby. Just like picking up junk, his eyes also changed from the previous clearness. It became turbid, without the majestic armor. He looked like a frail old man at this moment. The three of them sat by the sea, enjoying the majestic scenery. Loki felt a little uncomfortable in his suit. In fact, it took me many years to get rid of your magic. Odin finally spoke, his eyes looking into the distance. Seemingly casual words. But at this moment, he was talking to Loki beside him. Loki was silent. If it were in the past, Odin would definitely reprimand him severely, or even give him severe punishment. And he also looked down at the ground. Although he was not aware of his mistakes, thinking about the long exile, Odin, the once majestic God King, it has become what it is today. Maybe, deep down, Loki has forgiven Odin, but I didn't expect that. The next moment, Odin turned his head and looked at Loki beside him seriously. If your mother saw this, she would be proud of you, my child. One moment. Loki was completely stunned. This was a tone that Odin had never used before, and it was also something that he had never said to him, even from childhood to adulthood. He had never heard such encouragement. Is this still Odin? The father who was extremely strict in his impression, the one who always sided with Thor in all matters. Father. The father who imprisoned him and prevented him from attending his mother's funeral. Now, this sentence is a recognition of him. Perhaps in the past 4 years, Odin has experienced a lot. His face is full of vicissitudes. Loki couldn't hold it in any longer and said, Father, after some greetings, but I didn't expect that. From Odin's words, he sensed the magic stirring in the dark. During the conversation between the three people, Odin also revealed a secret. Before Thor and Loki, they had a sister, goddess of death, Hela. This Hela is too powerful, full of ambition, and can't help plundering and fighting. Final, sealed by Odin. But, now that he is old, the maple leaves have loosened, the magic in the darkness is stirring, and Hela is bound to make a comeback. Father, Thor looked worried. Why? Odin sighed and said, What happens next is up to you, and I am powerless to stop you. Under the gaze of Thor and Loki, Odin stood up. His figure turned into light and flew away. I love you, kids. Last look. After taking a deep look at the two children, he disappeared from sight. That glance was an affirmation of the two children. Loki was stunned. Oh, not only did he express his recognition of him, but at this moment, he finally treated him and Thor in an equal tone for the first time. This is the family love that his former mother, Frigga, wanted him to feel. But I didn't think. Just then, unknown magic suddenly descended in the distance, and a girl with long green hair appeared, her graceful figure. Elder sister, Thor had an awkward smile on his face. After all, they had never met the woman in front of them, but she was still their sister after all. But I didn't think. Take me back to Asgard. Hela grinned. Clothes hangers kept appearing on her body. She reached out to touch her long green hair, and a helmet she had worn in battle appeared. Crash! With a move of her hands, two sharp blades appeared in her hands. She said coldly, "Otherwise die." Looking at Hela, who was approaching step by step, Loki and Thor looked at each other. Buzz! Thor immediately clenched the hammer in his hand. And Loki, swoosh! He moved his hands and swung them to both sides in the same motion, and the dagger appeared in his hands. At this moment, this is what it means to truly fight side by side. After a battle, both of them were tortured to death by Hela and had no chance to fight back. Finally, Buzz! Thor no longer hesitated, swung the Thor's hammer in his hand, and threw it towards Hela. Buzz! Thor's hammer flew towards Hela with the force of thunder. Oh! Hela smiled faintly and gently stretched out her right hand. The slender and tender right hand seemed to have infinite power at this moment. With a snap, grabbed Thor's hammer tightly. Loki's eyes changed drastically. This is Thor's hammer, which has a stellar-level core compressed inside and has been cast with a special magic spell by Odin. He actually caught it. This unimaginable power also shocked Thor. The next moment, Hela clenched her fist suddenly and saw Thor's hammer trembling wildly. The incomparably hard Thor's hammer. Kalala! The next moment, it was covered with cracks, and with a pop, it was crushed to pieces by Hela. The ground was covered with pieces of Thor's hammer. At this moment, Thor was completely confused. Their sister was so powerful that she crushed Thor's hammer with her bare hands. This is horrible. It seems that you have already thought about death, Hela said disapprovingly. Just then, without time to immerse himself in sadness, Thor looked up at the sky and immediately said angrily, "No." The next moment, boom! An extremely terrifying pressure attacked the ground from the sky. Within the unimaginable pressure was a special transmission channel, Rainbow Bridge, and this is currently under the control of Strange. This idiot! Loki cursed casually, but when he opened his eyes, he and Thor were already inside the Rainbow Bridge. Unexpectedly, here we go. Hela unexpectedly jumped into the transmission of the Rainbow Bridge automatically. Follow behind them. Follow closely. No! Loki gritted his teeth, and the green light in his right hand once again appeared in the magic of the dagger. He threw the dagger out without hesitation. Stabbed Hela, but I didn't think. Swoosh! Hela grabbed the dagger at a faster speed and threw it back. Loki was stabbed, his body lost control, and fell directly onto the transmission channel next to him. One moment. The transmission channel shattered directly, and Loki's figure was completely submerged. Only Thor's voice was left. Loki! The video takes a new turn, shocking everyone. Asgard. The whole. Queen Frigga's face changed drastically. She is not. Hela is Odin's first child. When he was young, he showed extraordinary talent, but his character was unruly. He showed great wisdom at a young age. After that, she followed Odin to fight on the battlefield and became known as the goddess of death in the 9 realms. She is bloodthirsty and murderous, and doesn't take life seriously at all. Even his ambitions expanded, and he was ambitious, trying to unify the 9 realms. Banished and sealed by Odin. Unexpectedly, will make a comeback in the future. Others look shocked. He crushed Thor's hammer with his bare hands. This power is too terrifying. Even Loki can't resist Thor's hammer. She didn't just pick up Thor's hammer. She used her absolute power to directly fight against Thor's hammer. If Hela comes back, it will be a disaster beyond imagination. And with hatred in mind, he wants to destroy Asgard. At this moment, everyone panicked. Queen Frigga clenched her fists, but couldn't help but think of Loki and Thor. We can only place our hopes on these 2 children. After all, Odin at that time, it's really too weak. In the video, Hela returned to Asgard with powerful force. One person actually killed the Asgard armed forces alone. Her terrifying fighting power is unimaginable. Ordinary warriors are simply no match for her. However, the cloak on her body can withstand artillery fire. The flying sword thrown casually directly destroyed the warship flying in the sky. The terrifying power was revealed at this moment. She killed people in a crowd, and she had no respect for life at all. Even if countless soldiers were dispatched, they couldn't cause any harm to her, and her physical strength seemed to be endless. She crushed the soldier to death with her bare hands as easily as crushing an ant. Even if you're injured, you can recover in a short time. Base. The sharp spear pierced his body directly, but the next moment, her body recovered as before. Anger burned in Hela's heart. Hela's strength was unimaginable. Even if the person in front of her is an Asgard warrior, she will kill him without any scruples. In a short time on the square, the corpses of soldiers were already lying there. In the entire divine realm, its power is infinite, and it is still constantly absorbing power. Summon a weapon in your hand at will. Slaughtered in Hela, in a short time, the army in front of her was slaughtered. Base. Pulling out the common thing that was inserted into the soldier's body, she stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. Obviously still, there is still some unfinished business. Oh, I miss this feeling. Hela was shaking with excitement. She walked forward step by step, moving casually among the crowd of corpses. And at this moment, Strange, who holds the key to the Rainbow Bridge, arrives here. Looking at the corpses of the soldiers on the ground, some of them were even torn into pieces. This scene simply shocked him. He was speechless. Oh look, he's still alive, Hela said casually without paying any attention to Strange beside her. Whoosh. She threw the sword in her hand. It was just a sharp dagger at first, but now it has turned into a sharp spear. Base. The captain of the Holy Lord was nailed to the ground. At this moment, her brutality is evident. This horrifying scene made it hard to imagine that anything else could defeat Hela. Kamartaj. So, this is the goddess of death. Dr. Strange, looking at Hela in the video, his expression is solemn. That endless power and the unimaginably strong self-healing ability. She can summon weapons at will, and her power seems to be growing as time goes by. Dr. Strange was silent. He couldn't imagine any way to kill Hela in front of him. As for Thor, the hammer has been crushed. Can he do it? Stark Tower. All the Avengers who were drinking also stopped, and they all turned their heads to look at Thor. At this moment, Thor stopped drinking, and the hammer in his right hand suddenly fell to the ground. He picked up the hammer casually and looked at it in shock. She just crushed your hammer like that, Iron Man said in shock. Dr. Banner couldn't help but shook his head slightly. And it looks like it's just pure physical strength. Are all your Asgard warriors so perverted? How can we defeat her? How is it possible? Thor gritted his teeth and looked up at the video. If it weren't for this video, I'm afraid I wouldn't know about Hela's existence. And not every Asgard has such a strong physique. In Asgard, you will have unlimited physical strength, regenerative healing factor, and your magical power will also increase. He took a deep breath, not knowing how to answer the question at this moment. But I didn't think. Captain America, who had been silent all this time, suddenly touched his chin and said, "Her power comes from Asgard. Is it only by destroying Asgard that we can kill her?" One moment. Everyone looked at Captain America. Wow, there's a living dad sitting here. And at the same time, another world, Xavier Jr. Academy. The Beast suddenly discovered that the instrument in front of him detected a special energy fluctuation. And, sniff sniff, this energy fluctuation became more and more, and in the blink of an eye it became dense and spread everywhere. At the same time, Thor was accidentally thrown to the edge of the universe along with the cosmic garbage. At first glance, this place is like a cosmic garbage dump, with garbage all over the ground and smoke and dust everywhere. Looks very messy. It formed a sharp contrast with Thor, who was wearing armor and red robes. And soon, a group of scavengers dressed in strange clothes walked out of the portal. Just then, Thor habitually reached out and summoned Thor's hammer. But the next moment, she suddenly saw that her palms were empty. His face was filled with astonishment. Only then did he remember that his Thor's hammer had been crushed. Thor, who has long been accustomed to fighting with Thor's hammer. Soon, the scavengers on the other side aimed their high-tech guns at him. Before he could react, swoosh! The energy-binding net has tied up Thor, and his body is shaking slightly. Apparently, this net has a numb function. 1 hour. All the scavengers gathered here, looking down at the prey on the ground, and Thor seemed to be one of them, like fish on a cutting board. The scavengers looked around, not knowing what to do. Some scavengers even raised their weapons, ready to shoot everyone in the head. But at this moment, in the distant sky, a high-tech fighter jet fell from the sky. The fighter plane opened, and a girl in armor with special markings on her face staggered out of the cabin with a bottle of wine in her hand. She threw away the bottle in her hand, looked at the ground, and said domineeringly, "He is mine." But I didn't expect that. Plop! As she walked, she actually reached the edge of the deck and dove into the garbage heap next to it like a drunk. This scene, it's hilarious. All the scavengers seemed to have black lines on their heads, but they didn't care and walked towards Thor again. But soon, Valkyrie stood up from the ground unharmed, walked slowly to the front of the scavengers, and raised his fists. There seemed to be nothing in his fists, but in the next moment, bang, 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 the last fighter suddenly spewed out a thick tongue of fire. The dazzling blue lasers were fired like bullets, hitting the group of scavengers. The scavenger had no time to react and was directly smashed into pieces by the dazzling laser. The situation was extremely dire. There was no scavenger left on the field. Only Valkyrie was left standing. Wow, hello. Thor forcibly pulled off the binding net on his body, stood up, looked at the Valkyrie in front of him, and greeted him excitedly. But I didn't think. Looking at the Thor Valkyrie in front of him, he frowned slightly and threw the electrode in his hand. I don't know where to get a device from. The electrodes automatically stuck to all the skin, then penetrated into the skin and became completely embedded. Valkyrie. I squeezed the motor button switch in my hand, and the energy was filled. Thor's body couldn't be controlled, and he immediately fell to the ground, trembling and paralyzed. Asgard. Seeing this scene, everyone didn't know whether to say it was good or bad. The path of the goddess of death Hela is right before our eyes, so we will definitely not be spared. Thrown away like garbage. Is this what the goddess of death does? I was already very good at using Thor's hammer when I was using it normally, but now that I lost it, it seems like I can no longer fight. Why? Heimdall sighed heavily. Once upon a time, he had already understood Odin's thoughts, but I didn't expect Thor. He is so dependent on Thor's hammer. Valkyrie. While others were still discussing the battle just now, Queen Frigga was already whispering. She recognized the identity of this Valkyrie, because a generation of Valkyrie Legion was once led by her, but in the end there were heavy casualties. The Valkyrie army was almost wiped out, but the goddess of death was unscathed. Valkyrie, a powerful warrior in the Valkyrie Corps, saw this tragic scene and finally became disheartened. If Odin had not finally intervened, sealed the goddess of death Hela, and exiled him, I'm afraid this war can never be stopped. And, fortunately, Nash is Odin's peak strength, and even his throne is being challenged by Hela. Of course, he possesses powerful strength, which is enough to challenge the kingship. Wake up! Everyone discovered that he had arrived in the interior of the distant planet Sakar. And here, after the explanation of artificial intelligence, he realized that the owner here is none other than the legendary Gao Tianzuan of the cosmic level. Gao Tianzuan is even more revered as the universe-level collector. Among his collections are warriors of special races. There are also some special cosmic items. Certainly, the Gao Tianzuan in front of him likes the dual arena built on Sakar star the most, using the battles between different races to earn money for himself. And looking at the sturdy Thor in front of him, Gao Tianzuan is very satisfied. At least in his opinion, this would be a good duelist, but whether he could survive, that's entirely up to the individual. But I didn't think. Saul is not satisfied with the status quo. Then, Gao Tianzuan pulled out one of the collectors, and, as an example to scare the monkeys, the latter turned into ashes and died in front of Thor. At last, it turned into a pool of useless liquid. This scene is so cruel. Although Thor looked calm on the surface, his heart was already beating wildly. He finally accepted his fate, and while looking around, suddenly, I saw a familiar figure sitting in the crowd and chatting. That familiar wizard robe. A wizard outfit. Loki! Thor shouted in surprise. Loki was also confused. He didn't expect to see Thor here. But I didn't expect that. When the two met, there was no normal friendly communication, but rather a hint of quarrel. What are you guys talking about? Gao Tianzuan was stunned. He looked at the two people in front of him and asked. Then he introduced Loki. He calls himself a Sakar. Hearing this, God of Thunder, Thor's expression changed slightly. He looked at Gao Tianzuan beside him and quickly explained with a smile. It's already about reputation. Thor felt even more helpless and looked at Loki beside him. But I didn't think. I don't know him. Loki answered calmly with a smile on his face, looking very polite. This moment. So his sky was no longer tight, and his heart was dead. Oh, when Gao Tianzuan heard Thor's introduction, an ant-like smile appeared on his face. After all, as the god of thunder, his combat power should be even stronger. His duel arena is the focus of everyone's attention at the moment. If such a character joins, it will surely usher in new highlights. If you want to be free, you must defeat the current champion, and then you can go wherever you want. Gao Tianzuan surrounded Thor and looked at the sturdy Thor in front of him. He was more and more satisfied. He casually said, If you feel you don't have this ability, you can surrender now and become my slave. Upon hearing this, he's just a champion. I can easily beat him. Thor, who had a bad temper, directly issued a challenge. Then, under the arrangement of the Supreme Lord, Thor met his lifelong enemy. Barber, Stan, don't move. My hands aren't as steady as before. Stan looked at Thor and walked towards him. Stan ***, wearing red glasses, looks a bit funny. Thor roared angrily. I swear by Odin's beard, if you dare to mess with me, you will surely incur the wrath of Thor. But, Buzz, Stan didn't take these words to heart at all. He reached out and pressed the technology button on his arm. With a ding, the button lights up red. Sniff, sniff. Immediately, a series of extremely sharp instruments were ejected from the technology on his arms. It looks like a hair clipper. It looks intimidating. There is no room for negotiation at all. At this moment, Thor immediately backed off. He said weakly, Please, please, don't cut my hair. Ha ha. Stan *** laughed out loud, although his voice sounded a little hoarse. No, no. Seeing Stan getting more and more excited, Thor roared. The hair clipper was getting closer and closer, as if it was going to kill him. Time Management Bureau. Sylvie was speechless. She looked at Loki beside her and hesitated for a moment before saying, Your brother, he can't be ***************. Her eyes were full of disgust. Hearing this, Loki's eyes lit up. Yes. Yes. You finally found it. Actually, I noticed a long time ago that you two look a bit alike. Sylvie folded her arms and retorted mercilessly. Loki was silent, looking at the sacred timeline in front of him, which was still branching out. He had already confirmed it in his heart. What he was about to do was just how much he wished time would slow down a little bit. At least he can stay with me for a little longer. Sylvie, moreover, watching the video in front of him was full of memories, even though he had not experienced those things, but watching the bond between him and Thor, as well as his hometown Asgard, and all the stupid things he did when he was king, and all the efforts and redemption he made along the way. At this moment, it seems that they are no longer the factors that bother him. Asgard. Oh, all the soldiers saw the sharp hair clipper, and their eyes widened. In Asgard, every warrior has long golden hair, strong and flowing. The scars on their bodies are a symbol of honor for everyone. because they have experienced countless battles. Moreover, they admire primitive force the most, so their hair is also a symbol of their fighting power. That evil hair clipper is our lifelong enemy. No, Thor. No, don't let him cut your hair off. Thor, hold on, you must hold on. All the soldiers watched the video in front of them. They put their hands together next to their mouths and shouted angrily, trying to cheer for Thor. All the women were speechless when they saw this scene. After all, they don't understand the affairs of grown men. It just sounds so weird that they become enemies for life just because of a haircut. Then they have beautiful hair. That wouldn't turn into hell on earth. One of the female warriors made a pah sound, not appreciating these difficult tasks at all. Where was this so-called glory? Earth. Stark building. No, no. The evil hair clipper, stay away from me. Watching the hair clipper approaching him in the video. An old man Stanley laughed, gay. At this moment, Thor clenched his fists, his whole body was exerting force, and his muscles were shaking. It seems like great pain. All the Avengers looked at Thor with strange expressions. Iron Man did not even try to hide the silence in his eyes. It's just a haircut. How can it be so painful? Hair doesn't have any nerve endings connected to it. Dr. Banner immediately raised his hand and said, I can attest to this. Getting a haircut is not that painful. Hawkeye was speechless. He picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip. Black Widow changed her sitting position and took a sip of wine. Being with this group of people, she was neither neurasthenic nor extremely painful. But, as the heroine, she exudes a unique charm no matter where she is, and this moment is no exception. S.H.I.E.L.D. Puff. Loki couldn't hold back any longer after seeing this scene and burst out laughing. In Asgard, hair is an important part of every warrior's appearance. If a mighty warrior loses his hair, it is as good as being half dead. Although I am trapped in this cage. But, watching the video in front of me, it doesn't seem so boring anymore. But, Loki looked down at his hands. He was waiting to see what punishment Odin, the king of gods, would pronounce on him when he returned to Asgard in the future. And it was because he was trapped in the cage that he missed his mother's funeral. It was precisely because of my naivety and immaturity that I contradicted Odin and received such a severe punishment. Perhaps, as a bystander, he can see more clearly. The mistakes he made were not at the same level as the mistakes Thor had made before. He despises the weakness of life. He enslaves humans at will, and he brings war wherever he goes. For what he did, the law of Asgard was enough to put him to death, but Odin only imprisoned him. And Odin is a man of his word, and every word he says is like a law. But Queen Frigga, I can still visit him in the cage through magic phantoms. I brought him books and talked with him, and he never felt lonely until that fateful day has arrived. But this time, no, Mother, I will not choose to lose you again. Loki's eyes became stubborn. Never. In the video, next moment, Thor with short hair was pushed out. At this moment, he had lost his long golden hair that he was so proud of, leaving only short golden hair, looking a little pitiful. A red line was randomly drawn on his face, as if to identify him. The next moment, here, you can choose the weapons you want to use. Gao Tianzuan, who was standing on the high platform, moved his hand casually. The blue energy barrier in the distance opened, revealing the various weapons placed inside. And Loki, who had pretended not to know him before, sat next to Gao Tianzuan, looking like an honored guest. All right. Looking at this scene, Thor was speechless. But, looking at the duel arena in front of him, he felt a little disdainful in his heart. It would be easy to defeat the so-called champion gladiator here. After all, he is the most powerful warrior in Asgard. Oh, once. He quickly selected his equipment, put on his helmet, and put on the armor he wore when he came here. But at this moment, this set of armor has already belonged to Gao Tianzuan, with a shield in hand and a sword behind his back. Fully armed. Boom! The door to the dueling arena slowly opened, and he walked into the arena, facing an extremely wide platform. Both sides of the platform were filled with densely packed seats, just like a stadium, and at this moment the seats were full of people. Roar! Someone roared with excitement when he saw Thor, who looked like a baby bird. Thor, who had never experienced such a scene before, was unable to adapt for a while. Especially the thought of Loki sitting on the stage watching this fight. And he, like a joker, was thrown into the middle of the field, and a duel-style battle was about to take place. He was speechless. Although I have tried my best not to think about my hair, I still can't help feeling sad when I think about it. And if Odin saw him in his current state, he would definitely mock him for being ugly. Finally, let us welcome the champion who has won 7 consecutive titles. Gao Tianzuan on the high platform stood up and shouted. He had just raised his wine glass. Roar! The whole audience once again erupted in unimaginable roars of shock. And soon, crunch! The gate opposite the duel arena slowly opened with a sound that made people feel gnashing. Snort! Thor's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't care at all. After all, in his eyes, those present were just some special races. How powerful could the so-called duel-style strength be? Finally, the figure behind the door revealed itself. He was dressed like an ancient Roman warrior, and his huge body was like a giant. The color on it green. Thor was stunned and looked up again. Hulk! His entire look changed from confusion to surprise and excitement in an instant. Yes, he clenched his fists excitedly and almost jumped up. But Loki, who was sitting next to Gao Tianzuan, widened his eyes when he saw this scene. He stood up in disbelief. No, I want to leave here. Looking at Hulk standing in the field, the most terrifying memories immediately emerged in his mind. After being severely beaten by Hulk, the fear of Hulk was already left in his heart. Gao Tianzuan, who was sitting there, had a confused look on his face, not understanding what Loki was doing. All the audience watched this scene, feeling thrilled and excited. They didn't know what would happen to this weak humanoid creature next, getting beaten by the green monster on the opposite side. After all, the green giant on the opposite side is simply too powerful. He has fought so many battles and has never lost a single one. Such an exciting battle is full of gimmicks and also attracted more audiences. They were all there for this hardy battle. Look at this green giant in front of you. Can he once again display his incomparably powerful fighting power? But in Loki's eyes, this was clearly a terrifying death warrant. Earth. Stark building. Just now everyone looked at Thor in confusion, and now everyone looked at Banner in confusion. Dr. Banner, are you sure you don't have a twin brother? Iron Man said jokingly. Hawkeye also looked over and put down the wine glass in his hand. After all, there can't be such a coincidence in the world. Why would Hulk appear on the so-called planet Sada? Black Widow also looked over. She pouted slightly and looked confused. Captain America also looked over. He had a good impression of Dr. Banner. As for the Hulk, he is simply a monster whose fighting power becomes more terrifying the angrier he gets. But fortunately, because of the existence of the Hulk, during the Battle of New York, he was able to save Iron Man, who fell from the black hole. Now it seems very likely that this is not a coincidence. No! Dr. Banner immediately shook his head, stretched out his hands, and looked at everyone. But it looks like it's really Hulk. This time, everyone was silenced. Now, in the universe, in a void of emptiness, the towering stones formed a throne, and the darkness below seemed to hide corpses everywhere. At this moment, a giant covered in purple was sitting majestically on the throne. In his hand, he held a broadsword of exaggerated shape. This broadsword, the blades on both sides, are only sharp in the middle of the handle. The terrifying blade exudes a cold light. To use this broadsword requires at least unimaginable strength. Otherwise, it would be hard to even lift it, not to mention wielding this sword. But even such a terrifying broadsword seemed like just a plastic toy when held in the hand of this purple giant. He reached out and picked up the sand and stone, gently polishing the wide edge, emitting sparks. and beside him stood respectfully the servant who looked dry. An elegant outfit, with some golden lines on the clothes and a pair of wise eyes. It seems to emit a cold light at every moment. Ebony Maw, it seems the gem we want is on Earth, the Tesseract. Thanos spoke calmly. Yes. Ebony Maw respectfully placed his hand on his chest and bowed gently. Loyal, just like a puppy. He looked at Thanos in front of him and asked cautiously, when do we set off? Don't worry. I want to see what kind of power is hidden behind this video. Are there any clues to other gems? Thanos shook his head nonchalantly. Multi-universe, what a wonderful word. He still held the sand in his hand, sharpening the broadsword. At this moment, his eyes were sharp. After all, the video revealed more than just a little bit. In the video, when Thor saw the Hulk, he was so excited that he almost dug 2 miles on the spot. And the next moment, he looked at Hulk with enthusiasm. Hulk, it's me. In the video, Thor, for some unknown reason, tentatively stretched out his hands in front of Hulk. A sly smile appeared on his face. Asgard. Even Queen Frigga's eyes were full of disgust when she saw it. The others were even more speechless. Is this still the same Thor from before? In the video, the High Lord on the high platform didn't know what the warriors on the field were doing. He frowned slightly. Loki beside him didn't dare to act rashly, as he was ready to escape at any time. At this moment, with the whole audience watching, everyone was looking forward to the next battle, but at this moment there was complete silence. Everyone's face was filled with confusion. Hulk also looked at Thor in front of him. He was not as angry as before, but now he seemed to be indifferent to everything. Just like a real strong warrior, he despises everything. That kind of indifference, calmness, fearlessness. He also saw the sly smile on Thor's face and the hand that was held out to him. He looked at Thor in front of him again. The smile on Thor's face grew wider, as if he felt the success of his plan. After all, with the power of hospitality, he wanted to escape from here, simply. Hulk grabbed his hand just as he expected. Feeling the solidity in his palms, Thor felt much more at ease at this moment. But, next moment, Hulk grabbed Thor's hand, and then, like holding a doll, smashed it directly beside him. Pa pa pa. He was like a madman, swinging Thor back and forth and slamming him to the ground. The ground was smashed into countless pieces with a loud explosion, and rocks flew everywhere, and soon a small pit appeared. He was like a ruthless smashing machine, and even paused to check Thor's condition. Then, pa pa pa, there was another round of smashing, and then, with a bang, Thor was dropped into the pit. And at this time, Thor was lying in the pit, with the same expression as Loki had at the beginning, both painful and helpless. But I didn't think. Just then, yeah, that's it. Loki, who was sitting next to Gao Tianzuan, stood up and shouted angrily. At this moment, he was so excited that he almost fainted. A high-pitched voice sounded, and the expression was extremely happy. Beside, Gao Tianzuan looked at him as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. Looking at Loki beside him, he looked completely bewildered. I love this kind of game. Loki introduced himself to Gao Tianzuan with a smile from the bottom of his heart on his face. After the interlude, Saul got down to business. Even though he was beaten up by Hulk, he still managed to get to the place where Hulk was resting. And it was here that he saw Dr. Banner, who had transformed into a human form again. After some persuasion, Dr. Banner agreed to return to Asgard with Thor, and their first step is to escape. Then, they escaped. The other side, the High Lord summoned Loki and Valkyrie. The army has been assembled, and they are required to capture Thor and Banner as soon as possible. The crowd set out quickly, unexpectedly. In an unexpected battle, Loki discovered that the Valkyrie had the mark of the Valkyrie Legion on her body. She's also from Asgard, and, according to previous records, the former Valkyrie Corps was annihilated in the process of fighting Hela, and then it disappeared. But I didn't think. The Valkyrie in front of him turned out to be the only one left in the Valkyrie army. Then, snap! Loki's big hand directly covered Valkyrie's forehead, and the power of magic pushed Valkyrie's memory. It directly reproduces the tragic scene that emerged when fighting the goddess of death Hela. Originally, Loki just wanted to activate the Valkyrie's fighting spirit and let her return to Asgard. This magic can arouse the most sincere memories in people's hearts, and he did succeed. In the memory of the Valkyrie, he saw the soaring war horses in the sky and countless Valkyries. A powerful army was formed. They were all powerful warriors of Asgard, but in that battle, they were all killed or wounded. There is no hope of victory in this fierce battle. Hela's power comes from Asgard. As long as she stays in the divine realm, her power is limitless, and she possesses the regenerative healing factor. So are her magical powers. Watching her teammates fall down and die one by one, she finally lost hope. Unexpectedly, after Valkyrie woke up, she immediately launched a series of combos. He tied up Loki without hesitation. Then, Thor appears, bringing with him Dr. Banner, who is wearing a suit. When they saw Loki for the first time, everyone picked up the drink bottles next to them and smashed them on Loki's head. This is a way to test the truth. After all, in the past, Loki would use illusions. Looking at Thor in front of him, Valkyrie finally agreed to return to Asgard. Team formation. The first task is to escape from the Sakar planet in front of us. Although several people do not trust Loki, they have to use Loki's power when they return to Asgard. So, the troops were divided into two groups. Thor and Loki had a great teamwork. After all, a spaceship was stolen from a group of confused soldiers. Just as the spacecraft was about to take off, Loki was clever and created a magic duplication. This time, Thor, who had been stupid for who knows how long, finally wised up and took off the controller from his neck. He had already attached it to Loki's back without knowing when. Loki was confused. Looking at Loki in front of him, Thor smiled and pressed the button. One moment. Snap! Huge amounts of electric current passed through, and Loki, who was full of energy before, now lay on the ground like a dead pig. So he finally decided to leave Loki here. After all, he was well aware of the dangers of Asgard. This battle may not be winnable, but everyone is determined to return to Asgard. Asgard needs to be defended. Hela's strength. It was hard to imagine, and he had no idea if he could survive this battle, although with Hulk. But everything is unknown. The spacecraft takes off. The destination is Asgard. The plan is half done, and at this moment, Loki, who was lying on the ground, was also discovered by the stone man Korg. After recovering, Loki looked at Korg in front of him. Under his persuasion, the group also joined the journey back to Asgard. On the other side, there is no doubt that Hela is so powerful that even Thor has no chance of winning. In Hela's eyes, Thor is not her brother, but just a subject of Asgard. She is born strong. She is the most powerful warrior in Asgard, and she has expanded the territory for Asgard. Odin's throne should have belonged to her. At this time, Odin is not here either, and there is no one who can stop her from ruling Asgard. Then, she beat Thor half to death and even blinded one of his eyes. Thor lost his hammer. There is not much fighting power at all. And at this moment, I'm back. An unexpected surprise that no one expected. Loki actually came back with an enormous spaceship, and this enormous spaceship was big enough to accommodate everyone. Then, Loki is responsible for stopping Hela and fighting alongside Thor. On the other side, Heimdall, dressed in rags and linen, was responsible for taking all the remaining Asgardians onto the refuge ship. But, just then, on the Rainbow Bridge, a giant wolf was walking towards this side from far away, with a fierce light in its eyes, sharp fangs, and scarlet pupils. Now, everyone was in a panic, unable to get past the giant wolf and onto the refugee ship, and the people behind him were also retreating step by step. Then, looking at the Valkyrie on the spaceship, Dr. Banner made up his mind and said, "You should know in front of us is the giant wolf Fenrir, who was resurrected by Hela using the eternal fire." Valkyrie looked at Dr. Banner with an expression like an idiot. She was completely confused and had no idea what this man was talking about. "All right," Banner smiled. "You will know soon." Then, he looked down. The giant wolf Fenrir, who was standing in front of all the civilians, looked at the distance between the spaceship and the Rainbow Bridge. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then, he jumped up and suddenly fell to the ground from the air. Then, in full view of everyone, he fell directly onto the Rainbow Bridge with a thud. And Hulk didn't show up either. Banner had broken bones all over his body, and his cheek was smashed. One moment. The giant wolf Fenrir was stunned. He didn't know whether he should move forward or not. He didn't know if the human in front of him had a problem with his brain. Opposite. All the remaining Asgard people were also stunned at this moment. They looked on in disbelief. Banner smashed into a puddle on the ground. The guardian, Heimdall, who was wearing rags and sackcloth, had a look of shock on his face. This person, what can I compare him to? Earth, Stark building, pa. Everyone held their foreheads and covered their eyes at the same time. This is simply unbearable to watch. So scary. How could you do such a thing? Hawkeye was stunned. Iron Man couldn't help but say, "Falling to death in front of everyone. Are you trying to scare the enemy to death?" Well, Dr. Banner didn't know how to explain it. He can indeed do such an embarrassing thing. But Hulk didn't show up. That's weird. Kamartosh. Oh, when Doctor Strange saw this scene, he couldn't help but close his eyes. This is so embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. Withered Town. Wanda unexpectedly wanted to laugh when she saw this scene. The emotions that have been suppressed for such a long time seem. Just a little more stuff. Guardians of the Galaxy. Rocket Raccoon scratched his head, and then he saw Star-Lord beside him. What kind of person is this? Groot. Groot's eyes revealed wisdom. Ha 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 ha. The Destroyer laughed even harder. Ahem. Gamora took a sip of water to hide her embarrassment. Probably. Star-Lord was also speechless at this moment. Video continues. The following battle was not smooth sailing. In order to ensure that all refugees can board the ship safely, at this moment, Thor, Loki, and Valkyrie all stood in front of Hela. At this moment, Thor regained his power, because when he was beaten by Hela and couldn't take care of himself, in his mind, Odin appears. "Father, I can't do it." Thor looked at Odin in front of him, his eyes full of desire. After all, Odin has always been there to protect him, so he doesn't need to be at the forefront, but he taught himself to be a warrior. Thor's hammer has been broken. My current strength is not enough to defeat Hela. His eyes were full of those directed at his old father. I want my dad's help. But at this moment, Odin in his mind asked coldly with a cold face, "Are you the god of hammer or Thor? Without the hammer, you are nothing." One moment, Thor's heart seemed to be opened up. Brush. He opened his eyes instantly. Even in the blind pupils, there was a flash of lightning. Boom! With one blow, Hela, who was pressing on him, was directly knocked away. At this moment, taking advantage of the brief interval, he also said to Loki, "If you want to defeat the waves, you need to get the crown of Flame Giant from the treasure house. You only have one chance." After saying this, he rushed forward again and fought with Hela without saying anything else. Now that Thor has regained his fighting power is equally strong. Although, he is still no match for Hela, but with the help of the Valkyrie, he can temporarily hold the opponent back. Good. Looking at the fighting Thor, Loki was unusually calm at this moment for some reason. Green magic enveloped his entire body, and along with it, his figure disappeared from the spot. When it appears again, his figure had arrived at a place that looked extremely empty. Here, this is the hidden treasure house in the Hall of Heroes. You can even see the figure of a destroyed mecha. It is also Odin's collection treasure house. Here are spoils of war from defeating enemies, as well as treasures collected by Odin. The green eternal flame keeps burning, and the eternal flame will never go out. This is from Flame Giant. Thor once went out to fight, and because he lost the eternal flame, the flame giant's strength was only 1/10 of what it was. Therefore, he has a chance to defeat Flame Giant and take the crown of Flame Giant. And now, as long as you throw the crown back into the eternal fire, the Flame Giant will be revived. Soon, at the deepest part of the treasury, Loki finally found the key item of this trip, the crown of Flame Giant. There are some other things on display here. Suddenly, Loki saw a familiar blue square. Tesseract. He hesitated for a moment, then took the Tesseract in his hand, and then negotiate the way Saul does. The weak flame finally flickered gently, agreeing with Thor's opinion. Then, Loki took a deep breath. Throw the crown of Flame Giant into the eternal fire. Now, Thor fought with the determination to die. But, after awakening the power of Thor, Thor's combat power has been greatly improved. It is no longer easy for Hela to defeat Thor. For a moment, he was unable to completely kill Thor, and for a moment he felt extremely annoyed. But at this moment, Hela's face changed drastically. She suddenly turned her head and looked in the direction of the temple, because, in her powerful perception, she clearly felt that something was awakening deep in the temple. That terrifying power, an unimaginable thrill. Opposite, success. Thor, who also felt this energy, smiled slightly. Although, he had already thought of the consequences of doing so, which was Ragnarok and the destruction of Asgard. But, as long as the people of Asgard behind him are still alive, Asgard will still exist no matter where he goes. There's a home only when there are people. This was Odin's last message to him. At this moment, the remaining people of Asgard have already boarded the refugee ships, and there are only a few left. And at this moment, brother, Loki appeared beside Thor and asked seriously, "Do you know what the consequences of doing this will be?" "No." At this moment, Thor's face was firm. "But this is the only way." His face was resolute, without the slightest hesitation or regret. "Okay, I respect your decision." Loki was relieved at this moment. "What did you guys do?" At this moment, Hela finally realized that something was wrong, and she shouted angrily. Finally, roar! A roar resounded between heaven and earth. The next moment, encountering an unimaginable giant, suddenly standing between heaven and earth, his body seemed to be made of flames. Huge bones, a crown of flames on the head. Base, pulling out a huge sword several hundred meters long. He stood majestically between heaven and earth. With a casual sword, he slashed at the distant building. Boom! Ordinary buildings could not withstand such terrifying force and were chopped to pieces in an instant. Seeing this scene, go, 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 Thor's expression changed slightly. The flame giant in front of him integrated the eternal flame. His strength will be enhanced unimaginably. Even the former god King Odin could not directly fight against such an existence. This is the most feared existence of all gods. Nowadays, he has regained all his strength and still holds hatred for Asgard and his promise to Thor. The first thing to do is destroy Asgard, ending Ragnarok. Instead of letting Hela destroy Asgard, it is better to use the power of the flame giant. Destroy Asgard and completely eliminate the source of Hela's power. This is the only way. Boom! Under the terrifying power of the flame giant, the entire Asgard was destroyed like a toy. Buildings collapsed everywhere, and the entire Asgard was burning in fire. No! Feeling the power draining away from her body, Hela couldn't help but burst into anger. Once Asgard is completely destroyed, she will also lose the source of her power. By then, life and death can be imagined. But suddenly, brush, a huge sword stabbed down from above his head. Thor, sitting on the spaceship, watched this scene. Why? He sighed and finally withdrew his gaze. At this moment, as long as the Asgardians still existed, Asgard would not be destroyed. But if Hela enslaves the people of Asgard, all that will be left for Asgard is war and destruction. Loki seemed to be thinking about something, and reached out to pat Thor's shoulder. Even the Valkyrie who once looked down upon Loki the most, rarely said anything. Behind, all the Asgardians showed fear on their faces, and the girl huddled in her mother's arms. Although they have a strong divine physique. But in the final analysis, they're not much different from humans. There is birth, aging, sickness, and death. There is right and wrong, and there are 7 emotions and 6 desires. At this moment, Thor stood in front of everyone. I will take you to a safe place. Hearing this, everyone looked at Thor. The gaze at this moment, the attention he got from everyone made him realize what a king should do. It made him realize what Odin once said about duty, growth, and responsibility. What exactly was the meaning? As expected, he sat on the throne that belonged to the king, and Loki, standing beside him. The look he gave Thor was full of respect, without even a hint of the previous. Envy. The spaceship left Asgard and quickly traveled into the universe. And it was not until this moment that everyone finally let go of their worries. In Hela's hands, no one can survive. Although Asgard is gone now, at least all the people are still there. Until this time, Thor and Loki finally relaxed. Actually, brother, I find that you are not as bad as I thought. Thor looked at Loki. In his eyes was a smile of relief. Loki pursed his lips. What I want to say is self-evident. Asgard. Watching the destroyed Asgard in the video, everyone was shocked. This is Ely, I don't know how many years of Asgard. Asgard, which had fought countless battles among the 9 kingdoms, had existed for who knows how long. Destroyed. Queen Frigga also looked helpless. Fortunately, Thor finally showed his wit at the last moment. The 2 brothers put aside their past grudges and fought together, thus saving countless people of Asgard. Queen Frigga was lying on a chair, her face showing a trace of fatigue. Nowadays, during the time when Odin was asleep, she could not lead Asgard to prosperity, but at least she could make the people in front of her live in peace. This has already made her use all her skills. Suddenly, Frigga, a big hand was placed on the queen's shoulder. This hand is dry and strong, but also has wrinkles due to old age. Frigga suddenly looked up. Odin, wearing a golden helmet, seemed to be a little older, but he finally woke up. You're awake, she said in surprise. Yeah, Asgard has been destroyed. What will I do if I don't wake up? Odin looked at the video unhappily, and below. Because of Odin's arrival, the hearts of all his subjects were no longer as heavy as before. This is the backbone, the king of Asgard. Video continues. At this moment, when everyone was briefly settled on the boat, outside the spacecraft, Buzz, suddenly, a huge monster appeared from invisibility, the size of a terrifying spaceship. The spaceship that Loki brought back from Sakar looks like a toy in front of this giant. Pa pa pa. Countless lights turned on, and the spaceship full of Asgard subjects was directly locked in front of them. And right there, on the deck of another spaceship, the sturdy figure of a purple giant appeared in front of everyone. He put his hands behind his back and looked calmly at the small spaceship in front of him. Beside, Ebony Maw stood there like a butler, a loyal servant. On the refugee boat, Thor's face changed drastically. Base. Loki also showed the dagger in his hand. At this moment, the situation began to become critical. The battle scene that everyone wanted to see did not appear. The screen flashes. The ground was already filled with countless corpses, like ants, dead everywhere. Apparently, they're the Asgard subjects who were descended from the refugees before. As the camera moves, Thor, who was previously recognized by all Asgard people, now had a bloody face in his head. Just like that, he was held in the palm of Thanos' hand. The powerful Thor is more like a large toy at this moment. In front of Thanos, he is no match at all. Opposite, Loki's face was also covered with scars. But, the next moment, hand over the Tesseract, or Thanos said calmly. At this moment, he pressed one of the gems in the golden glove on his right hand against Thor's temple. Pa! The power gem. The terrifying power burst out directly in this piece in an unimaginable way. Without any obstruction, he poured energy into Thor's head. Ah! Thor roared in pain, unable to resist the pain. This expression, at this moment, he is facing a life and death situation. Okay, I'll give it to you. Loki couldn't bear it any longer. He stretched out his right hand, blue magic flashed, and the Tesseract suddenly appeared in his hand. He walked towards Thanos step by step. Thor's eyes were fixed on Loki. He doesn't want to compromise. But suddenly, don't forget, we still have. Loki suddenly looked at Thor. Hulk, huh? He threw away the Tesseract in his hand. He hugged Thor and rolled to the side. Roar! In the distance, the sound of rage was heard, and a huge amount of green giant rushed over from a distance, punching Thanos with his fist holding a sandbag. Before Thanos could react, he was pushed out. Loki helped Thor up, and the two looked into the distance where Thanos and Hulk were fighting. At least the fighting power of both of them is not as good as Hulk. In Loki's eyes, there is no Thanos that cannot be dealt with if Hulk takes action. Thor also looked at the battle scene. At the moment, he was seriously injured and didn't even have the strength to stand up. Covered in blood, it is hard to imagine what kind of battle he just went through. Finally, a quarter of an hour later, Thanos carried the half-dead Hulk on his back and walked out step by step, throwing away the Hulk as if he was throwing away garbage. Thrown in front of Loki and Thor. At this moment, Loki and Thor were both stunned. Hulk, we were defeated. This purple giant in front of me has such terrifying fighting power. Tap, tap, tap. Thanos, wearing armor, walked toward him step by step, and the sense of oppression was extremely overwhelming. Thor glanced at the ground, picked up an iron rod, and looked at Thanos, who was in front of him. He went up and hit him with the rod. After being hit by a stick, Thanos tilted his head slightly and turned back again with some anger in his eyes. Bang! He raised his leg and kicked Thor, who flew out. Thor flew backwards and rolled on the ground, rolled into the dead Asgard people. At this moment, it's also in very bad condition. Seeing this, Ebony Moss stretched out his sharp right hand and waved his dry fingers gently like old tree bark. Under the power of an unknown magic, the iron and steel scraps scattered on the ground floated up and then quickly flew towards Thor. They tied him up in circles, confining him in place so that he couldn't move. Heimdall, lying on the ground dying, tried his best to turn his head to look at Thor. He saw the unyielding battle in Thor's eyes. Talisman of Rebirth, please let me use the power of darkness for the last time. He muttered to himself, holding the broken sword in his left hand. One moment. The unknown power came clearly. The light of the rainbow bridge flickered wildly, and the power of the rainbow rolled up the Hulk on the ground. I don't know where to fly. Destroy all people. They were all stunned by the scene before their eyes. They never thought that the Asgardians lying on the ground, already dying, it was only at the last moment that such power could be unleashed. Thanos came over. He reached out to catch the halberd under his command and looked at Heimdall on the ground, shaking his head lightly. You shouldn't do this. The last bit of tolerance he had for the prisoners of war had disappeared from his eyes. He reached out and grabbed the halberd, stabbing it down fiercely. Base. The sharp halberd pierces the flesh directly. It deeply stimulated Heimdall's body. No! Thor saw this and shouted angrily, but it was no use. His entire body was bound with steel, and at this moment he could only be bound there unyieldingly. Base! Looking at Heimdall, lying on the ground with anger still in his eyes. Thanos once again thrust the halberd in his hand deep into Heimdall's body. Even gently rotate, the sharp blade pierced Heimdall's body directly. In the last scene, Heimdall was filled with reluctance. His pupils were dilated, and he had completely lost his life force. Even the broken sword blade in his left hand fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Thor was furious. His body was covered in blood, and his right eye was even blind. The only remaining eye was filled with anger and hatred. Earth, Stark Building. As everyone watched the video in front of them, the wine in their hands suddenly lost its fragrance. Captain America even subconsciously clenched his fists and turned to look at Thor beside him. Do you know who this guy is? Why is he slaughtering the Asgard people? Well, Iron Man put down the cup, his expression solemn. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably for the Tesseract. I don't know what it is, but it can open a portal to the universe. So it's definitely not an ordinary object. Even Hulk was no match for him. He was defeated with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. This is incredible. Dr. Banner reached out and grabbed his hair, his eyes even filled with some fear. It's so scary that there are such things in the universe, Hawkeye said with lingering fear. He tilted his head back and poured all the wine in the glass into his mouth, with a hint of anger in his eyes. Black Widow was silent, but then asked, "If we can see the video in front of us, it means that everyone in the universe can see it. Does this mean that the Earth is very likely exposed to everyone?" Boom! This sound was like a bolt from the blue that struck everyone's head. Thor was extremely angry and didn't care about anything else at this moment. He stood up quickly. "No, I must return to Asgard immediately. This matter concerns the survival of Asgard. Although I don't know what the Tesseract is, I'm afraid only my father knows something." "Right." Captain America nodded slightly and looked at the people in front of him. "I'm afraid we have to make some plans. This matter is very serious." Even Tony Stark, who always likes to talk, just nodded silently at this moment. Asgard. Odin, the king of gods, lay on his back on the throne. At this moment, his clothes looked even cooler. Without his armor, the god King Odin looked like an ordinary old man. Queen Frigga, sitting beside him. All the other Asgardians watched the video in front of them, but no one expected such a turn of events. Even the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall, was surprised at this moment. He witnessed his own death in battle. At this moment, he looked solemn, but he slowly exhaled and looked at the people in front of him. The video is real. He used the dark power for the last time, and perhaps only he himself knew about it. This was the secret of his power. His power comes from darkness, which is completely different from the power of Asgard. As an old subordinate of Odin, if his dark power were exposed to all Asgardians, it would be an unimaginable disaster. No one can predict what other people will think of him. God King Odin nodded slightly and looked at the video in front of him. Thanos, the legendary giants. Their fighting power is incredible beyond the 9 realms. I can indeed feel that the Tesseract contains unimaginable power, but I don't know what it is. The next moment, he frowned slightly. However, the power of the purple gem emitting from the glove that person is wearing seems to be very similar to the power of the Tesseract. Can it be made into a file size like a gem? It's like the power of the origin of the universe. But soon Odin looked at the video in front of him and he began to wonder, what is he going to do? In the video, Ebony Moss slowly raised his hand. Click! The steel bindings automatically closed, forming a mask that fixed his mouth. Ebony Throat was very elegant and put a finger on his lips. It was as if the weak were not worth mentioning in their eyes, just trash that could be killed at will. Thanos retracted his gaze and passed by Black Dwarf and Proxima Midnight. Ebony Maw was the first to come to Thanos. He knelt on his knees. He gently raised his right hand and saw the blue Tesseract floating in his palm, and he respectfully handed the Tesseract to Thanos. "My noble lord, I am willing to serve you till death. No one can be stronger than you. You are more noble and more worthy of these 2 Infinity Stones. Just like a loyal servant who licks the dog." Thanos, who had fought 2 battles, casually pulled open his armor and threw it away, revealing the true form of the giants. He gently stretched out his right hand, and a big hand grasped the Tesseract. The Tesseract, which can emit a terrifying aura, is like a small toy in his hand. Ebony Maw once again spoke from the bottom of his heart. "The entire universe is in your hands." Thanos, who was holding the Tesseract, suddenly exerted force with his right hand, and his arm rose slightly. Unexpectedly, click, click, the indestructible blue Tesseract actually began to shatter slowly, and was finally crushed by his bare hands with a loud bang. You slowly open your right hand, and see a blue thumb-sized gemstone suddenly appear among the crystal fragments. And the next moment, he blew slowly, stretched out his right index finger and ring finger, pinched the small blue gem, and then raised his left hand. Gently placed this gem on the second groove of the infinity gauntlet. In an instant, boom! A circle of terrifying energy ripples burst out in all directions. At this moment, he raised his left hand, and a look of pain appeared on Thanos' face. He had obtained the power of the Space Stone. This scene, everyone saw it. A dilapidated town. Watching the video of Thanos getting 2 gems, scarlet, which Wanda's eyes flickered with a little scarlet light. The feeling of hatred rushed into my mind, crazily. Thanos. The painful memories seemed to tear her apart, and her face was almost distorted. If it weren't for the appearance of Thanos, she wouldn't have lost her happy life. Vision. He wouldn't have died at the hands of Thanos. Everything is now irreversible. Watching the video, I will definitely teach you how to tear you into pieces. Wanda screamed, her voice almost no longer human. In addition to the origin magic power, another terrifying power was boiling in her body, dark and rich. And now, after absorbing Agatha's magic, her magical attainments have been raised to a higher level, and her current strength is even more impossible to fathom. Earth. Seeing this scene, Dr. Banner stood up excitedly. It turns out that there is a gem of cosmic power hidden inside the Tesseract. This is Thanos' purpose. Iron Man couldn't help but admire. It's incredible. It's simply amazing. It's actually a cosmic level power. No wonder it hides so much terrifying energy. Captain America folded his arms. Watching the video in front of me, I was also extremely excited. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. has used Tesseract to create countless energy weapons. It's unbelievable. And at this moment, looking at this cosmic crisis before him, Iron Man still had a certain tacit approval of that idea in his heart. He must succeed, because with the current human power, it is impossible to resist such a terrible disaster. In the video, there are 2 more Infinity Stones on Earth. Find them and bring them to Titan. Give them to me, kids. Thanos felt the boiling power of the Infinity Stones and looked at the Titan Legion in front of him. He ordered casually. Whether it was Ebony Maw, Proxima Midnight, Dark Star, or General Corvus Glaive, they all knelt on the ground at this moment. Father, we will definitely live up to your trust. Proxima Midnight said in a gentle tone. The scene before my eyes seemed like some kind of religious ceremony. Everyone surrendered to the Thanos before them. Such unimaginable cohesion made the scene before them look incredible. But at this moment, suddenly, excuse me, let me interrupt. Loki, who was previously in the enemy camp, now walked out of the ruins. His clothes looked shabby, but he smiled and stretched out his hands. You should take me with you to attack the Earth. I have more experience than you. He showed an indifferent smile on his face and walked towards the people in front of him step by step. After all, he had dealt with Thanos before. After all, he had used the Space Stone to open the portal and killed countless people. When the Chitauri army was teleported to Earth, the Tesseract was given to him by Thanos. Of course, he had failed before as well. After all, he was beaten into such a state. Are you referring to your experiences of failure? Looking at Loki in front of him, Thanos said indifferently, and there was not even any disappointment on his face. It's like a very ordinary and normal thing. Loki looked at the people in front of him with an awkward smile and said with a smile, People on Earth say that failure is the mother of success. Invincible Thanos, I Loki. He walked towards Thanos step by step, as if to swear his loyalty. The Prince of Asgard. As he spoke, he even turned his head to look at the bound Thor, son of Odin, heir to the throne of Jotunheim. I am also the god of trickery. Here, I promise you. Suddenly, just as he was speaking as if swearing his loyalty, a green light appeared in the palm of his left hand and transformed into an extremely sharp dagger. Loki looked up at Thanos in front of him. I will always be loyal to you. At this moment, he slowly lowered his head, as if he was gathering his emotions. After taking 2 deep breaths, sudden swoosh, he thrust out the dagger in his hand, and the sharp blade went straight for Thanos' throat. But the sharp blade of the dagger, at this moment, it stopped just in front of Thanos' neck. A ray of blue light bloomed, and the space stone above the Infinity Stones now imprisoned Loki's hand in place, making it impossible for him to move forward even a little bit. Loki just gritted his teeth, but it was no use. The blue gem on the Infinity Gauntlet lit up, and his attack was useless. Thanos smiled faintly and looked down at Loki with his giant height. "You said forever?" Loki gritted his teeth and tried to thrust the dagger forward an inch. Even an inch would pierce Thanos' throat. But there was no way. The power of the Space Stone was something he could not resist. "You don't understand the meaning of forever." Thanos spoke lightly. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Loki's hand. Then he struck down lightly with his right hand, and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Due to excessive use of power, Loki's face has a blue glow similar to that of the giants of Jotunheim, and his skin is decaying. And in full view of everyone, Thanos gently stretched out his left hand, wearing the Infinity Gauntlet, gently pinched Loki's neck with the giant's body. Faced with a figure as small as that of a human, he easily lifted Loki up without using much strength. But when his neck was pinched and lifted up, Loki felt extremely painful. He stretched out his hands. He hugged Thanos' arm and kept kicking his legs. Just like a fish that has lost its breath, it feels painful and helpless at this moment. He struggled frantically, but to no avail, and was unable to break free from the Infinity Gauntlet. Even at this moment, Thanos took the time to look at Thor next to him. Thor's face was covered in blood, and his mouth was sealed, so he couldn't make any sound at all. He could only watch helplessly as Loki fell into Thanos' hands. Thanos also looked at Loki in front of him. The strong feeling of suffocation was so painful that it almost made him die. Loki's face turned purple. He even had tears welling up in his eyes because of the extreme pain. But even so, he still used up his last bit of strength to look at Thanos in front of him and said word by word, "You will never, ever become a god." At this moment, veins popped out on his face, his eyeballs were extremely bloodshot, and pain swept through his whole body. Dead. Even his eyes were unfocused, and his pupils had lost focus. A faint smile appeared on Thanos' face. He looked at Loki in front of him and gently exerted force with his right hand. In an instant, Loki was completely lifeless. His body went limp and uncontrollably became like a pile of noodles. He no longer had the strength to resist. Asgard. No. This feeling of grief came over Queen Frigga, and her emotions, which had just eased a little, could no longer be suppressed. The first time she saw Loki's death, her heart was broken. After all, no one in this world could remain calm when seeing a loved one die. But luckily that guy was a liar, and he was resurrected and pretended to be Odin in the Asgard palace for 4 years. Even magic was recognized by Odin. It was such a powerful magic that it took Odin many years to get rid of it. But now, in the hands of Thanos, even the powerful Heimdall had no chance of winning, let alone the weak Loki. He is just a mage. He doesn't have a strong physique like Thor. He is just a magician. Weak guy. And at this moment, he is dying right before my eyes. Odin was also sad. In the video, he saw himself and his recognition of Loki. At this moment, he heard Loki's recognition of his identity and heard Loki say that he was the son of Odin. He stretched out his right hand and gently held the queen in his arms. Loki's death is an indisputable fact. At this moment, he had no way to use magic to escape, and he died in front of Thor. Not only him, but also countless Asgard people. All. The atmosphere was filled with sorrow. After all, it was a very uncomfortable feeling to watch compatriots die beside you and in front of you. Unimaginable. Thor watched his brother die right before his eyes, and he can't do anything. He can only be imprisoned there. In the video, the most murderous side, Thanos came to Thor holding the dead Loki and threw Loki to the ground. Loki's body was as soft as a pile of noodles, lying on the ground, completely lifeless. He is completely dead this time. Looking at Thor in front of him, Thanos said lightly, "Woo woo woo." Thor, whose whole body was bound with iron, and even his mouth and nose were sealed, saw Loki dying in front of him. He tried to struggle madly, but to no avail. The last scene stayed on Loki's mouth and nose, which were covered in blood. His body was completely cold, and there was no possibility of resurrection. One thing that surprised everyone. After doing all this, Thanos did not kill Thor. He just raised his right hand gently. I saw a purple light spread out from the wireless gloves in an instant. The area in front of us, a blazing purple fire instantly ignited. In front of the terrifying power gem, there is nothing that cannot be destroyed. Even the steel in front of me was ablaze with fire. In the next moment, Thanos raised his gloves again. The blue space gem glowed, and a blue light curtain bloomed around all the Titans. It enveloped everyone, and finally this light curtain swallowed up everyone's figures, forming a special cosmic transmission channel. Boom! Without the magic to strengthen it, the steel lost its bindings, and Thor broke free. Exhausted and even seriously injured at this moment, he crawled step by step to Loki's side. Looking at Loki dying in front of him, he reached out and grabbed Loki's body and said in a pleading tone, "No, Loki." As soon as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. He was seriously injured at this time. But unfortunately, Loki was completely dead at this moment, and his face was full of frost. The final scene is frozen on the refugee ship of Asgard, with the power to maintain the terrifying burst of power. Boom! The refugee boat cracked and eventually exploded into a ball of purple light. This scene came to an abrupt end. Earth, shield. Loki, who was imprisoned in the cell, was unable to come back to his senses for a long time when he saw this scene. He saw his own death in the video. Even following his own experience in the video, he was unable to rebel at all at this moment. And finally, I never thought that I would die for Asgard. Loki showed a bitter smile on his face. At this moment, he was sitting in a cage in a decadent state. The chain around his neck had been removed by his magical power, but the video in front of him could not be faked at all. At this point, although he couldn't prove it, at this moment, Loki's heart is full of bitterness. Trash, Asgard's trash, the trash second prince. Destroy Asgard and kill the Queen Mother. It turns out that all this is true. It was me who killed everyone. His eyes were slightly red. He just wanted to fight for glory and to determine right and wrong. But he didn't want to kill everyone. I don't want to destroy my home either. It's where I grew up, and it's also my mother's home. He killed the Queen Mother. He couldn't even attend the funeral and was trapped in this damn cage. He hated Odin. He hated Thor. But in the end, it was just a joke, and he was the one who started it all. Loki leaned against the cage, dejected. The color drained from his face. Although I don't know what kind of punishment I will face when I return to Asgard. This time, he just wants to compromise. He just wants to protect his mother. He doesn't want to. I don't want to lose the person who loves me the most again, and I don't want to make the same mistake again. And at the same time, Thor, who came to S.H.I.E.L.D., also calmed down a little. He looked at Agent Hill. What about Loki? I might need to take him back to Asgard. Yes, it's okay. The director has given instructions. Agent Hill, who was still looking at the documents, did not even raise his head, but immediately led the way. Came to a special energy prison. Thor saw Loki, who was completely different from what he had imagined. At this moment, Loki was disheveled, with disheveled hair, and his face was full of regret and remorse. There's no such carefree look at all. Seeing Thor coming, Loki subconsciously raised a weak smile. "Hi, brother." Laugh. The energy cage opened, and Loki thought Thor was going to scold him again. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Thor actually stretched out his hands, hugged him in his arms, and gave him a huge amount of hugs. This hug, very hard. Loki, who had never felt such a hug since he was a child, felt the difference in Thor. But after hesitating for a moment, he also stretched out his hands and gave Thor a hug. When he let go, Loki was about to speak, but found that. "Promise me, don't die." Thor's eyes were red, and he was almost about to cry. Loki opened his mouth, and the words of teasing were on the tip of his tongue, but at this moment, he just nodded slightly. "Okay, I promise you. Kamartosh." Doctor Strange watched the video in front of him, and the moment the Tesseract was crushed, the blue gem was revealed. He immediately stretched out his right hand and gently covered the eye of Agamotto. He was shocked. "If I'm not mistaken, you are probably also a cosmic gem." Watch the video to see the other gems have their own powers. Special powers. The special thing about the Eye of Agamotto is that it can go back in time. Doctor Strange sighed. The Power Stone, the Space Stone. Then this one might be the Time Stone. Looking up at the sky again, he couldn't help but feel a little worried inside. Disaster is coming soon. On Earth. Watching Loki in the video, completely dead, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Many people looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Because many of the characters in this video are real, that is to say, that terrifying race of giants obviously also really exists. It would be unimaginable if we encountered a giant tribe with such terrifying strength. What method can be used to win? And what exactly is that unknown gem? It is still unknown. Moreover, it is still unknown whether the giants are aliens or what kind of existence they are. And often these mysterious things are the ones that can arouse the most fear in people. Suddenly, just then, I thought my life was over. Actually, this is a good ending, at least at the last moment. I understand now that what I want is not something precious. Maybe it's just to be recognized. Maybe it's just to be treated as a companion. Understand what you really want in your heart. But just then, an accident occurred. Loki's voice sounded again. Da-da-da. A group of people walked forward step by step. One of them was wearing a red cloak, and the other was wearing a green cloak. Loki's image is still disheveled and looks horrible. And at this moment, with his hands cuffed by special handcuffs, Thor is walking forward step by step. This scene, it was like it had never happened before. Earth, Stark building. Looking at this familiar place in front of her, Black Widow's eyes were cold. Is this S.H.I.E.L.D.? It looks like the place where Loki is detained. Yes, I recognized it too, and it looks like it will happen soon. It is obvious that Thor is going to take Loki back to Asgard. Dr. Banner said excitedly on the side. "Why are you here? Didn't Loki die just now?" Hawkeye was very calm. He looked at the people in front of him. "Accident. Loki just said it was an accident? What kind of accident is this?" Captain America folded his arms, touched his chin, and had a look of suspicion on his face. And at this moment, "Look, is that me?" Iron Man suddenly moved closer to the video in front of him, and in the video, he was wearing the clothes of an ordinary delivery man. "Yes." Thor nodded slightly. "But why does it seem like there are other people who look exactly like him?" Two Iron Men. In the video, all the staff gathered around Loki, and Thor followed beside him. They were going back to Asgard. But when one of the staff members turned around, Tony with a mustache was revealed. His magnetic voice sounded. Thumbelina received a reply. "I saw the target. Now it's your turn." Got it. The other side's voice was very urgent. In the next moment, a smaller version of Ant-Man appeared on Iron Man's body. Oh, another one. The scene before my eyes really appeared. Two Iron Men. One wearing the clothes of an ordinary S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Forces officer. Another one, a suit of steel armor. But at this moment, the miniature Ant-Man actually got into the steel inside Iron Man. When he was unaware, you could see the adhesion between the skin inside the steel and the steel. Is that the smell of deodorant? Ant-Man's voice was full of surprise. "Yes, I have a can in my drawer, just in case," Tony said casually. At least at this moment, he did not speak openly, but as soon as his lips moved, the sound came out. "Can you stop talking nonsense? I'm entering your body again. Right now." Ant-Man's voice was a little excited. Snap! He pressed the shrink button again, and his body shrank again into the micron level. Da-da! The S.H.I.E.L.D. people walked forward step by step, carrying the Tesseract and the detained Loki, and walked out of the hall. On the other side, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D., Alexander Pierce, came over with heavy siege, and they were numerous. Looking at the Iron Man group in front of him, Alexander Pierce said bluntly, "Guys, where are you going? Have lunch, then go back to Asgard." Although he had a frank smile on his face, he didn't know who the person in front of him was. But at least there shouldn't be any other outsiders in S.H.I.E.L.D. at this moment. He is Nick Fury, the leader of that gang. Tony beside him looked at Thor and explained. Alexander Pierce turned his head away with a disdainful expression. He looked at Thor in front of him. Usually called the Secretary General, now I need you to hand over the prisoner to me. Thor was stunned on the spot. Loki can only be judged by Odin. No, he's decided by us. Odin can do whatever he wants. I need that box. It is the property of Chun Jungju. Alexander Pierce, with a look of responsibility on his face, even reached out and took down the box containing the Tesseract. It was naturally impossible for him to get what he wanted, and a female staff member holding the box subconsciously took a step back. Iron Man took the box. Far away. Seeing this situation, Tony, who was dressed as a Special Forces soldier, immediately urged, "Hurry up, Stuart Little. The situation here is not good." On the other side, I don't want to discuss who has a higher level here. Just make sure you don't die. Ant-Man has entered a special space. There was a blue light blooming all around. The space looked very small, a special energy device. Unimaginable energy bursts out at any time. This is obviously Iron Man's arc reactor. Okay, it's just a minor arrhythmia. Tony looked cautious. Arrhythmia is no small matter. Ant-Man sighed. He has come to the arc reactor, connected to Iron Man's heart. It is because of the energy constantly emitted from the arc reactor that the energy in Iron Man's body is restrained. Shrapnel kept scattering. This saved his life. Otherwise, if the shrapnel had penetrated his heart, he would have died. At this moment, the behavior can be said to be extremely critical. Alexander Pierce was the man to take charge, even though the man in front of him was a god from Asgard. "Give me that box. We can discuss the issue of jurisdiction." Iron Man took the lead. Snap! Alexander's bodyguard grabbed Tony's hand and tried to take the box away. "Take your hands off." There was also some anger on Iron Man's handsome face. "There's no time. Unplug it quickly." Tony urged again. "Okay, I'm going to pull it out." Ant-Man was immediately excited. Snap! He stretched out his short hands, hugged the mechanical channel, and instantly pulled out the connection between the arc reactor and the heart. In an instant, snap! Fine sparks flickered inside the arc's reactor. One moment. Iron Man's whole body was hit hard, and with a thud, the box's hand fell to the ground, and the arc reactor on his chest flickered. He opened his mouth wide, but couldn't breathe any air. His face turned pale instantly, and he lost control of himself and fell to the ground. "Stark, Stark!" Looking at the Iron Man in front of him, Alexander shouted hurriedly. Thor came to Iron Man's side and shouted, "He can't breathe. Everyone give him some space." "Doctor, doctor!" Even Alexander Pierce at this moment shouted anxiously. Although he possesses supreme power throughout S.H.I.E.L.D., the importance of the person in front of him can be imagined. If something happens to Iron Man, it will cause unimaginable losses to the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. Far away, Tony, the instigator of this scene, looked around and said, "Call a doctor. Help him quickly." His expression looked very casual, which created a special sense of humor. This scene left everyone confused. After all, according to common knowledge, it is impossible for two identical people to appear in the same place and time period. This goes against common sense. This scene happened right before my eyes. And Tony also told his companions about his weakness and asked them to remove the device that was holding Iron Man's life back. What is he going to do? Everyone watching the video was confused at the moment and had no idea what this scene was trying to express. In the video, Iron Man, whose life traction device had been removed, now had a red face, and the arc reactor on his chest was flashing wildly. "Tony, can you hear me?" Thor squatted beside him anxiously. This moment, almost everyone was anxious. Stark, is that the machine on your chest? Alexander Pierce, also squatting on the ground, asked worriedly. At this moment, everyone's attention is on Iron Man. No one noticed. A figure the size of a text file emerged from Iron Man's clothes, then jumped up and down, suddenly jumping up. Bang! A random kick. He kicked the box containing the Tesseract out directly. The box spun on the ground and rolled away. Opposite, Loki, whose mouth was sealed by the device, happened to witness this scene at this moment, and he looked confused. Breathe, breathe. On the other side, everyone was still urgently treating Iron Man. And here, Tony was quick-witted. He saw the box being kicked away, immediately picked it up, and walked away. A bustling crowd. At this moment, no one noticed him at all. He also quickly walked toward the elevator. Good job. See you later. I'm going to have some pizza, Tony said. Full of ease, he reached out to open the elevator. Unexpectedly, bang! A sturdy green figure rushed out from the stairwell and suddenly threw open the door of the stairwell. This door directly knocked Tony, who was about to enter the electrical department, out. The silver box containing the Tesseract was also sent flying backwards by this terrifying force, hitting the ground hard and breaking open. Ding-ling bang-bang. The extremely hard Tesseract slid on the ground, and by chance, it came to Loki's feet. 8 stairs, the Hulk roared like crazy. This horrific appearance frightened everyone so much that they screamed and fled in all directions. Bang! He punched the wall next to him to vent his anger. And right here, Loki looked down at his feet in shock. After making sure that no one noticed, he immediately squatted down and held the Tesseract in both hands, even with his hands handcuffed. The next moment, a cloud of blue smoke immediately appeared around him, enveloping him. The special cosmic barrier swallowed him whole. His figure disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. And here, Iron Man's face was still filled with pain. Seeing the look on his friend's face, Thor got anxious. He took out Thor's hammer and said, I know a way. I want to try it. I don't know if it will work or not. He gently lifted Thor's hammer. He placed it on the arc reactor on Iron Man's chest and then tapped the hammer lightly. Snap! A flash of lightning directly electrified Iron Man. His expression immediately returned to normal. Very good, Thor said in surprise. You also know first aid, that's awesome. Iron Man said in surprise as he looked at Thor in front of him. I really guessed it right. Thor also smiled and looked excited. Iron Man asked again, where is the box? The box is in. Thor immediately looked back, but was shocked to find that the box had been opened on the ground more than 10 meters away. Even the figure of Loki in custody has disappeared. He panicked. Where is the box? Where is Loki? And not far away. Tony, who was knocked away by Hulk, got up from the ground. He held the hood and looked regretful. Things shouldn't be like this. Unexpectedly, you messed up, didn't you? Captain America's voice came from the other end of the line. It seems like it's messed up. Tony's tone weakened a little. Earth. Kamar Taj. Looking at the plot in the video, Doctor Strange could probably guess that at the same time, in one scene, there cannot be 2 identical people. But if the power of time is utilized, then it can be explained. And the purpose of this group of people is obviously to obtain the Infinity Gems, and therefore the Infinity Gems from other time and space. This may well indicate that Doctor Strange looked a little depressed. We fail. S.H.I.E.L.D. All the videos of the agent looking at the eyes. In the video, Loki, who accidentally got the space and gem, directly started teleportation, confusing everyone present. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., each one of them is a seasoned agent, and there is even a strict hierarchy within S.H.I.E.L.D. But such a huge mistake happened right under their noses. This moment, everyone's face felt like they had been slapped several times, and it was burning with pain. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury's face, which was already dark, became even darker. Snort. With a snort, he turned and left. When I opened my eyes again, I found that I had come to a void in the universe. In the video, Loki, who escaped from heaven, seemed very excited. But before he could be happy for 2 seconds, an orange rectangular portal suddenly opened on the opposite side. The specially dressed agent walked towards them step by step, holding a particle eraser in his hand, which was extremely dangerous. Once touched, the entire person will be instantly wiped out. No matter how good he was at fighting, facing the endless stream of reinforcements, Loki was eventually knocked unconscious. Then he put on a restraint collar and handcuffs. Then, following the crowd, he came to the place of TVA. Welcome, Loki. The middle-aged man with silver hair had an excited expression on his face. Mobius even extended his hand and introduced, "Welcome to the Time Administration." And soon, the video plays very quickly. It starts with introducing the Time Management Bureau, and then introducing these time criminals, the Sin, until, when passing through a staff member's drawer, Loki saw a drawer full of gems: the Power Gem, the Space Gem, the Time Gem, the Mind Gem, the Reality Gem, the Soul Gem. Just randomly put it in the drawer. Loki was completely stunned. There's still a lot of them there, and most of them are even used as paper presses. The staff member laughed, didn't take it seriously at all. But in the previous universe, countless people died in order to collect the Infinity Stones. The preciousness of the Infinity Stones is unimaginable. But now it has turned into something like garbage. Even someone used this thing as a table leg. Loki's worldview completely collapsed. Then, he came to the time projection room. After resisting several times, he decided not to resist anymore and started watching his own personal life movie. Just like in a movie theater, he sat there as the only audience, watching his life experience. He was taught by his father since he was young, but he and his brother were incompatible. He can't be a strong warrior. Fortunately, he had a mother who loved him very much, taught him magical skills and powerful swordsmanship. So, he grew up step by step under the care of his mother. But he seemed to want to prove himself in front of his father and his brother. Growing up in honor and admiration, Thor's strength is unquestionable, even though they are brothers. They spend every day together, seeming to be close to each other. In fact, Loki has always had a grudge in his heart. He wanted to prove himself in front of his father, and he even began to hate Thor, like to use magic to play tricks on him, and finally playing tricks on him became a daily routine. In such an environment, he grew up step by step. He calls himself the god of trickery of Asgard, like his brother Thor. In the future, he will also become the Nine Realms, the king of a certain world. But as I grew up, I was repeatedly denied by my father. I don't even know how many times when I was 18. He's still like a minion. He gradually began to hate Soul, to envy Soul, and to be jealous of everything Soul had. And then he went further and further astray, even harboring hatred in his heart. He was no longer the boy he once was. He became rebellious. He no longer obeyed his father's orders, and even tried to trip up Thor in secret many times. Even so, he didn't want to kill Thor. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. But the more so, the truth of all things seemed to go against him. He never got his father's recognition again, and every time he saw it, he only saw his father's disappointment. He wanted to prove himself more and more. Then, once again by chance, he traveled to Midgard, Earth, and planned the invasion of New York. He led countless Chitauri troops to invade New York. At that time, he felt the taste of power. He used the Mind Scepter, too. Countless people on Earth surrendered to him and became his subjects. He controlled everyone. Unexpectedly, in the end, the plan failed, and when he returned to Asgard, he was locked in a cage and could never get out again. But even so, he saw his mother worrying about him day after day and thinking of new ways to make him happy. Use Magic Phantom to appear beside him and accompany him. Bring him new books, bring him fresh fruit, a prison where no one can visit. He is still relaxed and happy every day. But no matter what, his mood was still getting more and more irritable, and he was becoming less and less patient in reading the book. Until that day, He had a breakdown. He said those words that hurt his mother. The mother, because of Thor's return, temporarily canceled the magic projection. But Loki just thought his mother was angry and didn't want to see him. He was waiting for the next meeting with his mother. He wanted to explain to his mother in person that he was not sincere. But what he waited for was his mother's death. He could no longer explain to her in person, and he could never see her again. He couldn't even attend his mother's funeral. At this moment, Loki in the projection of life collapsed, and Loki in the video, tears streamed down his face. He had never experienced these things before, but at this moment he felt the same way because this was his life. He felt the moment his mother died. The pain in his heart was so intense that he couldn't suppress his grief. But it's no use. He accepted everything in front of him, and he knew that he could never go back. And soon, Thor's arrival gave him a chance to take revenge, and he and Thor worked together to kill the Dark Elves. Even though he almost died, but he has no regrets. Then, he even used tricks to exile Odin and those who were not good for him. After 4 years of living happily in Asgard, then encountered an epic crisis, the goddess of death Hela. In the process of fighting with Thor, he gradually recognized the process of Thor and the two fighting side by side, which made them recall their childhood. He also gradually accepted his brother and understood what responsibility really was. He gained Odin's approval and was no longer treated harshly. For the first time, I felt the warmth of a real home. Because of his mother's death, he is no longer as naive as before and has learned to think. And just when he was leading all the refugees to settle down on Earth, the final chapter of other lives. The sword he stabbed before his death was all his pride, his identity as an Asgardian, and his identity as Odin's son. Final. Die. But even if he died like this, he still gained glory. In the video, after reading this, Loki, I couldn't suppress the sadness in my heart. And even after looking back at my own life trajectory, it seemed as if I had really experienced a complete life. He cried so hard, but after gradually calming down, he also accepted his fate. He could no longer go back to the original timeline. He can only be imprisoned here as a time prisoner. But fortunately, he is not alone. But I didn't expect that. Not long after, Mobius found him TVAO, that is the time administration. It seems that some special events that are difficult to control have occurred. Soon Loki also learned about the Time Management Bureau in front of him. What is managed is a complete divine timeline. A long time ago, an unprecedented disaster broke out in the universe, causing countless timelines to be in chaos. At this moment, 3 Time Guardians suddenly appeared, and they worked together to twist the multi-universe into one. And this is the divine timeline. From then on, once someone disrupts the order and creates a timeline, that person will be defined as a time offender. The existence of the Time Management Bureau is to capture these people and then bring them to court for trial. There is a special time offender. Even the Time Management Bureau couldn't catch him, and he even killed their time guards time and time again. And this person, yes, and only Loki can catch it. Loki was confused by this. Even after hundreds of searches, no one was caught. So, Mobius lost all hope and was able to help. Loki finally asked, "Why must it be me?" "Because the person we captured was you." Mobius looked into Loki's eyes and said seriously. Loki was confused. On the other hand, after the 2 test attacks, the danger level of this mysterious man has been raised to a higher level. Time Management Bureau, there is nothing we can do about this mysterious man. The Time Guardians, they died one after another at the hands of mysterious men, and even the Time Guards were abducted. So, Loki's identity changed suddenly, and he became a senior consultant of the Time Administration. And he soon had his first mission, Earth, a square. Now, there are countless figures gathered in this square, including men, women, young and old, and even office workers and students, all gathered here at this moment, just because there is a huge amount of light screen just above the square. The video is playing at this moment. This special video dealt a heavy blow to everyone's peaceful life, an existence that refreshes your worldview. Not only did they learn from the video that there was an alien civilization, They even learned about the Asgard Protoss. Odin, the king of gods, Thor, Loki, the god of trickery. Even, they knew that the Avengers had experienced many battles on Earth. Everyone's three perspectives seemed to have suffered an unimaginable impact. In this world, there are really many incredible people. At this moment, seeing the existence of the Time Administration, everyone's cognition was once again subjected to unimaginable changes. The Sacred Timeline, Time Management Bureau. This seems like a fairy tale, but at this moment, it is happening right in front of everyone. Stark Tower. Except for Thor, who left. At this moment, everyone was stunned watching the video in front of them. The wireless gem is just a piece of crap there to pad the table legs. Just a piece of junk to hold down the papers. Oh my god. Then why do we work so hard to collect Infinity Stones? Dr. Banner turned into a repeater, mumbling to himself, and even looked at Captain America at the end. Is this the truth about the universe? Calm. Captain America reached out to stop him, although he wasn't very calm either. But at least we were all still alive, right? His rebuttal sounded so weak. Iron Man remained silent. He didn't know how to explain the situation. Asgard. Loki. Watching Loki in the video and seeing the images of her own life, Queen Frigga stretched out her hands and gently placed them on her heart. Her eyes were full of worry. He watched this child grow up. This child never had confidence, but Odin's words of education. It didn't change the child's fragile heart. Instead, it made him more vulnerable, and he later learned that he was an abandoned giant of Jotunheim. Coupled with Odin's anger, he developed a certain hatred towards Odin and Thor. But most of it comes from a child's disappointment with his parents. Making him watch the images of his entire life with his own eyes was even more painful than being tortured to death by slicing. But, fortunately, he still has companions around him, so he is not too lonely. Besides, watching the video in front of him, Odin finally understood why in his perception. Loki will also become a true god. Thor was born with the power of thunder. Later, he even had a magical weapon, the Hammer of Thor, which established the name of Thor. And Loki, although he has the magic that Queen Frigga has given him. But the so-called god of trickery is just a self-proclaimed title. Another example is Hela, the goddess of death, who only needs to be in Asgard. She will be invincible, and the enemies she kills on the battlefield will be terrified. The stronger the Asgard army is, the more terrifying her fighting power will be. Regenerative healing factor, unlimited mana, recovery. Her power is growing exponentially. Her magic is endless. She deserves the title of Goddess of Death. And at the beginning, Odin felt the uncertain future and the breath of God in Loki's body. At this time, I'm afraid this is just the beginning. This is why a person seems to have two destinies, even though he has only one timeline. In the video, soon, Loki begins his first mission. With the help of the special teleportation device of the Time Administration, they came to the place where the Time Guardian was killed. The body of the Time Guardian is still lying on the ground. It looks like the casualties were not long ago. It seems that the people left behind have left this time period. Mobius sighed, his eyes solemn. He also has a teleportation device. Loki looked shocked. Yes. Mobius nodded helplessly. Kill the Time Guardian and then seize the teleportation device. This area will be reset soon. The time around is already busy. They placed a special device on the ground, which looked like an orange viscous liquid. There's a countdown on each device. Let's go. Mobius looked at Loki and spoke out. But Loki, however, was uncharacteristically calm. I think you will die if you leave this door, so it's better for you to stay here. However, the smile on his lips revealed his true thoughts. The other Time Guards were stunned when they saw this scene. Don't try to stall for time, Loki. Mobius came in front of Loki, pointed at him, and said righteously, Don't think I don't understand you. Don't try to be clever here. You just want to stay here longer. The time reset will start soon. You must leave now. All right. Seeing that his plan was exposed, Loki shrugged indifferently. Everyone was teleported away along the teleportation device. And in the original place, those capsule-like devices, the special orange light emanated and spread to the surroundings. Soon everything around was completely restored. The grass became fresh, and the so-called corpse disappeared, as if nothing had happened. And soon, after returning to the Time Management Bureau, Mobius began his work. Loki was sitting in a chair, spinning his pen in boredom. Suddenly, he had an idea. Where we are going is the end of time. If a person stays at the end of time, will there be no new timeline branches in the future? What? Mobius was slightly stunned and didn't react. Loki smiled faintly. At the end of time, all existence will be destroyed, and all traces left by a person will disappear. Go check it out. All right. Mobius nodded. Looking at the file in his hand, his eyes became excited. And at this moment, forget it. Let's do an experiment. Loki stood up first and took out the teleportation device from his body. Mobius was confused. He reached out to touch his pocket, but found it was empty. The teleportation device had been stolen by Loki. Opposite. Brush. Loki opened the portal and stepped through it without hesitation. Hey, what you're doing is against the rules. Mobius looked angry, but still walked into the portal. The other side. Boom. This is a special piece of land. The ground looks mottled, similar to some kind of wetland environment. The ground is covered with moss. Call. Coming to the new world, Loki breathed in the fresh air in big gulps, feeling the freshness of everything around him, and his expression became much clearer. Just after Mobius arrived here, he took out the device to check and finally looked at the volcano in the distance. The volcano here will erupt soon. It will be a time doomsday. But what are you going to do here? You will find out soon. Loki turned around and smiled, a hint of a smile on his lips. As Mobius stared in bewilderment, Loki actually rushed into one of the pastures. As the farmer looked at him in bewilderment, Loki opened the sheepfold and waved his hands. Run, run! Behind. Boom! The volcano is on the verge of eruption and the earth is shaking. The humans living here looked at the volcano in the distance with horror, and some even knelt on the ground and kowtowed. I can't save you. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Loki showed a trace of helplessness on his face. Watching countless flocks of sheep running away into the distance, the end of time and the original timeline were completely changed. Let's go. Mobius came closer. Loki nodded and was about to open the teleportation device, but he felt empty in his clothes. Turning my head, then he noticed that Mobius took out an apology transmission device from his suit without any hurry. A portal opens. Boom! The volcano erupted again. Loki hurriedly entered the portal, and the two figures disappeared. Boom! The volcano erupted, destroying all traces of this timeline. Soon, the two returned to the Time Management Bureau. Mobius stared at the sacred timeline, but soon he was surprised to find that on the sacred timeline, there's indeed no time branch generated. This also means that the time criminal Loki has always existed in the end of time, and while waiting for the end of time to come, he will go to a new doomsday. With this discovery, he immediately ran to the presiding judge's court and reported what he had seen and thought. Looking at Mobius in front of him, the chief judge said casually, "No matter what, you still have to be alert to him. If you find any unusual movement, remove it immediately." After all, to her, Loki is not trustworthy, because time offenders are not trustworthy. Good. Mobius nodded slightly and left the courtroom. Soon, after some investigation, the two found the nearest doomsday point. The portal opens. This is a convenience store. It is also the end of time point, the first place to be triggered. Once a crisis breaks out, being far away from the crisis point may be the most dangerous. Therefore, if you want to travel safely to every doomsday point in time, you need to stay at the point closest to the time crisis. Crash! It was raining heavily from the sky, soaking everyone to the bone, making them look like drowned rats. Loki's long hair was soaked and draped behind his head, and his clothes were also a little wet. Everyone entered the convenience store, and no one noticed that in the dark, the camera was recording everyone's every move, and it was right where the camera was monitoring. A figure silently watched everyone's every move. Snap, snap. The sign at the entrance of the convenience store seemed to have poor contact. The white light flickered, and the three big words "convenience store" flashed in the light and darkness. The interior of the entire convenience store looks very quiet. Bang! The time guard behind him kicked open the door of the convenience store like a thug. Everyone quickly took out their time erasing devices, and with a snap, the particle eraser was activated. Loki subconsciously moved away from it. After all, this thing was too dangerous and could easily kill a person. I'm afraid this is what is called deadly. And at this moment, everyone chose to act separately. Captain B-15 walked forward step by step with Loki. Suddenly, "Don't move," B-15 roared, holding the extraction device in his hand. It was placed in front of his eyes, like the muzzle of a gun, pointed at a man who was selecting plants in the supermarket. The man was startled, his body trembling and shaking his head. Who are you? Looks like just an ordinary person." B-15 approached cautiously, looking at the man in front of him, but did not press the particle eraser on the man. "But I didn't think." The man who just approached him actually reached out and grabbed B-15's arm. A green light spread between the two people. A green light flashed in B-15's eyes, and he became a completely different person. The man just now immediately fell to the ground. Looking at the B-15 in front of him, Loki clearly felt that this guy was possessed by magic. B-15 did not attack Loki, but walked forward step by step. But she still gave Loki a verbal warning, advising him not to meddle in other people's business. Then, she also constantly possesses one character after another by touching passersby. But Loki soon discovered that the shelf next to him was filled with time reset devices. These were a terrifying number of time reset devices. Once it starts, the consequences are unimaginable. At this moment, he realized the people in the Time Management Bureau had already fallen into a trap. The other party had deliberately led them here. After a while, reset the device here, and everyone present will disappear. Captain B-15 woke up quickly, but was still a little dazed. Loki was about to speak. A sturdy man rushed over and kicked Loki away. At this moment, Loki fought with the strong man without hesitation. But it was just a one-sided crush. It was not until he watched the strong man activate the time reset device that he collapsed. At the same time, he also saw a figure emerging from the darkness. He was wearing a winter hat and a long robe, hiding his face with only his hands. The person emitting green magic fluctuations was obviously the one in front of him, who had controlled the previous characters one after another. And this Loki. To be honest, Loki was still somewhat looking forward to it. But just after the mysterious man took off his hood, Loki was shocked to find that the Loki in front of me turned out to be a woman. Female. She wore a headband of the god of trickery, but one of the legs was broken. She had blonde hair and a beautiful face. As the countdown ended, all the time reset devices suddenly disappeared in the portal. As for where they were teleported to, there was no way of knowing. Even in his hand, different coordinates were constantly being transmitted, sending the time reset device over. Afterwards, whoosh, an orange portal appeared before her eyes, and Sylvie went in without looking back. Seeing the portal in front of him, Loki hesitated. Through this door, he will be free. Behind him, Loki, don't. Mobius was running towards this side quickly. After all, the person in front of him was a time offender. If you're kidnapped by another time, no one could imagine what kind of disaster these two Lokis would bring to the entire sacred timeline. But after hesitating for a moment, Loki stepped into the portal. At the last second, his figure disappeared. Unexpectedly, when he appeared again, he had already arrived at the Time Management Bureau. The Time Management Bureau. It's a mess at the moment. Sylvie was fighting in the distance, and on the wall next to her, there was a notice from Miss Time. The sacred timeline of this moment. Countless time branches have been generated, and the only sacred timeline that is maintained. It requires a lot of people minus the stability. Loki then realized how much disaster did Sylvie bring to the universe before her. But her magic was completely ineffective here, and after a fight, but attracted more guards. Sylvie was very powerful and agile. This battle, as if Loki saw himself, but just as Sylvie was about to arrive at the last office, Loki drew his dagger and stood against Sylvie just because he wanted her to cooperate with him. But what can I do? The female, Loki, simply looked down on him, and the two fought for a while, but neither could do anything to the other. The fighting power was evenly matched, and the battle situation was a little tense for a while. And at this moment, the presiding judge actually arrived with his men and activated the device in his hand without hesitation. Seeing this, Sylvie grabbed Loki without hesitation and threatened Loki's life. The presiding judge rushed forward without hesitation, not taking Loki seriously at all and not caring at all. Seeing the danger, Loki immediately took out the teleportation device he had just stolen from Sylvie, opened the portal, and the two people disappear on the spot. When he appeared again, he had inexplicably fallen on a big bed. Loki was bounced up by the bed and fell under it. Sylvie grabbed the transmission device, but found that it was low on power. At this moment, her face was full of anger. Loki stood up, shamelessly seeking cooperation, and went to find a charger first. But when the two people walked out of the tent, they unexpectedly discovered that this was actually a doomsday scene. Looking up, an extremely large purple meteorite was floating in the sky, and it was getting bigger in the field of vision. Now, the planet is about to collide with a meteorite. Boom, boom, boom. Countless small meteorites fell to the ground, and the two people could only dodge and run away. Soon, they hid in the rusty, abandoned truck bed in the distance. Steel trucks are strong enough to withstand the impact of meteorites. Even if they are hit with a bang, there are holes all over the fuselage. But fortunately, they escaped this crisis. Looking up again, Sylvie discovered a place in the distance that looked like a human settlement. The shuttle machine in your hand can be started as long as there is a suitable battery. This design is completely different from the previous technological elements. Although he didn't understand the principle, Loki still followed Sylvie. But, arriving at the base, Sylvie discovered that all humans had evacuated. Only these empty outposts are left. Damn! She gritted her teeth and punched the yurt beside her. But soon, etc. Loki called out to Sylvie to stop, and he looked towards the yurt in the distance with surprise, because his keen perception made him feel a special flow of gazes. And at this moment, Sylvie reached out and touched Loki's neck. Two streams of green magic flowed through her fingers. She actually used a confusing magic on Loki in front of her, trying to transfer her consciousness into Loki's body. But what are you doing? Loki looked up at Sylvie in front of him, confused. At such a close distance, the two looked into each other's eyes. Sylvie was startled. Her face subconsciously turned red, and she quickly turned her head away. She never imagined that the man in front of her had a stronger mental power than her own. If that's the case, then what's the point of possessing someone? At this moment, he seemed to have finally accepted that the Loki in front of him was Loki. Loki shook his head helplessly. Regarding Loki's behavior, he also agreed with it. After all, Loki would never follow the rules. He was not a law-abiding person. Although the person in front of me is a female Loki, they are all Loki, and the methods are similar. With a heart full of anger, Sylvie came to the yurt with a special gaze. It seemed that because of the anger she had suffered along the way, she kicked open the door of the yurt with a bang. Unexpectedly, boom! Suddenly, a powerful shock wave came from the fog, blasting her away. Sylvie was lying on the ground, looking hopeless. At this moment, she wanted to die. Since she was living in the end of time, she even created her own plan. I have never been so embarrassed. But at this time, Loki, the god of trickery, was defeated by such a low-level trap. On the other side, inside the yurt, a white-haired old lady. At this moment, he was holding a high-tech gun that could emit high-frequency vibrations that could instantly send people flying. She looked alert, obviously on guard, and the outsiders were also protecting their own safety. But she turned her head. But suddenly I found that at the door, there appeared the figure of my old man who had been dead for who knows how many years. "Please," Loki was about to speak. Boom! Another energy shockwave. It hit Loki hard, sending him flying backwards. The green magic completely retreated from his body and returned to his true form as Loki. It fell beside Sylvie. In fact, this energy shockwave compared with Sylvie's energy shockwave just now. More powerful, more terrifying. Dust rose from the ground, and Loki's face showed a look of despair. Sylvie looked to her side, saw Loki's perfect profile, and she could feel his magic. At this moment, she finally recognized Loki's identity. Seeing this scene, he even laughed subconsciously, and his laugh was very shameless. "Get out, damn old man." The door of the yurt was closed, and the old lady cursed angrily with a strong resentment. Sylvie couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Obviously, this last plan failed, and they have no way to save the ant in front of them, and can only disappear in this timeline as time ends. Time Management Bureau. Sylvie, who had experienced countless things, looked back at the various blunders that occurred when the two met. Puff! Seeing such a moving scene, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. These are full of memories, and when she saw that she was using magic to confuse Loki, she almost couldn't hold it in her heart. Loki actually wanted to confuse Loki. It's ridiculous, but the funniest thing is that she still did it. At that time, Loki had completely hidden the truth from himself. He had already discovered his own behavior. Although I didn't take the initiative to prevent it, I already knew it, but I still pretended not to know. Sylvie turned around and looked at Loki mysteriously. "Did you fall in love with me at that time?" "Probable, perhaps, possibly, maybe." Loki turned his head and looked away, neither confirming nor denying. Having said that, Sylvie felt warm inside. He turned his head away, a lace smile on the corner of his mouth. In its timeline, Asgard had already been destroyed, and she would also be wiped out in the timeline with that disaster. But I didn't expect that due to an accident. She came to a place outside of time and became a time prisoner. So, she has been living at the end of the world for so many years. Every day when I wake up, I have to be prepared for unknown dangers. You may even have to deal with time and location at any time, and if you're not careful, you may lose your life. Her life is in dire straits every day until Loki appears. In the video, after the misunderstanding, the two had to continue to cooperate. At this time, Sylvie explained their purpose to the old lady, asking, they sincerely said they had no ill intentions, they just wanted to know where all the people here had gone. Although still wary, the old lady explained, they are all taking the train to the Ark, preparing to flee. Hearing this, Sylvie turned around and left. Her primary goal was to find the battery, then activate the shuttle device and leave. However, Loki looked at the old lady. "What about you? Why don't you leave?" The old lady shook her head slightly, pushed open the door, and revealed her lame right leg. She looked helpless. "I don't have much time left. I can't leave here anymore." At this time, Loki also learned the real name of the female Loki, Sylvie. Her goal is to destroy the Time Management Bureau. Hearing this, Loki was completely confused and puzzled. But Sylvie did not explain this. Then, they didn't know how far they had walked, but finally they came to a gathering place for humans. There are people of all kinds gathered here, and there's a ticket inspector in front, and only ticket holders can get on the bus. Sylvie just stepped forward. Loki quickly pulled her back. "It's nothing," especially looking at the blade in her hand. Sylvie rolled her eyes. Loki used magic beside him and transformed himself into the same clothes as the guard. On the surface, he was leading Sylvie. As they approached, Sylvie placed her hand on the arm of one of the guards. A green light flashed across the guard's memory, which had been modified. The two people finally got what they wished for and boarded the Ark. When we got inside the Ark, the atmosphere finally became relaxed. There was even water, wine, and food. The two finally relaxed and sat down casually. At this time, the two finally had time to meet face to face. Looking at Loki in front of him, Sylvie finally accepted him, and after drinking some wine, she talked about her past. Time Management Bureau. Looking at the past bond and past of the two people in the video in front of me, Loki couldn't help but smile. His eyes were deep, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking, but at least he was relaxed at the moment. Boom! There's a problem with the distant time cutter, and the sacred timeline keeps branching. Once there is a problem with time in the entire universe, the universe will completely fall apart. From the very beginning of the sacred timeline to today, there are countless time branches, which also represents infinite possibilities. At this moment, even if the entire universe was destroyed before their eyes, it seemed that this moment was not so important. Seeing the two people in the video talking about each other's past, Loki's lips curled up into a smile that couldn't be turned down. Watching Sylvie in the video, he told himself about his past. These scenes of experience came to my mind. And it seems like we were meeting each other again, getting to know each other, and even falling in love in the end. Although at this time, the two people did not express their feelings. But Loki has fallen in love with her, this lonely and kind girl, and he also confirmed that. Sylvie has also fallen in love with him. Bohemian. Loki. In the video, Loki acted as a listener, listening silently as Sylvie talked about her experiences and her mother. While they were talking, Loki even interrupted and revealed that he was adopted. Even his face revealed the pain that appeared when he knew the truth. Unexpectedly, I knew a long time ago. The mischievous Sylvie shook her head slightly in disdain, but soon lowered her head with a sad expression. Oh, Loki was shocked, but he still saw Sylvie's sadness. For some reason, he stretched out his right hand, and magical fireworks rose into the sky from the palm of his right hand. Pa! After the small fireworks were launched into the air, they exploded and burst into colorful fireworks. The scene looked absolutely perfect. Sylvie was also attracted by this scene, and Loki's eyes when he looked at Sylvie were so gentle. A famous scene is born. Soon the two of them drank some wine, and when Loki found out that Sylvie had a long-distance lover who was a postman, his expression became a little unnatural. But Loki still hit it perfectly, and when Sylvie asked Loki whether his favorite person should be a princess or a prince, unexpectedly, Loki smiled elegantly and looked at Sylvie in front of him. I have both. I am the same as you. Sylvie was stunned. At this moment, she didn't understand Loki's eyes at all, nor did she understand his subtext. The two of them got more and more excited as they talked and drank more and more wine. Unexpectedly, when we found Loki again, he had already mingled with the people around him. They were singing and dancing, and there was no trace of the atmosphere of doomsday at all. But soon some passengers noticed something was wrong. He led the guards over to check Loki's ticket. The singing and dancing was interrupted. Loki looked at Sylvie. The two looked at each other. The battle is about to begin. But facing two gods of trickery, no matter how many guards they have, it will be useless. In the end, they will only be defeated. Their magic comes from the same source, but Sylvie focuses more on body movements and the mastery of her own weapons. And Loki, more about the use of magic. Two directions, showing two different ways of fighting. Unexpectedly, just after dealing with one guard, Loki was thrown out of the car window by two guards. Damn! Seeing this, Sylvie dropped the fight he was doing and climbed out of the broken car window. After all, the shuttle device on her body was lost at some point in time and was obviously stolen by Loki. The two of them wandered outside again. But this time, Sylvie raised the dagger in her hand and placed it on Loki's neck, threatening Loki to hand over the time controller. Unexpectedly, Loki cast magic again, but he didn't expect that the time controller in his hand was completely scrapped. Wait, I can fix it. Loki fumbled, tried to put the broken time controller together, but unexpectedly it fell to the ground with a thud. At this moment, they can only be trapped in front of this world, the end of the world. Ah! The sudden change made Sylvie roar in anger. He cast a spell. Boom! There were explosive disturbances in the surrounding valleys. And at this moment, all hope is lost. The space before my eyes had dimmed, and the entire timeline was filled with an aura of destruction. The two of them sat on the ground with a look of despair on their faces. But Loki quickly realized that maybe he could use the technology of this time and space to repair the time controller. This was the only solution they came up with in desperation. No matter how reluctant Sylvie was, they still walked towards the Ark City in the distance. Finally, soon after, they arrived at the Ark City, which was the last hope for mankind. The buildings made of special materials look towering into the clouds, and the whole city is filled with a cyberpunk style. Wow! Loki looked surprised. He was surprised and looked at everything around him. At least he had never seen such a scene before. Even the former Midgard had never had such a brilliant world landscape. Pity. Sylvie was also surprised and looked around. But she finally just sighed, because with the arrival of the end of time, everything here will be destroyed. And they don't know when the end of time will come. Loki looked at the city in front of him and became more and more confident in repairing the time manager. Maybe we will really succeed, Sylvie said without hope. But I didn't think. Just then, swoosh! In the sky, a meteor attacked the ground from the distant horizon and turned into huge amounts of fireballs in the sky. No. Loki watched as huge amounts of fire fell toward the ground, not attacking the crowd. But, boom! The cyberpunk-style city in the distance was instantly blown to pieces by the impact of the meteorite. The tallest building was even cut in half. In a time, here it comes. This world will eventually be destroyed by a meteorite, and everything will be smashed to pieces. Loki muttered. He looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. After all, the two of them could never get out again. Sylvie was disheartened. She turned and left, just wanting to find a quiet place. After being shocked for a few seconds, Loki turned around and left, following Sylvie. They came to a quiet place, with a huge city behind them and about to be destroyed by a meteorite. Here, everything will come to an end. At the end of this time, they let go of all the shackles. Finally, Sylvie looked at Loki in front of her and confessed that when she possessed the time guards before, it was unexpectedly discovered that these time guards were not created by the Time Guardians, but were born to maintain the order of time. And all the time guards are actually time criminals. But, in their own cognition, they always think that they're the most loyal guards. At this moment, Loki couldn't remain calm. He looked at the destroyed city in the distance and smelled the scent of deception. And at this moment, when he was about to die, they said something encouraging to each other. Unexpectedly, Sylvie put her hand on Loki's arm. Looking into each other's eyes, they became each other's final comfort, and in this secret, some inexplicable feelings sprouted. Finally, boom! The meteorite attack began to spread here, and their life and death were at stake. No one expected. Time Management Bureau. Just as everyone was busy, after who knows how long, the sacred timeline in front of them was finally sorted out. All other time branches are completely eliminated. Only the last time branch left in front of us, and this time branch was separated from the sacred timeline, and it was obviously abnormal. Then, at the moment of life and death, at the moment when the meteorite fell, boom! The meteorite hit the Earth directly. In an instant, the horrible meteorite smashed down and formed huge amounts of destructive shock waves. The valley was razed to the ground, and the flames of contrasting colors continued to spread to the surrounding areas. Sylvie and Loki, the two of them looked at the doomsday scene in disbelief. Finally, they just sat on the stone calmly, looking at each other, gently holding each other's hands. At this moment, they were disheartened, and suddenly, two orange portals suddenly appeared in front of the two people. As the two looked at each other in disbelief, the Time Guardians from the Time Administration appeared and kidnapped the two. They were brought back to the Time Administration. What awaited the two men next was a new trial, and they were taken to different places. Mobius put Loki on trial, but he didn't expect that. Even though he was imprisoned, even though his arms were tightly grasped by the surrounding time, Loki still struggled to look at Mobius. The Time Variance Authority is lying to you. His eyes were extremely sincere, and he even wanted to expose this shocking lie completely at this moment. But I didn't think. Looking at the god of trickery in front of him, Mobius just smiled faintly and shook his head, not taking it seriously at all. Point your finger. Loki has been pushed into the time prison by the Time Guardians. While in prison, Loki saw everything around him, and it seemed to have turned into a scene from Asgard. And suddenly, his childhood playmate, Fu, appeared before his eyes. She angrily scolded Loki for cutting her hair, and she looked very hideous. Then, Loki was severely beaten, and even suffered a fatal blow. Then, it was like an infinite loop at this moment. Over and over again, he was beaten again and again. And this is the method used by the Time Management Bureau, the time loop. But Loki didn't expect that. As the butterfly, Sylvie has flapped her wings and has created a significant impact on the surrounding areas. Because when she possessed the captain of the Time Guard B-15, accidentally activated his once-blocked memory. At this moment I have some doubts about my memory. He found Mobius and asked what Loki said. He said we were all deceived. This time Mobius did not hesitate and said what Loki had said. I thought the captain would definitely see through Loki, the god of Track's conspiracy, but I didn't expect that at this moment. She looked so solemn. Time Management Bureau. Watching Loki being beaten over and over again, watching the images in front of him, all the things that had happened that he didn't know about, Sylvie subconsciously held Loki's hand tightly. Looking at the time cutter in front of me, it is about to stop working. The sacred timeline is branching wildly, and the entire sacred universe is about to be destroyed. This scene is similar to the scene where two people almost died. It was so similar, and this time the crisis came so suddenly that they didn't even have a way to deal with it. Last time, at least there was the Time Administration to back us up. Soon, it's Sylvie's turn. In her memory, she recalled the time when she was a child and was kidnapped by the Time Administration. Sylvie turned into this little girl, and she had no power to break free. The time guard who appeared in the picture turned out to be the current chief judge. He was just an ordinary guard at that time. As a little girl, she is eccentric. When the time guards and the judge were confronting each other, the clever Sylvie unexpectedly took away the time controller. She entered the transmission channel without looking back. Then, she began her lonely wandering for 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, this is actually the judge's inner demon. Time Management Bureau. Loki was filled with heartache when he saw this scene. The girl Loki next to him was actually taken away by the Time Management Bureau when she was a child, and she didn't even have the chance to grow up. She was originally the princess of Asgard, but she didn't enjoy many happy moments as a princess. Now, he could no longer control himself and reached out to hold Sylvie in his arms. Sylvie hesitated for a moment, then reached out and hugged Loki. This scene, sprinkle sugar. In the video, the Time Management Bureau responded quickly, and the chief judge also came to where the Time Guardian was. The place where the Time Guardian is located is filled with smoke, and you can vaguely see it in the center of this room. There are 3 thrones and 3 beneficiaries of time. There's a glimmer of light in their eyes. The judge described the changes that took place. 2 Loki appeared, but in the eyes of the Guardian of Time, it was just an expression of the willingness to close this case. Once the seeds of doubt are planted within the Time Administration, there is no way to stop everyone from finding out the truth. Mobius thought about the recent changes and decided to find out the truth, but he still released Loki from the time loop and asked his own questions. But this time, Loki only spoke after Mobius let him go first. Mobius did not compromise, but just sat in the chair calmly, watching Loki perform quietly. Loki sat there pretending to be stupid, not answering any questions and not cooperating. At this point, Mobius lost his patience. Want to put Loki back into the time prison. But I didn't think. At this moment, Loki gave in completely, and he also silently told his story. He is the mastermind behind everything. This is all a grand plan, and Sylvie is just a pawn in his plan. He will abandon her at the critical moment. But the next moment, she has been executed, Mobius said calmly, looking at Loki in front of him and carefully observing the logic in his eyes. One moment, Loki couldn't hold it in any longer. His ferocious expression relaxed, and there were even tears in his eyes. Puff! Mobius was the first to lose control and revealed the fact that Loki might have fallen in love with Sylvie. Blue Loki fell in love with female Loki. This is simply unimaginable, a narcissistic mania that shocked the world and made the ghost cry. He fell in love with herself. Loki was also a little embarrassed by what Mobius said, and he lowered his head and pretended to look at the floor. And at this moment, Ajahn fell in love with Achong. On a starry night, plane flying overhead, a shooting star streaks across the night sky. Inexplicable BGM. This makes the situation seem a little funny. Even in the video, Loki's face was immediately enlarged, with 2 blushes on his cheeks, making him look extremely cute. She has a name. Her name is Sylvie. He looked seriously at Mobius in front of him and spoke word by word. Time Management Bureau. Even if you have lived for thousands of years, even if it is the end of the world, you're still wandering alone, and you don't know how long you've been wandering. Sylvie's girlish heart. At this moment, I can't hold it back. She looked at Loki. Although I was amused by Loki's blushing face in the video, when I was imprisoned, hearing Loki clear his name, his attitude at this moment is simply overbearing. Sylvie's girlish heart was immediately touched. Look up. Loki is close at hand. Without any hesitation, she tiptoed gently, closed her eyes, and kissed Loki on the mouth. Loki was slightly stunned. Even everyone's eyes looked over at the same time. But he felt Sylvie's enthusiasm. He also closed his eyes and responded positively. How about letting yourself go at the end of time? Video continues. Although Loki's final anger impressed Mobius, he was eventually imprisoned in the time prison. Watching Loki being taken away, Mobius' eyes flickered with an intriguing look. You have been brainwashed by the time administration. All the time guards here were not created by the Guardians, but are real living people. You have been dubbed time criminals, and your memories have been wiped out. The butterfly effect. For example, in South America, a little butterfly flaps its wings. The storms that arise randomly will pass with the passage of time and the peace of the region. This wave will turn into a storm, becoming more and more terrifying until it destroys everything. In the event of seeking the truth, Mobius kept playing with the pen in his hand. Loki's words echoed in his mind, every moment, every second. It was like countless ants were biting his entire body. Finally, he stood up, picked up the report, and walked to the presiding judge's court. The journey was smooth. Just like in the past, I greeted my colleagues. And soon, he met the presiding judge and asked him in a friendly manner why he didn't let Sylvie be beside him. The presiding judge was a little surprised and casually rejected his request on the grounds that he had taken Loki away secretly before. But the more she explained, the more flustered she became. Her behavior seemed illogical. He stood up and walked to the side. And at this moment, Mobius finally plucked up the courage to replace the judge's time controller. On the other side, the captain of the time guard, B-15, came to the time prison where Sylvie was imprisoned. He turned on the teleportation device. An orange portal appeared, and 2 people walked in one after another. Inside the portal, it's a rainy night here. It was raining heavily, and soon the 2 of them were soaked. Even at this point, B-15 still had doubts. She looked at Sylvie and asked, "What exactly is that memory? Is what I saw an illusion or reality? Did you implant it?" "No." Sylvie shook her head slightly. The rain soaked her hair, which was golden and hung behind her head, just like a princess caught in the rain. She said, "That was just a memory you originally had, and I just woke it up by chance." She did not directly say that the memories of the Time Guardians were false and that their real memories were blocked. She didn't point it out directly, But B15's silence said it all. And here, after getting the judge's time controller, Mobius went to a hidden corner and opened it. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, it takes a heart that seeks to uncover the truth. After opening the judge's time controller, Mobius was shocked to find that the previous C20 team leader was not dead. After being possessed by Sylvie, her own memory had gaps, and then her memory was fully awakened. The judge's time controller recorded the angry appeal of the awakened C20 team leader. I lived there. I went to that bar. I had friends. I had a life on the divine timeline. And at this moment, the figure of the presiding judge suddenly appeared on the screen, and she quickly turned off the screen in front of her. At this moment, the worldview that Mobius had always believed in completely collapsed, and he had to recall the truth that Loki had once told him. Without any hesitation, he came to Loki's time prison. Loki did not hesitate at all. Sylvie did not implant the ability of memory. He just awakened the memory of all the time guards themselves. And at this moment, Mobius remained silent, and everything fell into place. This is why the chief judge was unwilling to let Mobius judge Sylvie. I am afraid that Sylvie's unexpected move will awaken Mobius's true memory and allow these time guards to find their true selves, causing chaos in the Time Management Bureau. But even at this moment, Mobius was still confused, but he still decided to help Loki and save Sylvie. After coming out of the time prison, he was shocked to find that the chief judge had already arrived at the portal with the time guards. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Anger appeared on the judge's face. After all, being backstabbed by his old friend was such a terrible thing. She couldn't accept it, but he needs to be sure of Mobius's position. But I didn't expect that. Mobius, who had been shrouded in the truth, smiled with relief. Do you know where I want to go if I choose? The presiding judge shook his head slightly, unable to answer the question. I'm going to go to where I really come from. Yes, where I lived before the time administration. Mobius smiled. Even at this point, he still treated the presiding judge in front of him with a calm attitude and continued to speak to him as if he were an old friend. But the judge's eyes had become sharp and were filled with murderous intent. The next moment, the example eraser pressed hard on Mobius' body. As he screamed in pain under the particle eraser, his body dissolved bit by bit, turning into sparks and disappearing before everyone's eyes. Even the presiding judge turned his head away, not wanting to watch the scene of everything being reduced to ashes. Loki, who had just been released, could not hide his emotions in his eyes at this moment, and he also felt sad. After all, Mobius could be said to be the first friend he made in the time administration, and one he trusted sincerely. Just when they were about to get one step closer to the truth, Mobius unexpectedly died. But, under the threat of force from the presiding judge, he was unable to escape and was locked back in the time prison. On the other side, the chief judge rushed to Sylvie's room, only to find that Sylvie was wet. This means that she has been to places where she was at other times. The chief judge also knew that the previous time was the truth about Captain B-15 coming here. A bad feeling immediately emerged in her heart, and she immediately ordered her men to hunt down B-15. But at this moment, Sylvie was calm and composed, looking as if she was sure of winning. The matter between the two Lokis cannot be delayed any longer. The judge immediately took Sylvie and Loki to see the Guardian of Time. Both Lokis needed to be executed quickly. Otherwise, no one can imagine what kind of mess time management will cause. And in the narrow elevator, Sylvie finally asked the question he had wanted to ask for so many years. What on earth is the reason? I was taken to the Time Management Bureau. It doesn't matter. It's just the will of the Guardian of Time. The presiding judge had a calm expression. Hearing this, Loki gritted his teeth in anger. A casual word can change a person's life and even capture her from her original sacred timeline. This is everything just the will of the Guardian of Time? This is bullshit. And soon, they came to the room of the Keeper of Time, and in the smoke, they saw on the throne on the wall The three-time guardians sitting upright. They were dressed in long robes, and their bodies seemed to be made of some kind of metal. This is a special scene. Looking at the three-time guardians in front of him, Loki lost all favor towards them when he thought of Sylvie's matter and shouted for death. Unexpectedly, looking at Loki in front of him, the Guardian of Time had only mockery in his eyes and ignored him calmly. But execution. The three-time guardians said this at the same time, which was considered in order. Hearing this, Sylvie angrily stepped forward to question. But at this moment, her body suddenly turned into a phantom. In the time loop mode, the control party would return to the set time. But at this moment, her body turned into a phantom completely out of control. The judge's expression changed, and she immediately realized that there was a problem with her time controller. And at this moment, the elevator door of the Time Guardian slowly opened, and the previous B-15 arrived at the scene and pressed the button casually. Kaka. The collars stuck on Loki and Sylvie's necks lost their function and fell off one after another. Even then, she even threw Sylvie's dagger away. Sylvie caught the dagger with a hint of a smile on her face. At this moment, she has regained her confidence. Looking at the judge in front of her again, she gently twisted her neck. Let's start. Looking at Sylvie, who was like a crazy woman beside him, Loki raised the corner of his mouth with a doting look. On the other side, the dignity of the Time Administration Bureau must not be violated or challenged. Click. The chief judge was unwilling to be outdone and directly activated the particle eraser in his hand. Snap! The tip of the ion eraser flashed orange sparks. The particle eraser could not only erase people, but also eliminate all traces of existence. Once this weapon is released, it will bring unimaginable destruction. Currently, there is only the Time Management Bureau, all-time guard package. In Sylvie's memory, the young chief judge was also a Time Guardian before, so her fighting ability should not be underestimated. All right, Loki was helpless. Their magic was useless here, but he still had strong melee skills. He also took a fighting stance. Having lost Mobius before, his heart is now filled with anger. All the time guards of the Time Management Bureau in front of us are ordinary people who were abducted here and defined as time criminals. And Mobius just wanted to go back to his previous living environment, just to see where he lived. It turns out, it was erased. Opposite, all the time guards had fighting spirit in their eyes. The battle is about to begin. Pa pa pa. Loki and the other Time Guardians entangled together. Sylvie held the dagger in her hand and circled around the judge in front of her. The moment two people fight, one can almost instantly judge the strength of one. The moment she attacks, you can tell where her weakness is. Having lived for 1,000 years, Sylvie's fighting ability is also not weak. What's more, he, like Loki, is of the bloodline of the giants of Jotunheim and is many times stronger than ordinary people. Snort. The presiding judge snorted coldly. Launched the first attack. The dagger in Sylvie's hand is sharp, and the particle eraser in the chief judge is even more dangerous. At this moment, the two sides fought back and forth. But the chief judge, who was very capable in combat, finally took advantage of a gap and pressed Sylvie to the ground. She held the particle eraser tightly in her hand and was about to press it on Sylvie. But Sylvie gritted her teeth and used all her strength to remove the particle eraser, and then she turned the judge over. Pressed under me. Looking at Sylvie in front of him was a nightmare that he could not erase in his career over the years. Final. Bang. Sylvie knocked the chief judge unconscious with one punch and pinned him to the ground. Looking up, Loki on the opposite side also ended the battle at this moment. Finally, they looked up at the three-time guardians in front of them and walked towards them step by step. Sylvie's eyes were filled with ferocity. It was obvious that unless the three men in front of her were killed, the guardian would never be able to quell her inner anger. But looking at Sylvie Time in front of him, the guardian began to fool around. The Time Guardian sitting at the highest point remained calm and composed. It even said that Sylvie was the descendant of the Guardian of Time. and as long as she chose to maintain the sacred timeline, she would have supreme power. That's enough. Sylvie just shook her head lightly. She clenched the dagger in her hand and threw it out with the Time Guardian. Sniff, sniff. The dagger in his hand spun in the air and chopped hard on the neck of the Guardian of Time. The feeling of meeting a big boss, as I imagined, did not appear. Snap! The dagger made no difference and directly split the neck of the Guardian of Time, and his head rolled to the ground. Seeing this scene, both of them were stunned. Even the other two Time Keepers, because the third Time Guardian lost his head, they were twitching all over, as if the system had short-circuited and were paralyzed. Sylvie picked up the Time Guardian's head that had fallen to the ground, but suddenly found out this is just a mechanical head covered with skin, with countless circuits connected inside. At this moment, the circuit is broken and sparks are flashing. The two were extremely shocked. Bang! In anger, she smashed the head in her hand to the ground. The two looked at each other with shock in their eyes. If the three guardians in front of them were just robots, who is that? Who is secretly controlling the Time Management Bureau? But, looking at the anxious and angry Sylvie in front of him, Loki put his hand on his shoulder, his eyes gentle. No matter what, I will be with you, He wanted to express his sincere feelings for Sylvie. Sylvie also looked up at Loki. They had experienced life and death together. Having gone through many ups and downs and hardships, the two of them are like teammates, but in fact their hearts have already blended together. Now, she wanted to hear Loki express his feelings. This scene is absolutely beautiful, but suddenly, snap, sparks suddenly flashed from Loki's heart, and the orange sparks continued to spread towards his body. On his back, the particle eraser pressed hard on him, and his body was almost gone in the blink of an eye. In less than 3 seconds, it melted into a spark of nothingness. Loki disappeared. He was erased. Looking at this scene, Sylvie's pupil shrank. As Loki disappeared, the chief judge held the particle eraser in his hand, with a fierce look in his eyes, not allowing anyone to challenge the authority of the Time Administration. With a roar, Sylvie snatched the particle eraser from the judge's hand and pressed it against her. But I didn't think. Kill me. The presiding judge gently closed her eyes, accepting her death at this moment. But Sylvie shouted angrily, I want you to tell me everything. At this moment, her anger solidified into substance. Time Management Bureau. This scene is really touching. Loki ended the kiss and looked at Sylvie in front of him. There is sweetness in both of their eyes. Even if the entire universe is about to be destroyed and the divine timeline is about to fall apart. Now, no one can stop the sincere feelings between two people. But, seeing Loki being erased, Sylvie's eyes were red. She leaned into Loki's arms and asked softly, That must have hurt. Not bad. Loki smiled awkwardly. It's not just the pain. It's like even my soul has been wiped out. It's so scary. The other side. Loki opened his eyes again, and when he woke up again, he suddenly found that he seemed to be still alive. He looked at his whole body in surprise, and found that there was no change anywhere. He was shocked to find himself lying in the grass. There were scratch marks on his arms, and his body was dirty and messy. However, he looked up in shock. The most shocking thing happened. That's it. There appeared 3 Lokis in front of him. An old man, a young man, and a burly middle-aged man holding a hammer. Oh no, there's also the young Loki, holding the crocodile Loki in his arms. Each of them wore a strange god's headband, with special sharp horns. Same aesthetic. And soon, after a brief exchange, Loki learned that this was the legendary land of nothingness, a place outside of time. And, at this moment, Loki suddenly looked up and found that a terrifying cloud had appeared in the sky in the distance. The cloud was like a living creature, with 2 red lights emitting from its pupils and sharp fangs. The red light emanating from its mouth seemed to devour everything. His body stretched for thousands of miles with no end in sight, and his body was almost entirely made of black smoke. From other Lokis, Loki also learned that The thundercloud in front of me is called Elrios, and it can devour everything. He will devour everyone who comes here." Although he looked confused, Loki still followed the other Lokis and headed towards a safe base. This scene does look funny, but the thing that made Loki feel most helpless was there were several Loki in front of him, and there was even a crocodile falling down. He was very confused. Asked loudly immediately, "But I didn't think." Base, a green light flashed in the young Loki's hand, and a sharp blade appeared in his hand, pointing at Loki, fiercely warning him not to make any sound. Otherwise, a dark cloud that swallows everything will come, Elrios, and they will all die. Old Loki looked at the Loki in front of him and explained that they were all cut out by the Time Guardians. However, because of every logic, they are the gods of trickery and are good at surviving. So even in this empty land before their eyes, and survive safely. Who knows that Loki here will accumulate more and more. The land of nothingness. Oh, looking at all the people who appeared in the video one after another, they all had amused expressions on their faces, especially seeing old Loki's explanation. Good at surviving? Huh. Then the god of trickery is fine. So there are more and more Lokis here, and almost every one of them is Loki, but they're also called variations of Loki. Speechless. Leader Loki looked at the scene in front of him, and subconsciously a smile appeared on his lips. Young Loki. He held the crocodile Loki in his arms and said nothing. However, his face showed a somewhat sad expression. After all, the old weak chicken had to block the black cloud Elrios. Sacrificed himself. He used unimaginable magic. He completely established the existence of the first magician in the 9 realms. Watching his figure reappear in the video, the young Loki was filled with mixed emotions. And at this moment, Loki began to wonder why the several Lokis in front of him all obeyed the young Loki. Young Loki looked fierce, because I'm the only one who truly killed Thor. At this moment, the mystery was solved, but it was the funniest scene. All the things that other Loki had never done were done by the young Loki in front of him. But these words also made Loki realize that all the Lokis in front of him were living individuals. Each of them is Loki, but each story is different. Soon they arrived at the safe house. The manhole cover opened, and they crawled into the deep well together. And no one noticed. Under the ruins buried on this hill, Thor's hammer actually exists, and it is sealed in a bottle. Thor, who had shrunk countless times, tried to break the bottle, but it was of no use. The shabby hut came into view, but Loki looked helpless. But that's when he asked why everyone was being sanctioned. The muscular middle-aged Black Loki said that he defeated Captain America and Iron Man and collected all 6 Infinity Stones. He looked at everyone around him with a sly look. But Loki, the crocodile in the basin, heard this, and he didn't believe the guy in front of him. The next moment, Crocodile Loki jumped out and bit Black Loki's hand directly, while the old weak chicken just stretched out his hand casually, pulled out the crocodile Loki, and threw it back into the basin. Old Loki picked up the wine glass, telling to everyone he possessed extremely powerful magic and used it to trick Thanos into killing him, and then he lived in seclusion on a desolate planet. But he didn't expect that after a long time, he missed Thor and was discovered by the Time Guard when he was about to leave. Then he was taken to the Time Management Bureau. Everyone is telling their own stories. Looking at the people in front of him, Loki has a brand new idea. He needs everyone's help to defeat the evil cloud in the sky. Even at this moment, I want to go back to the Time Management Bureau to help another Loki, Sylvie. He looked at everyone. But after hearing this, everyone was silent for 2 seconds. Then they all smiled faintly, and then one of them laughed wildly, not believing this statement at all. Loki had no choice but to turn around and leave, then climbed onto the manhole cover. He reached out and opened the cover, thinking he would see the sky. Unexpectedly, a man in a ragged suit and green waistcoat, the leader Loki, who looked very similar, appeared before him and led a group of people to block the entrance of the cave. The similarity between the two people is almost 90%. And the other side, because of the rumor that the Guardian of Time was actually a robot, the judge's heart was completely broken, and she told everything she knew. Under Sylvie's threat, the judge simply said that she was just an executor. Then, it was even revealed that Loki was not actually deleted, but was just teleported to the void. Sylvie, who had been in despair just now, did not hesitate at this moment and gave the teleportation device to the judge. She needs to know the teleportation channel to the void. But I didn't think. Your Honor, this action is just to help miss time, delay time. When the judgment hall opened, countless time guards rushed forward. Sylvie hid. Since it is impossible to use the teleportation device to go to the void, and if Loki is not dead, she can also use the same method. So, in full view of everyone, she raised the particle eraser in her hand. Snap! He pointed the other end at his chest. In an instant, her body turned into a ball of sparks and disappeared before everyone's eyes, leaving only the lone particle eraser fell on the table. Time Management Bureau. Loki was completely moved. Unexpectedly, for his own sake, Sylvie beside him chose to commit suicide without hesitation. The pain of the soul being torn apart, Sylvie also experienced it once, and she just asked herself casually. He turned his head and looked at Sylvie. A sly smile appeared on Sylvie's lips. After all, both of them are Loki. And who is Loki? God of trickery. The other side. Loki in a suit led his other men into the small hole in front of them. Looking at the people in front of him, he was ready to seize command and become the only leader. Loki, but I didn't think. Just a moment ago, he still respected his subordinates, but at this moment, one after another turned against him. Crash! All weapons were pointed directly at the suited Loki in front of them. Loki was confused when he saw this scene, not knowing why this was happening. But at this moment, he suddenly turned his head in shock and looked at all the figures in front of him, because almost every one of them was Loki. No wonder they changed sides at the last minute. After all, it's hard to change their nature. Soon a fight broke out. But the angry suit, Loki, suddenly noticed the crocodile Loki on the ground. He immediately changed his target and sneered at the crocodile Loki. But I didn't expect that. Ouch! Crocodile Loki jumped high, opened his bloody mouth, and bit the hand of Loki in the suit. Sharp teeth, blinking and biting twice. After throwing the crocodile Loki away, the suit Loki screamed. His hand had been eaten by the crocodile Loki. Only the bare arms were left, and blood was splattered everywhere. At this moment, the battle between the Lokis began, and the scene was in chaos. But the old Loki waved his hand, and immediately 3 phantoms appeared in the green magic field. And he waved again, green magic spread, a special portal was formed, and they entered without hesitation, choosing to escape from here. Only the middle-aged Loki joined the battle, and now he is gone, leaving only the old Loki, the young Loki, and the crocodile Loki. And Loki himself. They walked aimlessly outside, and the elderly Loki admitted that he was tired of the power and betrayal here. So I don't want to get involved. Every Loki wants to change his own destiny, but in the end it is useless because the Time Administration Bureau. Catch them all here and cut them out. But, hearing this, Loki said that Sylvie was their only hope because her magic could control people's consciousness. They can liberate the true memories of those time guards, and this is their greatest advantage. After a few seconds of silence, old Loki agreed, and this time he did not refuse. He chose to help Loki approach the thundercloud. If the plan succeeds, maybe they can escape from here. But, looking at the Loki in front of him and the young Loki, old Loki's eyes revealed a hint of relief. Even if he died, it didn't matter. This way, Sylvie opened her eyes again and found herself in a dense bush of dry branches. And what I saw before me seemed to be an old, dilapidated car. Bang! She kicked the car window and broke it, then got out of the car, only to find that she was in front of a very primitive world. There were huge trees growing all around, growing taller and taller, and it took who knows how long while the ground was covered with weeds and moss. In front of me was a scrap car that I didn't know where it came from. The car body was covered with moss and rust, and some English letters could be vaguely seen. She was just about to take in the world before her. Suddenly, boom! Then a flash of lightning flashed in the sky. Sylvie turned her head and was instantly startled, because the terrifying demonic cloud attacked this side. The demon cloud was so huge that one could not see the end of it. It looked at him with a pair of extremely red pupils. It was simply soul-stirring to see a bloody mouth opened wide, emitting red light, as if it wanted to devour everything. Boom, boom. The terrifying thunderclouds crushed down fiercely with overwhelming force, destroying everything around them. The car that housed her before, under the pressure of the thundercloud, the creaking sound was simply unbearable, and it was swallowed up in a moment. Sylvie ran away. If she was caught up by the thundercloud in front of her, she would have no hope of escape. Taking advantage of the terrain, she moved gracefully. Just like a free spirit, it shuttled up and down in this dangerous place at a very fast speed. But at a certain time, she touched the edge of the thundercloud, and her magic penetrated into the thundercloud. But they suddenly discovered that there was a palace hidden deep in the thundercloud. She saw the whole palace, but it was only for a moment. But even so, thunderclouds had already covered her from a distance, and her life was at stake. She could no longer escape. Suddenly, buzz! The roar of a car sounded from a distance, and a small car drove towards this side at a very fast speed. The funny pizza on the car makes it look like a pizza truck from some other world was accidentally brought to the area. When Sylvie ran to the car, the door was already open, and she quickly got in. The car immediately drove away, but he didn't expect that the person in front of him was Mobius, who had been cut off for a long time. Mobius has superb driving skills. He stepped on the accelerator frantically, trying to drive to a safe area, while the demon cloud behind him was chasing him. However, due to Mobius's superb driving skills, Mayan finally gave up and was unable to catch the target in front of him. Then it drifted to other places. A brief exchange. Sylvie confessed that he wanted to find the mastermind behind the Time Administration, and said, when Mobius found out that the Time Guardian of the Time Administration was just a robot puppet, his face was filled with shock. And by accident, he touched the magic cloud and found a palace hidden inside it. That might be the real location of the Time Manager. Unexpectedly, Mobius tilted his head and struck in another direction like a madman. Without hesitation, he chased in the direction of the evil cloud. The other side. The four Lokis came to the top of a hill and looked at the rolling evil clouds in the distant sky. The four of them opened their eyes wide, but to no avail. And at this moment, the young Loki used a device to enlarge a toy-like steel battleship. It fell from the sky with a bang and hit the ground hard. But the demon cloud attacked, and even the steel battleships could not resist. The steel battleships fired dense fire, but hitting the demon cloud was like hitting cotton. The black devil cloud directly swallowed the steel shells and was still spreading wildly towards this side. The warship was devoured by the evil cloud crazily, and ordinary people who were touched by the evil cloud were instantly devoured, without even leaving their corpses. At this moment, this scene left an indelible impression of fear on everyone. Wherever the evil cloud passed, the steel warships had become rusty and all life had disappeared. The steel battleship in front of him had turned into a pile of scrap metal and was on the verge of collapse at any time. Seeing this scene, Loki was horrified, and the old Loki and the young Loki beside him felt completely powerless. But, buzz! The hum of a car came from afar, and I saw a circle of dead wood fences on the pristine grass in front of me. A car with its headlights on was approaching from a distance. The funny pizza shape on the car shakes while driving. There are other people here. Unexpectedly, the car door just opened. Loki saw the golden-haired Sylvie, and he could no longer control his excitement and ran over from a distance. He was about to hug Sylvie, but he saw Mobius walking down from the driver's seat. so he stopped in embarrassment. But he was equally excited. Several people quickly exchanged their views, and he also mentioned the old Loki, the young Loki, and the almost forgotten crocodile Loki was introduced to everyone. Sylvie was shocked. Oh my God! Although the situation was complicated, everyone still accepted it. And Luo Ji already has a plan, intending to use force to destroy Mo Yun. But Sylvie shook her head lightly and told Loki her feelings. Only through her possession magic could he enter the interior of the thundercloud, and she seems to have known the truth about Lei Yun. But she proposed that it must be done by Loki and her together. When I said this, I sounded a bit arrogant. Then, they enjoyed a moment of silence. Mobius looked at the group of Loki variants in front of him. Several of them were talking and laughing together. A bonfire burning in a small house. The atmosphere was indescribably peaceful. Just outside the house, Loki and Sylvie sat together, enjoying the peaceful time in front of them. They all knew that next, they would face unimaginable demonic clouds. The previous scene of destruction, everyone saw it, and that horrific scene left an indelible impression on everyone. The grass beside them was a little damp. As Loki and Sylvie were talking, they suddenly thought of something. Last time, two people were at the end of the world. Faced with that destructive scene, the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous, and both of them subconsciously stopped talking. But Loki smiled slightly, and he gently stretched out his right hand. A green magic flashed across the shoulders of the two people. A green shawl appeared and wrapped the two people. Feeling the softness of the shawl, Sylvie also showed a subtle smile on her face. This brings two people closer together. But the final crisis finally arrives, and they need to face the ultimate boss, Missouri Yun. Everyone came to the top of the mountain, looking at the terrifying scene of thunderclouds rolling in the sky in the distance. The demonic cloud Elrios spread to an unknown distance. No one saw any hope of victory. Sylvie, who had always lived in the end of the world, looked particularly solemn, and then, without any hesitation, he took out the shuttle device from his arms and handed it to Loki. Let him use it in times of crisis. The two looked at each other. How can I best describe you? What can I compare you to be special? My feelings for you are strong, but I don't really understand. I just rely on my intuition. You are as comfortable as curling up in a quilt. Time Management Bureau. This moment, an inexplicable song sounded, echoing in everyone's ears, and it was so appropriate to the scene before them. Watching the video, the two people looked at each other and even chose to give the right to live to Loki at the critical moment of life and death. B-15, Mobius, Victor, their faces all showed blessings. Lovers finally get married. Guardians of the Galaxy. Wow! Looking at the heartwarming scene in front of her, Mantis Girl opened her eyes wide and couldn't help but clapped her hands gently. It's so heartwarming. Loki, the brother that Thor hates, actually has such awareness. The same Star-Lord felt so jealous when he saw the scene. He reached out and picked up a grape, put it in his mouth, and spit out the next one. Acid. The scene where Rocket Raccoon pretends to vomit and sticks out his tongue is so funny. Groot. Groot looked at Star-Lord with a kind face. Rocket Raccoon rolled his eyes and patted Star-Lord on the shoulder. Groot asked you to learn how to pick up girls. Otherwise, you won't be able to take down Gamora. I know. Star-Lord was startled and quickly covered Rocket's mouth. Gamora walked past the two of them as if she didn't hear anything. Star-Lord finally breathed a sigh of relief. But I didn't think. Gamora shook her head lightly, with a look of disappointment on her face. Watching the scene in the video where Loki flirted with girls, she couldn't help but smile. But Loki shook his head slightly. He looked at Sylvie and said firmly, I want to stay. Sylvie turned her head away. Loki, I don't know if it will work. This means that if the plan fails, it will be a death sentence. They will be doomed and will no longer exist because they have all seen the Doomsday-like scene and have seen the demon cloud Elrios. How terrifying it is. But Greek voice not yet heard. If you go, I will go too. Loki's face was firm, as if he was declaring his feelings at this moment. Then, he still handed the teleporter to Mobius. After all, Mobius was the only one present who didn't have the ability to protect himself. The young Loki's right hand flashed green light. He took out the dagger and gave it to Loki, and at this moment, Loki's gaze became firm, and he chose to confront Yun head-on. I wish you success. The old Loki also sent his blessings. Bye. The young Loki waved his hand, and the two chose to leave. Mobius used the teleportation device in front of him to open the portal. After the two hugged each other tightly, Mobius went through the portal and returned to the time administration. And at this moment, because everyone has different goals, Loki and Sylvie are on the verge of life and death. They need to find out the truth, know the time, and know who is the person behind the management of the administration. And why could Ping Ping wipe out all the grievances Sylvie had suffered over the years with just one decree? And there are many more people. Their lives were destroyed, their memories were blocked, and they have been living in a daze in the Time Management Bureau. What is the purpose of all this? The two took a deep breath, and then, without hesitation, they faced Demon Cloud Elrios. They walked down the hillside with fighting spirit in their eyes. The demon cloud on the opposite side also sensed Loki's presence and descended from the sky to the ground. I even saw that there were humans who dared to challenge me. Boom! The body of the demon cloud condensed and became extremely huge. Lightning flashed inside, and it seemed to be extremely angry. Countless lightning flashes exploded crazily, and red light bloomed in the thunderclouds. He transformed into pupils and a big mouth. Then, the overwhelming black demonic cloud attacked the two people, destroying the surrounding land. The towering trees were crushed into slag at this moment. The crisis is coming. Loki immediately rushed towards the thundercloud and took out the sword that little Loki handed to him. The sword in his hand immediately emitted flames. This fire attack is like a demonic cloud, just like using a stone to smash a steel tank. It was simply the stupidest move, but it also directly attracted the attention of Yun. On the other side, seeing Loki's desperate move, Sylvie didn't dare to delay him and immediately stretched out her hands, touched the edge of the magic cloud, and released the green possession magic. But, in just a moment, she felt tremendous pressure. The magic power in her body was lost madly, and her expression was painful because of the extreme possession magic. At this moment, it's so scary. The demonic cloud seemed to be swallowing up the entire sky, and its terrifying body fell to the ground. With an endless force of destruction, and in front of him, Loki was like an ant. Sylvie was beside him, and the green light emanating from her body enveloped her whole body. It formed a sharp contrast with the red flame magic emanating from Loki. Facing Loki's attack, Thundercloud Elrios simply didn't bother to respond. After all, he couldn't cause any harm to him. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Sylvie, who was leaning sideways. This ant, using magic, it seemed as if I could get into his soul, so I became the primary target of attack. In an instant, the huge thundercloud turned its head and looked at Sylvie. When Sylvie looked up, she met the eyes of Thundercloud Elrios. At that moment, she was completely stunned by his terrifying gaze. Her chest rose and fell as she breathed in big gulps of air, and she even forgot to dodge out of fear. One moment, roar! The thundercloud opened its bloody mouth and swallowed her up. The horrifying scene seemed to swallow her whole. Snap, snap! Large flashes of lightning flashed inside the thundercloud, and at this moment, the thundercloud completely transformed into a demon beast that wanted to destroy everything in the world. There is nothing that can stop the thundercloud from swallowing. At this moment, Sylvie smelled the breath of death, and she would die in the mouth of the magic cloud in the next second. Opposite, Loki became anxious when he saw this scene. Before the video, all the audience who saw this scene almost subconsciously became anxious. In this story, although Loki is the real protagonist, Sylvie is also the protagonist. They saw Sylvie's growth and saw Sylvie and Loki go from enemies to teammates. All the misunderstandings between the two of them and all their experiences were vividly displayed before his eyes. Everything they had, everything was so difficult. A princess who lost everything was finally protected by another boy. This young man. Maybe I fell in love with this princess at first sight. At this moment, the princess was devoured. Everyone was anxious. And just at this moment, crash, a green magic. Suddenly, an unimaginable, dazzling light burst out, and the boiling magic directly attracted the attention of the thundercloud. And this set of green magic was still rising crazily, forcibly pushing forward the momentum of crushing everything in its path. Lei Yun's attention was drawn, and Sylvie, who was like an ant in his eyes, had lost her value at this moment. He immediately looked in the direction of the magic and rolled over in that direction. And in front of everyone's eyes, in the place where green magic exists, an old figure shines unimaginable green magic light by his own power. He stretched out his hands, gritted his teeth, and madly released all the magic in his body. Image of elderly Loki, and under his magic projection, just like a projection magic, a magnificent palace bloomed, and even the stone benches on the ground came alive. The green magic was constantly turning, and the surrounding buildings almost rose from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it has become a dazzling and magnificent palace made of gold. And under this magnificent building, the figure of old Loki is just a drop in the ocean. And he is the only real living thing in this city. This city, it is Asgard, the first of the 9 realms, the world where the old Loki lives. The green magic is spreading outward crazily. This place was once the kingdom of God, with a huge highway bridge. The uniquely shaped divine building is now boiling and growing upwards, the holy temple of the God King. Everything in old Loki's mind. At this moment, everything looks brand new, even the flowers and weeds on the ground come alive. Compared with Loki's previous small fights, the magnificent building in front of him now appeared out of thin air and became a magic cloud. The only existence in Elrio's eyes. At this moment, it can be said that the old Loki created the entire Asgard by himself. This magic can definitely be called the best in the 9 realms. Snap, snap! Lightning flashed in the sky, and it seemed that the entire world would not allow such an awesome person to exist. Loki rushed to Sylvie's side, and Sylvie subconsciously reached out and put her hand into Loki's big hand. Loki felt the softness of his palm and turned his head to look. He saw Sylvie's unwavering gaze. The next moment, he felt the special magical power coming from Sylvie. Far away, boom! The magic cloud was like a madman, madly devouring the buildings in front of it and creating the world of Asgard with magic. Even this land of Asgard is also being madly oppressed. Countless buildings are being devoured madly. The terrifying figure of Demon Cloud Elrios is overwhelming, and with a slight movement, he could destroy everything. Even in a world created by magic, is also completely vulnerable. Boom, boom. Countless buildings were shaking wildly, and Demon Cloud Elrios was forcibly suppressing them with his terrifying figure. All the buildings crumbled. Even the buildings touched by Elrios are becoming increasingly dilapidated and decrepit. Roar! Elrios opened his bloody mouth and bit down, leaving a huge amount of hole in the building, which was instantly destroyed. At this moment, the only character in the entire Asgard royal city, old Loki, roaring in pain. The Asgard in front of him and the Asgard in Loki's impression are different, but they are equally glorious and are also the residence of gods. As far as the naked eye can see, everything is magnificent and golden. As the kingdom of God, the buildings here are magnificent and grand. The characteristics of Asgard are everywhere. Even the buildings and grass are not visible, are filled with old Loki. In memory, the preciousness of Asgard. But at this moment, This precious Asgard is being destroyed madly by Elrios, and Loki cannot stop it. He could only try his best to release magic to stabilize the situation. Destroyed buildings. It slowly grew in the green magic, but its growth rate was no match for the speed at which Elrios destroyed it. Old Loki was roaring. His whole body was shaking violently, and the green magic on his body was like a river. At this moment, the mad outpouring is endless. Far away, Loki saw this scene. Tears welled up in his eyes instantly, and he was completely stunned. Although the old Loki just said that it was none of his business and wanted to leave here. I don't want to go through all the ups and downs again. But at this moment, seeing his determined gaze, Loki clearly felt the old Loki's deep obsession with Asgard. Eye to eye, they both saw the same emotion in each other's eyes. Earth. Shield. Loki. Thor shouted in shock. Watching the video, the middle-aged Loki seems to be going crazy, consuming his own magic power. At this moment, in order to maintain the buildings of Asgard, he has begun to burn his own life, which is a taboo for mages. At any given moment, the amount of magic a person has is related to their ability. Maybe a person is born. The amount of magic will not change. Perhaps as a person grows up, the number of his imitations will continue to grow. Some people, through their continuous practice, have generated an unimaginable amount of magic storage. But you have to know that it is the entire Asgard, the once glorious palace. It is the largest realm among the 9 realms. It was the kingdom of God, created by the god King Odin after countless battles. At this moment, the old Loki actually recreated the entire kingdom of God by himself. What a terrifying and brilliant achievement. Although the old Loki and his brother are not the same person, but they're all Loki. The reason why Loki was caught is even more ridiculous. He just escaped death. A person hid for many years and finally missed Thor. So he showed up, but was discovered by the Time Management Bureau. And this. What kind of sincere feelings could make him behave like this? Loki, Thor whispered again. He suddenly felt confused. He seemed to have never understood his brother, and he also never understood the bond and feelings between them. It wasn't until I saw my brother die in front of me in the video that the feeling of powerlessness completely exploded. He just knew. Loki, how important is he to him? And Loki seemed to have changed after his mother's death. He was no longer so innocent and no longer played pranks. Thor once thought that this was Loki's growth. But now it seems that Loki lost everything he had, and he was no longer the god of trickery he once was. He was just Thor's younger brother and Odin's son. So it seems. Queen Mother, how precious it is to Loki. As for his intention to take Loki back to Asgard soon, Thor could not disobey. But this time he would not let his father lock Loki in that cold cage. Asgard. Loki. Queen Frigga burst into tears. Watching the old Loki in the video, he was madly burning his life and releasing magic. As a mother, Frigga couldn't hold it back. Although the appearance is different, the Loki in front of him is his child in another timeline. Their lifespan is much longer than that of ordinary people. Even ordinary Asgardians have a lifespan of more than 5,000 years, and the Loki in front of him is already so old. Frigga couldn't believe it. How did Loki survive all these years when Asgard was destroyed and all his companions were displaced? She couldn't imagine the loneliness he felt hiding all by himself. She couldn't even imagine how heartbroken she, as a mother, would be if her child went through those things. Beside Loki, Odin whispered. At first, when I watched the video of the eyes, there was no fluctuation until I saw Loki flirting with a girl and Odin's mouth curled up smile. Kind of interesting, seeing Loki using his intelligence and wisdom to deal with danger again and again. Odin felt that the child would eventually grow up, and seeing him start to take responsibility and even stand in front of others that moment, Odin was relieved that he would eventually grow up and become sensible. At this moment, watching the old Loki burning his life force, using magic endlessly, and recovering Asgard, every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, every stone, those countless buildings, every angle on the stone, every pattern on the palace, every gem on the wall. At this moment, Odin was shocked. Loki, he actually loves this land so much. The old Loki and Loki are the same person. How many years of loneliness did he have to go through to become like this? In the video, on the other side, seeing the old Loki expending his vitality, Sylvie did not dare to delay. She took Loki's hand and he immediately began to cast the possession magic, and countless green lights quickly spread to the edge of the magic cloud Ilios. But Loki gritted his teeth because he was not good at possession magic, so he kept failing. And at this moment, in the distance, the old Loki had exhausted his vitality. Even without the destruction of the demon cloud Elrios, the Asgard palace nearby would not have been destroyed. It has also begun to collapse. In this last moment, roar! Elrios opened his bloody mouth and rushed towards the old Loki without hesitation. Swallowed in one gulp. Old Loki was old and frail, his voice was hoarse from screaming, and all his strength was exhausted. He could no longer support himself and knelt on one knee. Asgard, which was recreated by magic, completely disappeared at this moment. Instead, the terrifying scarlet pupils of demon cloud Ilios looked at this side. The huge body seemed to have the power to destroy everything in the world. With an infinitely majestic figure, carrying violent storms and howling thunderclouds, attacking old Loki. At this moment, the old Loki was already exhausted. He looked at the demon cloud Elrios in front of him. The next moment, with a relieved smile on his face, he stood up without any hesitation and looked at the demon cloud in front of him. He stretched out his arms, welcoming your own end. And Elrios roared and swallowed forward, opening his bloody mouth and forcefully sweeping over Loki's body. Far away. No! Loki roared when he saw this scene. But under the overwhelming force of the demon cloud, his voice was quickly suppressed. Not a single bit of it was transmitted. Final. AJD asterisk. The figure of the old Loki completely disappeared. His face completely vanished, and only the rusty helmet of the god of trickery remained. Fall to the ground. This scene, it looks so magnificent. For Loki and Sylvie, the old Loki resolutely used all the magic he had in his life. The created Asgard palace is even more shocking. On Earth, countless people saw this scene and were amazed. They exclaimed in amazement one by one. 9 realms. The prosperity of Asgard, the first of the 9 realms, was so glorious. Is this where the gods of war live? The relationship between Loki and Thor is so deep, and the magic of old Loki is so terrifying. To recreate the entire Asgard by one's own strength, the price must be paid with life, burning life to release magic. His body is aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. He can't support it at all. It's just a moment of glory and splendor, but it also represents the past of Asgard. It's irreplaceable. Countless people watched the video in front of them and were inspired. There were even countless people looking at the elderly Loki. In order to ensure the success of the plan, the fairy palace was released resolutely, which attracted the attention of Emoyun. In the end, he was swallowed by the evil cloud, and there was no trace of him. Even the headband of the god of trickster that was once worn on his head became rusty and fell to the ground like scrap metal. Countless people shed tears. Asgard, unlike the people on Earth, they are real Asgardians, where countless war gods live. Here live the real gods. 9 realms. Asgard is the first, because once the god King Odin led the god of war to fight countless battles and made Asgard famous. Won the title of the leader of the 9 realms. Looking at the old Loki in the video, the splendor of Asgard is recreated, and even the lifelike temple of Asgard is brought to life. The Asgard in front of everyone's eyes is so dazzling, so brilliant in front of everyone's eyes. Almost every Asgardian could feel the trembling in their blood. This is their glory. This is the beautiful era, and even the glory of the god King Odin. No one No one can resist such temptation. It is like on Earth in a certain dragon kingdom. Family tree, the temptation of a single page. Although the two are completely different, they seem to be exactly the same, and all of this was released by Loki using magic. Although his body was completely devoured by the demon cloud Elrios, but the glory of that moment just now was reproduced. It is deeply engraved in everyone's heart. At this moment, the value of Loki is still increasing. In the video, seeing old Loki being completely devoured. At this moment, Loki has no time to fall in his sadness. He immediately looked at the magic cloud in front of him. Sylvie beside him was also furious, even though he was not good at possession magic. At this moment, he also has to try his best. Boom boom. After the magic cloud Elrios devoured old Loki, he immediately turned his head and looked at the person beside him. Sylvie and Loki, these two guys sneaked up on him and unleashed their unpleasant magic on him when he wasn't paying attention. Roar! The next moment, the demon cloud Elrios opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Loki and Sylvie. The overwhelming force that destroyed everything was now even more terrifying. In front of him, tiny humans are like a drop in the ocean, even less than an ant. Wherever it went, everything disappeared and was completely buried. The reason why this piece of land was devoid of life was because it's all because of the destruction of demon cloud Elrios. This horrifying scene frightened everyone. No one could even see the victory of Loki and Sylvie. In everyone's eyes, the final outcome of these two people was, there is no way to escape the fate of being swallowed by the demon cloud Elrios. Countless people have even given up hope at this moment. This was a war that was impossible to win, and there was no way the two of them could succeed. Old Loki spent his life force. Asgard's initiative was released. It didn't buy much time for the two, not to mention their magic power, which was far inferior to that of the old Loki. That bloody mouth was about to swallow the two people suddenly. And at this moment, Sylvie and Loki could even see the gaping bloody mouth, and death was imminent. Suddenly, a green lightning suddenly shot out from the hands of Sylvie and Loki. Using the bodies of the two people as a guide, they were quickly ejected into the magic cloud. Whoosh! This lightning flash was extremely fast, almost in the blink of an eye. He entered the demon cloud Elrios, and his scarlet pupils were completely replaced by green light. Even in this slow motion, you can see that the red light in his eyes is replaced by green light, and the scarlet light in his mouth is. In the blink of an eye, it turned green. One moment, Sylvie's possession magic had already penetrated the body of demon cloud Elrios. The next moment, right before their eyes, the demonic cloud that had been destroying everything before, it turned back into ordinary mist, dissipating madly to both sides at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead, a huge gap appeared, and the green magic-carrying thundercloud slowly dissipated. The ancient and majestic castle inside the magic cloud was revealed. Towering castle. It seems that I don't know how many years have passed, and in another sky, the entire space and time seemed to be distorted. It was like the light of the aurora producing extremely purple and extremely blue light that bloomed above the head and everything around it. It's like standing in a dazzling sea of stars, with the starlight blooming, and only the castle in front of you is so lonely. Right in front of the two people, the only road appeared. Under the green light, an invisible storm emerged. Sylvie and Loki's hair was blown by the wind. But the two people who experienced life and death again, their eyes were full of determination at this moment, with almost no hesitation. Sylvie and Loki held hands and walked toward the castle in front of them. This is the only way, it seems. This castle seems to stand on a hilltop in a special time and space. They slowly, towards that empty space. And the next moment, in the video in front of everyone's eyes, a dazzling galaxy suddenly appeared. In the galaxy stood a planet of large and small file size. Looking around, countless planets form a dazzling planet belt. The whole space was filled with a unique light, twinkling. The star at the center is so dazzling, and next to the star, countless planets are surrounding it. Nebula was formed. This is such a brilliant and dazzling star map. And the next moment, time begins to flow, and the star map blooms before everyone's eyes. We often say that time is a one-way street, never stopping, never looking back. But is this the truth of the universe? These lines of big words appeared on the video in front of me. As the stars flow, countless bright seas of stars seem to turn into dazzling meteors. With the passage of time, everything around us is changing. Then even the star path could not cover this universe. And finally, under the aurora, boom! A black spot of light bloomed in everyone's eyes, and his whole body was shining with dazzling light. This dazzling light almost formed an exploration, pulling countless planets with its powerful pulling force. Come to his side, and then be completely annihilated. Black hole. A strange and terrifying word, black hole formation. After the extreme collapse, matter begins to eject, which is called the black hole jet. Afterwards, the entire universe began to expand. Countless matter was born in the universe, and the planets appeared again under the dazzling light. The entire galaxy now has a starting blueprint. Right in front of everyone's eyes, time seemed to begin to flow forward. And as time flowed, the planets in front of everyone's eyes kept rotating and revolving. Along with it, civilization began to develop. At this moment, the entire universe seemed to form a background image, twisted into a rope in this blueprint that stretched infinitely forward. This rope represents the only divine timeline, and no one expected that at the end of the timeline, there was an unimaginable, mysterious existence hidden. This existence, it is the destination that is invisible and unreachable to everyone. And here, it is the ancient castle in front of us, where Loki and Sylvie are about to arrive. The two people passed through the land of nothingness and came to this special and quiet place. Turning my head to look at time and space, almost completely divided. This is the interior of Demon Cloud Elrios, which also represents another time and space. The place in front of us is full of ruins. There are rugged paths all around, and the only sounds of the earth are bare stones. This unknown black stone is like the garbage of the universe, as if it has been cut and worn for who knows how many years. The road was bumpy, and both of them were equally worried, but they did not hesitate at all. Their eyes were on the castle. Walking on this road, everything around me seemed to start to get colder, and the temperature became extremely low. The ancient castle in the distance is covered with dense cracks. They passed through a long path and finally arrived in front of the ancient castle. The castle in front of them seemed to be in ruins. There are cracks everywhere, and it may fall apart at any time. Look at the castle in front of you. The two of them stopped in front of the gate of the castle, not knowing whether they should take another step forward, facing the mystery that is about to be revealed. For the first time, the two of them began to hesitate. The two looked at each other. Unexpectedly, Sylvie hesitated and asked, "Do I need to kick the door open with force?" After all, this door is already in tatters. Obviously, even though there are many difficulties ahead, and even though there are countless scenes, it also failed to stop Sylvie's determination to find the truth. And all the truth. Just behind this door, are they going to move forward? Loki's hesitation. But whether to uncover the final truth or not, the space in front of them is too strange. They seem to have reached the end of time. Some things are like Pandora's box. Once Pandora's box is opened, it will cause unimaginable consequences, even a disaster. He wanted to back out a little. Unexpectedly, before Loki could answer, the door in front of them opened automatically, revealing the scene inside to the two people. It was as if he was inviting the two people to come in. It was obvious that the owner of the castle already knew about their experiences and the purpose of the two people. I also know that they can't stop once. This is an invitation, and also like the temptation of a demon snake. The two of them could no longer hesitate at this moment. They walk step by step into the castle. Everything here looks huge, and the interior of the entire castle is also filled with dense cracks. I don't know how many centuries the castle has existed. It looks like the style of Central Europe with carved windowsills at the top, and the layout of the castle in front of me, or it looked like pillars carved from some black stone with densely packed reliefs. It looks prosperous at one glance, but also desolate at another. Right in front of them were two huge statues. The statue was wearing a cloak, with a long face inserted deep into his waist. The two men were like the guards in the center, with the cloak covering their faces. Both were faceless guards. The two people walked forward cautiously step by step. The interior of the castle was very deep, looking at the ever deeper place. Suddenly, "Hello, welcome here." A cartoon character shaped like a clock appeared in front of the two people. 9. It was obviously Miss Time who had appeared in the Time Management Bureau before. It is also under the control of the Time Management Bureau. A cartoon character that really conveys inside information. At this moment, it appears vividly before my eyes. Sylvie and Loki were facing a formidable enemy and took out their weapons. The emergence of time summary. This shows that their exploration was absolutely correct. But I didn't think. Miss Time had an innocent expression on her face, and she opened her big eyes. The owner here is called the Legacy. It is the creator and controller of everything. The Master welcomes you very much. Your arrival. And soon, she stated her conditions, which were that if he didn't destroy time and the administration crashed, he could get everything he wanted. Whether it's killing Thanos, taking the Infinity Gauntlet, or the throne of Asgard. Miss Time turned her head and looked at Sylvie next to her. You can live happily on the same timeline with the lady next to you. I can arrange everything for both of you. Looking at Miss Time in front of them, Sylvie and Loki's eyes were full of vigilance. When two people have come to this point, it is impossible for them to be tempted by the current conditions. Although this cartoon character looks extremely cute, it is not as simple as it seems and should not be underestimated. No, Loki and Sylvie said in unison. And the next moment, when it appears again, she has come to the Time Administration Bureau. The judge who wants to find out the truth is sitting behind the desk. What she wants is the files of the Time Administration Bureau. B. When Miss Time came back, a special time travel device appeared on the table in front of her. After hesitating for a while, the presiding judge took the shuttle device from someone's desk, opened the device, and looked at the information inside. On the other side, as Loki and Sylvie walked into the castle, a desk that was out of place with the environment appeared in front of them. The chair behind the desk slowly turned around, and a black figure in a purple robe appeared in front of the two people. He looked up at the two of them and said with a faint smile, "Hello, Loki and Sylvie." But the next moment, he couldn't help but cover his face and smile. It's incredible that you two are the same person. It seems unnatural, but wow. He held a small apple in his hand and walked towards the two people with surprised expressions on their faces. I was so surprised that I even shook my chin subconsciously. Crazy. He took a bite of the apple, and even now he didn't look like he didn't care at all. The one left behind. Looking at the man in front of her, Sylvie spoke subconsciously, her eyes still showing vigilance. The man in front of him was obviously not a simple person. As a remnant and the real controller of the Time Management Bureau, it's not as simple as it seems. It's just impossible for an ordinary person. He must have some incredible power, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm and live at the end of time. The person left behind is definitely a very powerful existence. 4. Kong the Conqueror reached out and took the apple away, looking away, then shook his head again. Does he still call me that? But looking at the two people in front of him, he had an indifferent expression. Scary, right? But I like it. When he said this, he still looked indifferent, but his behavior was strange. Seeing this scene, Sylvie frowned, even lowered her guard a little, and lowered the dagger in her hand. The man in front of me, no matter how you look at it, he is just an ordinary person. Is he really a legacy? Is he the real controller of the Time Management Bureau? Loki beside him was still holding the golden dagger given to him by the young Loki. always keeping alert to prevent any crisis that might happen at any time. "Come on, let's talk in my office." Conqueror Kong waved the apple in his hand casually, with a smile on his face as if he were an old friend making a real invitation. At this moment, even Loki was confused. He looked at Sylvie and the other person beside him. Eye to eye, they still walked forward step by step to see what the conspiracy was. They stepped into the elevator. It was a small space, and everything around it looked old. They didn't expect that there was an elevator in such a magnificent castle. Even after getting on the elevator, Loki and Sylvie still looked at the Conqueror Kong with vigilance. They didn't believe that the man in front of them was so easy to talk to and was just an ordinary person. "Is it different from what you thought?" Conqueror Kong, looking at the elevator with his back to Sylvie and Loki, seemed to have no sense of danger at all. Instead, he was eating his apple with a calm expression. At this moment, his radical worldview collapsed a little because he really didn't feel any power from the Conqueror Kong in front of him. He said in disbelief, "You are just a human, flesh and blood? Don't say I'm disappointing." Conqueror Kong stretched out his hand and pinched his nose and even sniffed. At this moment, his performance was extremely disappointing. No one expected the existence of the end of time. He manages such a huge place as the Time Administration Bureau, and even made up the legend of 3 guardian temples. In charge of the sacred timeline, he manages the life and death of the entire world, but he is just a human being, an ordinary person. Earth. Countless people watched the young video in the square, and countless people started to make loud noises. Such an awesome being is actually just an ordinary person, a human being. Is he from Earth too? Why would there be such a person? How could he hold such horrible power? How could he be an ordinary person? He fabricated the sacred timeline and has been managing the Time Management Bureau. Moreover, his methods are incredible. He created 3 time guardians. If he were an ordinary person, I think he would be popular standing upside down and eat 10 kilograms. No matter how incredible it feels, the person in front of him is definitely not an ordinary person. The abilities he possesses are incredible. No matter how ordinary he is, in the eyes of mankind, he is comparable to the supreme God. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury looked at the information in front of him, looked at the character in the video, and touched his chin with his hand. He watched the video in front of him with one eye, and a deep light shone in his eyes. No one knows what Nick Fury is thinking. All the assistants nearby stopped their work and watched the video playing. The whole world seemed to have fallen into silence. Through the videos in front of them, they learned about many unimaginable existences, even in the universe, including the universe-level collector Gao Tianzuan, that unimaginable dual field. Even those who went over there were just thugs. 014602-213, Felu 1444022240. I'm afraid that even the most powerful being on Earth used to have to drive 2 pounds of screws. Thor's powerful fighting ability. There, he can only exist as an ordinary duelist, even the Valkyrie of Asgard. I can only be a fighter there willingly. Thanos, the cosmic disaster, has been collecting infinite gems. It easily destroyed the entire Asgard and even beat Thor without any chance of fighting back. He single-handedly wiped out all the remaining people in Asgard. What a terrifying existence this is, and beside him is an elegant wizard whose casual movements. We can imprison Thor on the ground. There are even several other powerful cosmic-level characters who have no idea what they are doing. To put it bluntly, S.H.I.E.L.D. is just an organization on Earth. In order to cope with this world, perhaps facing a super energy crisis, countless superheroes were brought together, and even the Avengers were created. Their horizons are limited to this. The power of the universe is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary humans. Even if all the Avengers were to unite, they would not be able to unleash the power to truly kill Thanos. Infinity Gems seem to be the only way to prevent the Earth from being invaded in a short time. They need to gather the power of the Avengers and collect as many Infinity Stones as possible. At this point, Nick Fury didn't tell anyone because he found that there seemed to be a big mess inside S.H.I.E.L.D. In his plan, there's a grand blueprint. The Earth can even join forces with Ade to gather living forces. Everything is to resist the invasion of Thanos. Under such a horrific and devastating disaster, when a nest is overturned, no egg will be left unbroken. Even, he created a file on every dangerous person and the sacred timeline in front of him, as well as the end of the timeline. He needs to pay close attention to the video of his eyes. Looking at this harmless, ordinary person in front of him, Nick Fury knows deeply that ordinary people like this who are harmless to humans and animals are probably the biggest danger. The shuttle device, controlled by the Time Administration, can travel through any timeline at will. It's so easy to cause unimaginable destruction to the timeline, killing and robbing, even going crazy on a certain timeline without anyone knowing. So, this moment, in his mind, he already had a brand new file for the Conqueror Kong in front of him. Universe. Edge of the universe. Gao Tianzuan, who was sitting on the high platform, was also paying attention to the video in front of him, but at this moment he saw the Conqueror Kong appear. He stood up instantly, his eyes widened with disbelief, and his body even trembled. Kong the Conqueror! The dull voice of Gao Tianzuan sounded. All the service staff nearby were bewildered, not knowing what had happened to cause Gao Tianzuan to lose his composure like this. But Gao Tianzuan knew exactly what kind of person the Conqueror Kong was. Gao Tianzuan existed at the beginning of the universe, and then he got tired of the boredom of the universe, so he built the current dual field just to find a little fun. He has no idea how many collectibles there are, like Thor's hammer. The Conqueror Kong in front of us conquered countless universes on the sacred timeline, and finally gave birth to the absolute sacred timeline. So how terrifying is the Conqueror Kong in front of us? It's hard to imagine. Guardians of the Galaxy. DB. Looking at the Conqueror Kong rocket raccoon in front of him, sitting casually on the chair, he rubbed his head and said, "This guy seems to be just an ordinary person. It's not like it should be normal." Star-Lord looked at the Conqueror pit in front of him, his eyes shining with excitement. And at this moment, Xing Yun, who was looking for food in the cabin, came out with an unripe green fruit in his hand and looked at Star-Lord. "Are all of you on Earth so awesome? Not only have you made it to the universe, you have a place in it. And even at the end of time, there's still such awesome people." Star-Lord's expression immediately became melodious, and his eyes were filled with pride. Gamora rolled her eyes when she saw this scene. Just let this guy show off. He already has a god-level father. It's enough for him to brag about it. And now, you're not going to let him make a scene. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. But the Destroyer, who had always been the funniest person, did not join in the crowd at this moment. He looked at the video in front of him with a serious expression. "What's wrong?" The Mantis woman beside him looked at the Destroyer with a puzzled look on her face. She reached out and gently touched the Destroyer. The next moment, Mantis's pupils shrank immediately, and her eyes were full of shock. "How is this possible? I've seen this guy before. With just one strike, he could make a galaxy disappear in an instant." The Destroyer looked solemn. This time, everyone looked shocked. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Groot looked at everyone with kind eyes, and he couldn't help but nod slightly. As a tree man who has existed since the beginning of time, he has no idea how many years he has existed. The tree man has infinite life. Although its body stopped growing and even forgot countless memories, it was still deeply impressed by the cosmic events. Impossible to forget. He looked at the people in front of him. They were still young and had no idea that they had been in the universe. How did it happen? The absolute event of creation and destruction. The reason why there is only one sacred timeline is because the Conqueror Kong in front of us destroyed countless timelines. That's why they are called conquerors. Countless conquerors fought unimaginable battles. And Kong the Conqueror in every timeline. They're all big guys in every universe time level. The reason why there is only one sacred timeline is that, because in the end, this is the only one left. In the video, compared to the shock of countless people, Loki and Sylvie just looked at Kong in front of them. In that case, it's even easier to kill him. Sylvie is not talking nonsense. With a roar, he chopped the short knife in his hand fiercely at the back of Kang's head. But the next moment, sniff sniff, the figure of Conqueror Kong was illusory for a moment, and then suddenly disappeared. He came behind the two of them and sat casually on the sofa. With a bang, the dagger in Sylvie's hand chopped on the steel of the elevator next to her, making a sound of metal clashing. Loki was stunned when he saw the person in front of him suddenly disappear. But I didn't think. Unspecified current, unspecified current, unspecified current, unspecified current, unspecified currency. Conqueror Kong lay on the sofa, smiling to himself, as if mocking the incompetence of the two people in front of him. Sylvie roared angrily and slashed fiercely with the dagger in his hand. The figure of Conqueror Kong was like a ghost, disappearing and reappearing, appearing and disappearing again. He didn't even have the chance to touch Kong. And then, Conqueror Kong disappeared directly into the elevator. There was a sound above their heads. Sylvie, who had burst out with all her strength in a short period of time, was sweating all over. She reached out and ran her hand through her hair. Loki sighed and looked to his side. Looking at the space in front of him, he found that the elevator was operating safely, but Kang's figure had disappeared. At this moment, things are normal now. After all, how can a being at the end of time be just an ordinary person? This incredible ability is definitely not something that ordinary people should have. Soon, with a ding, the elevator reached the top, and the door slowly opened. The Conqueror Kong calmed down. Standing at the elevator door, holding a bitten apple in his hand, he looked at the two of them calmly, waving his right hand gently. Asterisk. This seemed to be the top of the castle, with countless bookshelves placed around it, and the glass above the head showing the colors of the sea green and the aurora. Kong walked towards the desk without thinking. Sylvie and Loki looked at each other and walked out of the elevator. They came to the empty space in front of them. In the closet next to it, there was a blazing fire, and in the distance there was a bookshelf with yellowed books on it, and I don't know how many years they had been there. Kong the Conqueror picked up a kettle and gently poured coffee into the cup on the table. At this moment, Loki was extremely cautious, taking steps forward with a dagger in his hand. But at this moment, Conqueror Kang's voice sounded, as if predicting his steps, and he turned his head to look at the two people with familiar expressions. Then he pointed to the chair in front of him and said, "Please sit down." Sylvie was confused, not knowing what this scene meant. Loki was already standing next to the sofa, but he still held the dagger in his hand. He did not dare to relax and was not at all alert. The latter's ability is like a ghost, and he can kill himself and Sylvie in almost an instant. But Kong the Conqueror looked up at Loki. "Loki, F." Then he looked at Sylvie again, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Loki." At the same time, he put down the 2 cups of coffee. Then something suddenly occurred to me. "Oh, 2 candies." Kong the Conqueror did not feel like he was facing a formidable enemy, nor did he even feel threatened. He walked calmly past the weapons in front of the 2 people, then picked up 2 candies on the table. This calm expression is simply incredible and too hard to imagine. But Loki and Sylvie finally arrived here. But they did not relax at all. They moved carefully to the table and pointed their weapons at Conqueror Kong. AAA. Seeing the solemn atmosphere, Conqueror Kong couldn't help laughing. Then he sighed and shook his head slightly. Loki and Sylvie no longer hesitated. Although they were holding the patient, they slowly sat down on the chair. There were 2 cups of coffee beside them, but they were not in the mood to drink coffee. They just looked at the Conqueror Kong in front of them. Their minds are full of doubts. On the other side, Mobius returns to the time administration. The presiding judge was looking up countless documents in the courtroom. She said casually, "I didn't tell you to stop disturbing me." Without even turning his head, he flipped through the documents in front of him, thinking that the truth might be hidden in the dusty documents. But just then, "It seems you don't welcome me." Mobius walked in and looked into the eyes of his old friend. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes. He just spoke casually. The judge was stunned for a moment. Although being cut would not cause death in the land of nothingness, it was just a legend after all. And now, seeing the living Mobius, she was more or less shocked. The next moment, she couldn't help but stroke her forehead softly. "I'm sorry, Mobius. I welcome your return, but you must be cut." As she spoke, she reached out and took out the communicator to communicate. "But it seems that we have discovered the real secret. As for the land of nothingness, maybe someone will be able to figure it out." Mobius looked at the presiding judge in front of him, but his eyes became much calmer. Outside the door, B-15, who was leaning against the wall, no longer hesitated and opened the portal when he heard the conversation. She has found another coordinate. But the action was soon discovered by guards from other times. The orange portal opened and B-15 walked in first, while the others hurried over. But at the same time, they all took out their own teleportation devices. Portals opened one after another, and countless figures walked in. This seems to be a human world, but also an unknown place, but it is inside a building. Feeling the pursuers behind him, B-15 subconsciously slowed down his pace. Seems to be intentionally intriguing. At this moment, the guard just walked into a house and suddenly found B-15 right in front of him. He immediately took out the particle eraser in his hand and was about to start cutting. But suddenly, etc. B-15 gently reached out her hand. Habit made her touch her waist. Suddenly, in the room, another woman dressed as a teacher opened the door with documents in her hand and walked into the office. She looked at the situation in front of her at first, confused. But the time guard was even more shocked when he saw the woman in front of him than she was. B-15 calmly watched the scene unfold before his eyes. Because the woman in front of him looked exactly like the presiding judge, they were obviously the same person. The ancient castle in the ruins. It seems that you have been through a lot of journeys, hiding from place to place, and going through many hardships. Conqueror Kong looked at the two people in front of him with a smile. Obviously, it's Sylvie. This girl has been taking the teleportation device since she was a child and left the time administration. After that, I have been hiding in the cracks of time. I have been traveling back and forth in the end of time. I don't know how many thousand years I have lived so far. And you're a flea riding a dragon, having a great adventure, but you keep catching. Conqueror Kong, you looked at Loki, who was sitting on the chair beside him. Although his expression was grim at the moment, he still held the sharp blade in his hand, full of vigilance, but finally he was no longer as violent as before. He curled his lips. This is quite impressive. But, hearing this, Loki immediately looked up at Kong the Conqueror with an angry look in his eyes. "I'm afraid you don't quite understand the current situation." Kong the Conqueror looked at Loki with an indifferent expression, even with his head tilted a little. "You lost, we found you." Loki spoke calmly, his voice filled with undeniable certainty. Even as he spoke, he looked at Sylvie. The two looked at each other, and Sylvie relaxed a lot, no longer as nervous as before. "Please, of course," Conqueror Kong said casually. He still didn't take the two people in front of him seriously. Seeing this, Sylvie could no longer hold back and quickly stepped forward, holding the dagger in his hand, and swung it towards the Conqueror Kong. Whoosh! There was the sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air. The blade trembled slightly and was about to hit the Conqueror Kong. Suddenly, whoosh! Conqueror Kang's figure trembled slightly, and he disappeared in an instant and reappeared on the spot. He was already sitting on the back of the chair. It was as if it had never moved, maintaining the same posture as before. The knife missed. He looked at Sylvie in front of him with a smile on his face. His indifferent look was not because the knife missed, but because it looked like a boring game. "We still have to play like this. Let's make this clear first." He walked down from the chair indifferently, then stood on the ground. He came to the table, squatted on the ground, took out a file from the ground, threw the file in his hand on the table, and flipped through the file casually. Pulling out a piece of paper from a file, he said, "Okay, I found it." He even reached out his hand, dipped his saliva, picked up more papers from the file, and shook the two papers. Placed them in front of Sylvie and Loki respectively. "Well, you can't kill me. I already know what's going to happen. Conqueror Kong looked up at Loki and Sylvie, and a smile appeared on his face again. Loki and Sylvie, not knowing what was going on, came forward and looked at the papers on the table. The next moment, they were shocked to find that everything they had experienced was on paper, everything they had done, even what they were about to say. At this moment, Loki looked at the contents on the paper and laughed in anger. This is just a trivial trick. $700. Conqueror Kong immediately became excited and looked at Sylvie. Aren't you curious about how I could get out of the way just before you were about to kill me? Sylvie immediately denied it, gritted her teeth, and said, That's because you sometimes lose your temper. Conqueror Kong put a finger to his lips and looked at Sylvie with a mysterious expression. Then how could I have already downloaded it? Everything I need to know to avoid being killed by you too. Hearing this question, Nearway curled his lips and didn't know how to answer. Loki looked at the funny scene in front of him. His eyes were pierced, but he was thinking in his heart that this scene was not normal at all. I know it all and have seen it all. Conqueror Kong sat down on the chair and looked at the two people in front of him. His eyes gradually calmed down. I saw everything you did on Lamantis. The Time Administration didn't know, but I knew everything. All the schemes, all the conversations. At this moment, Conqueror Kong was like a street kid, talking and laughing, even waving his hands. He felt as relaxed as if he were at home, even though the scene before him was indeed Loki and Sylvie, who really wanted to kill him. His expression was like he was going to buy groceries after waking up in the morning. Usually, and at this moment, Conqueror Kong said meaningfully, The look by the lake, yes, it's very touching. This obviously refers to Loki and Sylvie. Facing doomsday. Even when facing death, the feelings between the two when their eyes met were so sincere. Sylvie shook her head slightly and continued to deny. No, we broke through your little game. So we came here. Having said that, Loki beside him has fallen silent. He was thinking about whether what the Conqueror Kong said was right or wrong. Was it a trick on the two people, or was it his plan? At this moment, his expression had become serious. There was no need for the people left behind to lie. There was no need to use such a lame lie in order to get two people here. No, you are wrong. Every step you take here, lament this void. Conqueror Kong looked at the two people in front of him again, and his expression became much more serious. When he said this, his tone became more serious. It's me who paved the way. At this moment, his expression was very serious. He looked at the two people without any more laughter, as if he was calmly stating a fact. This expression says it all. He pointed at the two of them and said gently, You just walk along the road. The movements of his fingers seemed to be lifelike, just like walking. One moment, Sylvie's eyes were filled with disbelief. She immediately looked up at everything around her, trying to deny the statement. She licked her lips gently, which meant that she had accepted this statement in her heart. Loki looked at the girl beside him. Their eyes met, and he saw the panic in Sylvie's eyes. After all, no one can accept their fate, which is destined from the beginning, and all the efforts they have made so far. Break through all the levels, even risking your life again and again. I wanted to know the truth. Finally, I got to the truth, but found out it was arranged by someone. All this, it's just ridiculous. The rest is all here, too. Seeing that the two people in front of him had accepted what he said. Conqueror Kong stood up from his chair, then pulled out the remaining papers in the file bag and placed them in front of the two people. As Loki and Sylvie stared in shock, there is only one way what is about to happen. Conqueror Kong spoke casually again, closing the folder and throwing it beside the table with a bang. Then why let us come? Sylvie asked angrily. All of this doesn't make sense. If everything was arranged, then why were they arranged to come to the place where the people were left behind? Come on, you know you're going to be on this journey. Can you still make it to the end? This has to happen. Conqueror Kong said calmly. He looked at the two people in front of him and said in a very pertinent tone, Let's get into the best mindset to complete the journey. Okay, haha. There was a smile on his face, as if he was telling something insignificant. This scene looks so funny, yet it can easily control a person's life. Loki didn't say anything. He flipped the paper in his hand. All the answers were on it, including all their experiences, as if they were depicted on paper like a story. So this is all a game? It's all rigged. Loki looked at the Conqueror Kong in front of him. His emotions had stabilized, but when he spoke, there was some inexplicable anger in his voice. Funny you would think that. Conqueror Kong looked at Loki's eyes, and he seemed to have discovered a new world, with a smile of surprise on his face. But the next moment, he immediately looked at Sylvie beside him. Qianwei, do you think you could trust him? Don't listen to him. Loki immediately denied. Kong the Conqueror at the same time said, don't listen to him. He continued to look at Sylvie and said, do you think you can trust anyone? At this moment, Sylvie was silent. She didn't know how to answer this question, nor did she know how to answer it. Loki was silent too, only looking at Sylvie in front of him. The two of them did not make eye contact. He saw silence in Sylvie's eyes and subconsciously took a step back. Trust at this moment is in complete crisis. On the other side, Mobius looked at the judge in front of him and revealed his thoughts. He is ready to expose all lies, such as the Time Management Bureau is a lie. But the judge was panicking at this moment. She looked at Mobius in front of her with a panicked expression and immediately asked, what if some lies are necessary? Someone created the Time Guardian in this place and gave us a mission. I have to believe that there is a 4.1 reason for that. Looking at Mobius in front of him, the judge still insisted on his own philosophy. But Mobius, who had seen everything, looked at the scene before him and immediately retorted, no, I've seen the horror that awaits those who are deleted. There is absolutely no need for that. At this moment, he looked directly into the judge's eyes without any fear. His Majesty's will was the truth about the group's situation. But the presiding judge looked serious. Do you know what will happen if we don't delete the timeline? Ow! Mobius looked calm. Chaos and death, replied the presiding judge. Free will? Mobius' expression remained unmoved, still with a look of doubt, or even certainty. Free will? Only one person has free will, the one in charge. The presiding judge's expression turned grim. She came to the toolbox without hesitation and stuffed all the information she needed into it. She no longer wants to communicate with Mobius in front of you, because the truth is so cruel. Once a person's memory is awakened, he will yearn for freedom and will no longer believe in the lies he had built before. Even a white lie will eventually be exposed. Once this lie is exposed, no matter what their current situation is a lie is a lie. Looking at this absurd scene and seeing his old friend being so persistent, Mobius asked, friends across time, allies to the end. Shut up. The presiding judge was indifferent and didn't even turn his head. What a beautiful speech, and then you sent me to die. What's wrong with you? Mobius asked again. Nothing, Mobius, I haven't changed. The presiding judge still didn't turn his head back. He had already packed all the information and closed the box. You haven't changed? You betrayed me, Mobius said righteously. Regarding this matter, he was not as calm as he appeared to be. But, unexpectedly, hearing this, the judge was stunned for a moment, then stood up straight and turned to Mobius without hesitation. His expression immediately became angry, and he pointed at Mobius and yelled, no, you betrayed me. I took good care of you and took risks for you. Did you turn to those time aliens when you encountered a crisis of faith? Such a long friendship, and you threw it all away for 2 Lokis. No, Mobius, I didn't betray you. The presiding judge's voice was hysterical, and her expression was somewhat distorted. This moment, she spoke out her anger completely. And, at this moment, the different positions of the 2 people made the situation at hand completely complicated. But, looking at the judge in front of him, Mobius was silent. Although the person in front of him was the supreme judge, he was ultimately a woman with her own emotions. If you argue with a woman who has an outburst of emotion about right and wrong, there is no point at all, because you can never win the argument. After finishing his words, the presiding judge turned around and continued to pack his bag. We can't take away people's free will. Rowena, don't you understand? Mobius stretched out his hands, looked at the judge in front of him, and expressed his true feelings again. However, watching the presiding judge's self-absorbed behavior, he looked puzzled. "What are you doing?" "Do what I have to do," the presiding judge said without turning his head. At this point, she was completely disappointed with Mobius. Even if she didn't notify the time guard to come and cut Mobius, she still had something she had to do. Loki and Sylvie have reached the end of time. The two of them destroyed 3 times, guarding and making all his beliefs vanish in an instant. She needs to know the truth of everything. What secrets are hidden at the end of time? What kind of philosophy should the Time Management Bureau use to manage? What is her belief in everything? She needs to find the answer. Although these answers were not given directly to Miss Time, 13 needed to find them himself. The next moment, the presiding judge turned on the time transmission device, and an orange portal appeared in front of her eyes. Seeing this, Mobius, who was still arguing, panicked. "Wait, don't leave. Maybe we can make it better together." He wanted to fight for it again, but he didn't notice the look on the judge's face. He has become firm, and no matter what he says now, he seems never to waver. "I'm sorry, Mobius." The judge shook her head slightly. Her expression was firm. He would not be shaken by the slightest thing in front of him, even if the person in front of him was himself. "I don't know how many years we have been together, but they are the strength that has always supported each other. Because of different beliefs and different ideas, they must go in opposite directions at this moment. I won't let you go." Mobius looked at the judge in front of him. The judge had his own purpose and might directly destroy what the 2 Lokis did. Maybe it will be destroyed again. When they finally woke up, Mobius immediately took out the judgment rod. And the particle eraser is turned on. It is very dangerous at this moment. "Please, even if Mobius has that, you won't pose any threat to me." Looking at Mobius in front of her, the chief judge still showed some mercy. She shook her head slightly with disdain in her eyes. Or should it be called vigilance? In order to prevent all plans from being disrupted, Mobius walked forward. "Let's wait and see." He was about to press the ruling in his hand on the presiding judge, but unexpectedly the latter snatched the ruling away and kicked him hard to the right. With a bang, just kick Mobius away or make him fall heavily to the ground. The judge held the rod of judgment. Her eyes had changed, even though she had a 100% chance of judging Mobius at this moment. At this moment, Mobius completely admitted defeat. He could no longer persuade his old friend. He knew that his old friend had his own firm stance and things he wanted to do. In this case, he might as well just wish to die. Come on. But she didn't expect that Judge Mobius would just withdraw his hand calmly and shut off the energy source of the judgment staff. Then he picked up the box and walked into the portal without looking back. "Where you go?" Mobius, who was lying on the ground after suffering a heavy blow, looked up at the judge and asked softly, "Go find free will." After saying this, the judge went into the portal without looking back. The portal disappeared. Only Mobius was left lying on the ground. There was silence at this moment. On the other side, Conqueror Kong sat calmly on the table, looking at the 2 Lokis in front of him, and said frankly, "I understand your moral aversion to the work of the Space-Time Administration. My methods are full of deception, but the mission is not deception. No, I don't have the Time Administration. Everything will be destroyed." As if the space was frozen, Loki and Sylvie, sitting in the chairs, looking at the Conqueror Kong in front of them, the 2 of them didn't know how to refute the idea before them. This is the case where both of them don't know how to deal with the situation in front of them. The truth they have been pursuing is right before their eyes, but after they came into contact with it, they found that the truth is so terrifying. Fate is an indistinguishable existence. Everything they have has already been arranged by time. It's really their words and deeds. All of this had already been written on the paper in front of them, and all they could do was to be arranged to come here. Everything seems to have lost its meaning. Loki looked helpless. Then what are you afraid of? He could not imagine that at the end of time, in the castle, as the actual controller of the entire Time Management Bureau, the controller of the entire time, why did the Conqueror Kong plan this game? Was it just for fun? Or maybe for what purpose did he bring these 2 people here? Conqueror Kong blinked, and the next moment, a trace of confusion appeared on his face. Me? Who are you? Sylvie finally asked the question in her heart. Kong the Conqueror immediately waved his hands. Many people have given me many names. Ruler, Conqueror, Legacy, be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. But this is not just about the name. He sat back in his chair, put his hand on his arm, and turned on the special instrument. Then he stretched out his hand and flicked it lightly, and saw from his watch. A pool of liquid popped out and bounced onto the table, where it unexpectedly changed and gained strength, transforming into a statue. A long time ago, before the establishment of the Authority, one of my time variants lived on Earth in the 31st century. Conqueror Kong looked at the two people in front of him and explained calmly. As he explained, the liquid on the table actually changed, transforming into another thoughtful look. In front of this statue, a small cosmic star map appeared, and the changes in the star map were stacked together to form countless star maps. He's a scientist who discovered that the universe is made up of layers, and other versions of us have discovered this secret as well. So needless to say, we are interconnected. The image in front of me changed, and a special portal appeared. Two identical people appeared outside the portal, and then they saw each other. For a while, everyone lived in peace, a narcissistic, self-flattering peace. I like your shoes. You like my nose? Thanks, man. Demonstrated by Kong the Conqueror, the handshake between the two men on the table represents the establishment of peace at this moment. They talk like friends, cooperation with each other. They share technology and knowledge, using the best of their own universe to improve other universes. The image changed, and a table appeared before their eyes. The planets on the table were their respective Earths. But not all versions of me are so kind-hearted. At this point, Kong the Conqueror took a bite of the apple and changed his tone. For some people, the new world will only mean one thing. That means there are new territories to conquer, and the peace of the world, boom, breaks out into a war. The expression on Kong the Conqueror's face grew intriguing, and the pattern on the table shifted, as if a version of him were holding up a planet. There's also a very grand scene in what he said. Not all of his time periods mean peace. Other time variations do. Maybe it means expansion, violence, and conquer. Each time entity is trying its best to protect its own universe while destroying other universes. Under the explanation of Conqueror Kong, the liquid in his eyes changed again, and he became countless identical versions of him fighting a fierce battle. Their battle was devastating. In a simple sentence, destroy other universes. This seems to have no weight at all. It seems like a very ordinary and sparse sentence, but the amount of information it contains is simply explosive, especially the evolved graphics. It represents the battle between parallel universes and the chaotic battle between countless conquerors. On Earth, looking at this scene, almost all humans were dumbfounded. Their existing technology, even the Earth cannot be conquered, even the Milky Way cannot be conquered, and the man in the video, his countless time debates actually began to destroy other universes. They have such power that they can do it. That means there are countless timelines and countless universes that have been destroyed. There are countless Kangs on Earth, and they have erupted into a multi-universe, multi-cause war. It's incredible that there are other parallel worlds or multi-universes outside of our world. It's so terrible. If such beings come to Earth, I really can't think of what kind of power I can use to resist them. The Avengers? Shield? Or ask the gods of Asgard to ask King Odin to stop them? No, impossible, even now even if it is Asgard, the 9 realms where our world is currently located is just one of the universes in the multi-universe. Understand, a Master Dao, I understand. Such a grand worldview. It was displayed before everyone's eyes, and countless people spoke freely, but it was like a huge mountain pressing heavily on everyone's heart. It is hard to imagine how many parallel universes exist between the universes, and these parallel universes constitute a multi-universe. Kamartaj. Dr. Satama watched the video in front of him, and he seemed to gradually understand that in the countless books of Kamartaj, there were records of the Great Cosmic War. The history that did not exist in the sealed data was even passed down by the Trinity White Magician Jigao. There are many secrets. Why does the Eye of Agamotto that I protect have such incredible time power? Was the end of the puzzle. At this moment, watching the video in front of him, Dr. Strange felt cold all over, and his brows were slightly frowned even while he was sitting there. Because of the video in front of me, it is definitely not as simple as it seems. The video starts by stating the explosive point of multi-universe. Let's start reviewing these explosive events again. At the beginning of Loki's incident, everyone thought it was just an ordinary beginning. But now that it has developed to this point, they suddenly realize that this matter is not so ordinary at all. Even Loki's story is like a story recorded in a book, which has already been arranged by time. The Time Management Bureau can travel through time and space at will. They could go to any time and space, easily capture anyone, erase their memories, turn them into time guards, and make them lose their lives. One easy thing to do, but how easily it destroys a person's existence. Surviving at the end of time, you can live endlessly for thousands of years. At this moment, when I think of the enemy I'm about to face, whether it's the cosmic disaster Thanos, Dormammu, the god of the dimension living in darkness, seems to have become insignificant. I'm like an ant under this big hand. As the Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange once again felt his own insignificance. He was simply unable to stop anything from happening. Even he is just an insider at this moment. However, considering the remaining strength of mankind, the first thing he thought of was the current Avengers. S.H.I.E.L.D. Record all the meeting materials, the video in front of you. We need to let everyone know. Since we can't block it, let the world develop freely. Nick Fury, who had remained silent, finally spoke. As the manager of S.H.I.E.L.D., as the leader of the world's safest organization, I know that this incident is definitely of cosmic level, including the crisis that they didn't even know about, the destructive disaster Thanos. And what is before my eyes is beyond time. A cosmic disaster. I feel so stressed right now, just like a person who had just been born needs to work, go to school, support his family, get married, have children. This is just a G stress monster. What a stressful explosion. But there is no way. Human beings are just this newborn baby. Yes, Hill nodded slightly, but he was already extremely shocked in his heart. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury needed to keep a calm mind at all times. Now, the fact that he could say these words showed that his mentality might have exploded. Edge of the universe. Gao Tianzuan, who was watching the video, looked at Conqueror Kong in front of him and said those words calmly, just like a random story, but he was so restless that his hair stood on end because he had witnessed a cosmic disaster before. The reason why the Earth in front of us was able to survive is that the Earth in front of us, a disaster more powerful than any of these has occurred. Conqueror Kong, the man who is left behind, the one who controls time, he defeated countless Conqueror Kangs, and he distorted the entire time. Cut off all those time branches, leaving only one sacred timeline. This world, the reason why he was able to escape was because of the existence of such a terrifying person. Tuft, right in front of you. That's right. The harmless-looking guy in front of him is Kong the Conqueror, who has terrified countless universes. There are indeed many titles in his name. Destroyer, Conqueror. In the video, Kong the Conqueror looked relaxed. He looked at Loki and said casually, "This almost ends everything and everyone, ladies and gentlemen." His calm voice came out. After hearing this, Sylvie reacted and asked, "Then the Time Guardian appeared and saved us all?" If this is true, then the Guardian of Time is a lie made up by the person in front of me. This was supposed to be a serious occasion, but I didn't think. Bo. Conqueror Kong pursed his lips slightly, and his drawn-out voice sounded like a real prayer. He put his hands together in front of him. The image of the water drop next to it also changed. They changed into several human forms, knelt on the ground, and looked up to the sky to pray, as if they were asking for help from the gods. It's so lifelike. But, Conqueror Kong shook his head calmly, still smiling, as if teasing. This is where we deviate from the norm. The first time Alien encountered something that was born from the tearing of reality. As Conqueror Kong spoke, the water droplets beside him changed, and before his eyes, the first-time variant appeared. At this moment, Kong, who looked exactly like him, was holding a small lamp in his hand. He seemed to have discovered something. He seems to be able to devour time and space. Looking at Loki in front of him, Kong the Conqueror showed an unpredictable smile on his face. You all know it. After a long silence, Loki nodded gently. Ilias. The only thing he could think of was this. This huge demonic cloud can swallow up time and space, and can swallow up everything. It can directly turn steel into decay and directly devour people's vitality. Crush everything, indestructible, and this demonic cloud has no way of defeating it. This thing is like something that should not exist in the universe. It is incredible and has such terrifying power. Finally, speaking of the most critical point, Conqueror Kong tapped the table with his hand and said angrily, I controlled the power of the beast and began to study it. I changed Elrio's weapons. I ended the multi-universe war. Obviously, at this point, his inner memories have been stirred up. At this moment, there was a storm in his heart. It was obvious that the war was not so easy to win. A multi-universe war with countless conquerors. They fight each other, abandon the weak, and destroy other people's universes. Guard your own universe. Make yourself stronger and stronger, and Kong in front of you becomes the Terminator. Now, having said that, Kong the Conqueror has already given all the answers. Loki and Sylvie looked at the Conqueror Kong in front of them at the same time. Both of them were shocked. Kong the Conqueror also entered the political system, and he casually introduced. After I isolated our timeline, all we need to do is manage the time stream and nurture new branches. So, I founded the Time Administration. Thus, I created time managers and the bureaucracy of the university, and thus I created lasting harmony. Lasting harmony. As they spoke, Conqueror Kong climbed higher and higher. He stood on the table and looked at the two of them. He almost shouted, waving his hands, looking excited. So you're welcome. He reached out and pressed the watch on his left wrist, only to see the water drop that had just been the shape of Conqueror Kong slowly dissipating. You are here to hurt the devil, right? On Kong the Conqueror's face, still wearing an indifferent expression. He jumped down from the table, stood firmly on it with a thud, and looked at the two people in front of him. Guess what? I protected you. All the answers are almost ready to come out, and all the nodes of previous events are at this moment. The final question has been fully explained. It was Kong the Conqueror who protected the universe in front of us and separated the sacred timeline. It was he who protected everyone. But the person he is protecting is trying to kill him. This is a weird game. He sat casually on the table and looked at Sylvie again. If you think I'm evil, wait until you see my other time variants. At this moment, the air completely solidified. Loki turned his head and looked at Sylvie beside him, but he didn't know what to do. He just held the weapons in their hands. At this moment, he had already relaxed his vigilance and placed it on his knees. The two looked at each other, not knowing how to solve the problem at hand. This is the beginning. Kong the Conqueror spread his arms. The most oppressive order is still a disastrous disorder. We may hate the dictator, but if we overthrow him, there will be something worse to fill the void. I've lived for thousands of years. I've been through everything. This is the only way. His words were very straightforward. If he killed the Conqueror Kong in front of him, there would be others. Come and replace. And the person who comes to replace him may cause the order to fall into a more chaotic and destructive process. At least it won't be better than the current order. So what they have to do is to maintain the order in front of them, give up killing or kill the people in front of them, and release the unknown existence. This is the final choice, and it is also the choice for both of them. This is the only way, Time Management Bureau TVA, it works. Conqueror Kong looked at the two people in front of him, and his voice became much calmer, no longer as funny or ridiculous as before. Loki has fallen into silence. He has begun to think. After all, in his opinion, there is no need for the person in front of him to lie. But, after hearing everything, Sylvie pointed at Conqueror Kong and said, "Or you are lying." There was still doubt in his eyes, and he still didn't believe in the Conqueror Kong. Said all the situations, because her life was taken away from her just because of a simple order, regardless of right or wrong. If she accepted the situation at this moment, she would deny all her previous efforts and all the life and death situations before. Conqueror Kong didn't care and put his hands on the table. He supported his head with his right hand and looked at Sylvie calmly. He nodded slightly and repeated, "Or I'm lying. So, you're going to continue deleting innocent timelines?" Loki also thought of the final question, and he looked up at Kong the Conqueror. He always said that all efforts were made to find the truth of the matter. His purpose was to protect Sylvie beside him, even though he knew the truth, seeing that Sylvie was unmoved. At this moment, he did not want to change this situation, nor did he want the entire universe to fall into chaos again. But that was the only question he needed to ask. Loki didn't want Sylvie, a person like her. Her life was wiped out again, and she was brought here with just one sentence. The memory is blocked, and time is surviving in a daze. Well, if you go, you have two choices. Conqueror Kong did not answer this question, but pointed at the two people in front of him, his middle finger and index finger. It seemed to be pointing at Loki and Sylvie, swinging up and down. It was a funny scene. He continued, "1, kill me, then there won't just be one devil, but an infinite number of them. Or you two will take charge." "You're lying." Loki didn't look at Kong the Conqueror. He just said calmly, "Why do you want to give up control?" Hearing this, Conqueror Kong showed a trace of fatigue on his face, and he turned his head to look at Loki. "Man, I'm tired. I'm very tired. I'm old. Much older than I look. This game is for young people, people with desires." He looked very sad, as if he recalled a lot of bad things, and shook his head gently. "I've been through a lot, trying to find the right person to take over for me. It turns out that there are two suitable candidates, but it's definitely you two. So stop lying. If you kill me, the sacred timeline will be completely exposed, or there will be a multi-universe war, or you will take over the Time Management Bureau." A smile appeared on his face. "Be a kind manager and tell your employees who they are and why they do what they do." But at this moment, Sylvie was still stubborn. "You treat the lives of living people as a game. It's not targeting anyone. I'm just being pragmatic." Conqueror Kong waved his hand, lowered his head to look at the table, and didn't face Sylvie directly. After all, a being like him could already be called a god. Even God's abilities have reached an unfathomable and inconceivable level. When the ability reaches this level, it is like a cannonball. He doesn't care about an ant. He can easily crush an ant to death. Does this ant have any effect? How his life was had nothing to do with this shell? A powerful cannonball will never care about the life of an ant, nor will it care about the life of an ant. And as long as this ant is useful, then he might be of some use. I feel like I'm being targeted. Sylvie's eyes were filled with anger. "Grow up, Sylvie, murderer, hypocrite. We are all bad people." Conqueror Kong calmly interrupted Sylvie, still smiling. "We have all done terrible, terrible things." He even pointed at Loki as he spoke. After all, the Sylvie in front of him was just a variation of Loki. But now you have the opportunity to do that kind of thing for a good reason. Conqueror Kong looked at the two people in front of him and nodded slightly. Suddenly, boom boom, behind him through the glass, there was a loud, thunderous sound. His expression changed slightly, and he looked to his side. There was something wrong in his expression. Sitting on the chair, he looked a little strange, with a suspicious look in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment and said, "It seems that we just talked a little too much." A strange smile appeared on his face, with a mouth full of big yellow teeth, and he looked around with his eyes open. Countless thunders sounded, and although there was no lightning, they were so clear. Conqueror Kong suddenly picked up a small part on the table, then put in his right hand and let go of the part but it fell on the table. He had a strange expression on his face. I lied. I lied when I said I knew where this was going. I know, I only knew what happened up to a certain point in time, and that point in time was probably 90 seconds ago. Conqueror Kong said again. Nonsense words. The atmosphere at this moment seems weird, but I don't know now. But no one, right outside this castle, on the only sacred timeline at the end of time, at this moment, time branches are constantly being generated, and countless branches are generated. That I don't know how the next part of time will go. I'm being honest. Conqueror Kong looked sideways at the glass behind him. Looking at Loki and Sylvie again, he smiled and seemed to be really sincere. Is that all? Loki said dully. Is this the end of time? He looked at the Conqueror Kong in front of him and asked in a dull voice. Are you going to sit there and enjoy your freedom? Let's decide your fate. Yes, what's the worst that can happen? You can either take over my life's work and continue it, or you can stab me in the chest, an infinite number of me. Conqueror Kong still looked indifferent, waving his hand. Start another multi-universe war, and I will eventually come back here. The smile on his face was so sincere and so calm. He nodded affirmatively. This is reincarnation. Sylvie's eyes remained serious. That's just another lie, another manipulated dose. She clenched the dagger in her hand, ready to attack and kill the manager in front of her at any time. Loki glanced at Sylvie with a serious expression. No, it's not a manipulation tactic. Conqueror Kong said calmly. He stretched out his right arm, then reached out and touched the instrument on his left arm. He took off the controller on his right hand, looked at it for a few seconds, and then put it on the table. I love this honesty. He looked at the controller in front of him, but found that it was floating on the table. There was no space between the controller and the table, as if it were some kind of magnetic levitation technology. His face was full of exhaustion. It's like a new beginning. Crunch. Sylvie held the dagger tightly again. No matter how stupid he is, he knows that he has taken down the means to protect himself. The next moment, Sylvie gritted her teeth, her eyes sharp, and she shot up with one move. The dagger in her hand made a buzzing sound, tattooing the Conqueror Koji. But I didn't think. Loki next to him was also ejected, but he grabbed Sylvie and stopped her from killing the Conqueror Kong in front of her. Sylvie, blinded by rage, turned to look at Loki, pointed the dagger in her hand at Loki, and forced him to retreat step by step. She asked angrily, "What are you doing?" "Wait, Sylvie, let's talk." Loki was anxious at this moment, looking at Sylvie in front of him. His eyes were gentle and careful, and he kept the dagger in his hand down, not daring to raise it even a little bit. After all, the person in front of him was Sylvie, the one he had always wanted to protect. On the other side, Conqueror Kong, who was sitting behind the table, was watching the scene with surprise in his eyes. It's like watching a play in person. One party wants to kill him, while the other party knows that he cannot be killed. And these two people, they are still two people who love each other very much, and they are both Loki. Why don't we finish what we have to do first and kill him? Sylvie was unmoved. She stepped over Loki. Rushing forward quickly, the knife in his hand was about to stab the Conqueror Kong, but behind, Loki had no choice but to quickly stretch out his left hand and use the power of magic to hold Sylvie back. Conqueror Kong looked at the dagger that was so close to him. He did not dodge, but leaned back in his chair. It would be even better if there was popcorn at this moment. Sylvie was instantly furious when she was held back. She turned around and swung the dagger in her hand at Loki. But Loki dodged and grabbed Sylvie's arm. The two men competed for strength, and Sylvie turned from defense to offense, and the dagger in her hand collided with Loki's dagger. In an instant, the sound of metal clashing was heard, and the two became opposites. Loki looked at Sylvie in front of him. Behind him is the Conqueror Kong, and he chooses to protect the Conqueror Kong who. Impulsive Sylvie walked forward. Loki did not resist and subconsciously took a step back. He quickly said, "What if he's telling the truth? Because we gave people free will. He's a liar, Loki." Sylvie glared at Loki in front of her. At this moment, she would never believe what she saw. Any word said by this time guardian, because her life was completely taken away, It is impossible to rely on just one word. Just erase all the pain I've caused her over the years. She has been living in darkness, struggling for life and death almost every day. Even sleeping requires constant vigilance. She worries about her life and death every day. She has been traveling in the cracks of time. She has been wandering for 1,000 years. All the pain she suffered could not be caused by a word from the Guardian of Time. Just maliciously erase it. Even wipe out all her energy. If you believe what the Guardian of Time says, then they have experienced all the sufferings they have endured, except for their lives. What does it count? Me too, I don't think he lied. Not about this matter. Loki pointed at himself. His tone was sincere and genuine, and he pleaded, "Crazy, yes, but he may be telling the truth." Loki still tried his best to persuade Sylvie that once he killed the time in front of him, he would protect the entire sacred timeline. It is very possible that what he said will turn into something else. With the struggle of time variance, the entire multi-universe may experience a devastating disaster again. The bored Conqueror Kong pointed out the window and urged, "Hurry up, the timeline has begun to branch." His face was full of an attitude of indifference, and he was very clear about the two people in front of him. They were discussing whether to kill themselves, but he still had a bored expression and even stretched out his hand and yawned. "What do you want to say?" Sylvie was furious, but looking at Loki in front of her, she still suppressed her temper. Loki tried to comfort Sylvie in a calm tone. "Let's think about it carefully. What is there to think about?" Sylvie looked at Loki in front of him, his tone somewhat angry. The final result of all their efforts is here. All they need to do is kill the Time Guardian in front of them. Everything I've experienced has come to fruition. But Loki's obstruction is the final obstacle. It's like the boy who slayed the dragon eventually became the dragon, and Loki in front of him was originally the boy who slayed the dragon. Now, he has to turn around to protect the dragon. Sylvie can't accept this at all. Didn't you hear what he said? This is the beginning. What fills the void by removing the dictator? 163. Looking at Sylvie in front of him, the person he swore to protect with all his strength, Loki, his eyes were like water and his voice was calm. But Sylvie, filled with anger, didn't want to hear this at all. She looked at Loki and said, "You want the throne?" They are both Loki, and she uses her own thinking to guess the Loki in front of her. Loki immediately shook his head, his face serious. No. Even if he was misunderstood at this moment, he had no way to explain the truth. In this matter in front of us, turning two people against each other, seeing Sylvie's determination, he was also in pain. But what was even more painful was that, if I can't persuade Sylvie, should he fight with Sylvie? Or kill the Guardian behind you? I don't believe you. Sylvie shook her head calmly. She was completely overwhelmed by anger at the moment and didn't want to think anymore. She didn't want to hear anything the Guardian said. She didn't believe it. "Sylvie, everything we know, I know the Time Administration hurt both of us, but if we kill them, it might release something more difficult to deal with." Loki's chest rose and fell nervously. He took a deep breath, trying to comfort Sylvie with his own words. "I just want to say that we should think about it for a while. I sincerely promise you that I am not after the throne. How can I trust you? Is this all a scam?" Sylvie shook her head slightly as she spoke. She didn't believe what she saw, and she couldn't even believe Loki in front of her. The person in front of him had clearly been with him till the end, even going through countless life and death crises, and the two of them secretly fell in love. Just one final confession left. But at this moment, the Dragon Slayer chose to turn around and protect the dragon, which made Sylvie feel betrayed. She could not accept betrayal from anyone, let alone the betrayal from Loki. Now, her tone was cold, yet deeply piercing. "Is that how you see me? After everything that's happened? Well, why not? Evil Loki's grand plan is about to come to fruition, and you never trusted me at all, did you? What's the point?" Loki looked at Sylvie in front of him, and his heart was also very painful. My heart was chilled, and I pointed at my chest. "Don't you understand? This is more important than our energy." But the next moment, "Why do we have different views on this?" Sylvie asked. Looking at Loki in front of them, the two of them looked at each other. However, they could not detect any emotional exchange in each other's eyes. At this moment, the two people were going in opposite directions. She doesn't understand. Because you can't trust others, I can't be trusted either. Loki pursed his lips. Even though he is experiencing a crisis of confidence at this moment, he still needs advice. The distrust of his beloved made him feel extremely painful, but he had no choice. The current situation needs to be stabilized. He used to be a liar, and he knew that everything the Conqueror Kong said was true. There was no need for him to lie about the matter at hand. Killing Conqueror Kong behind him might release other more terrifying beings. They simply cannot cope with the crisis. The entire multi-universe may be involved, and a terrifying multi-universe war may break out again. Then the entire universe might be destroyed. The only way is to protect the sacred timeline that has been forged. They can change the management method. They can use all their abilities to change the Time Management Bureau so that no more people's lives will be changed. FFLX. Loki thought a lot at this moment, but the only thing he had in mind was to persuade Sylvie in front of him. Looks like we're in trouble. Sylvie looked at Loki as if they were a couple, and her light voice already showed her stance. Make your own decision and never regret it. Wait a moment. Loki quickly spoke up, but the next moment, Sylvie roared and stabbed Loki with the dagger in her hand, fast and accurate, hitting the vital point. Didn't hold back at all. At this moment, she was furious. Since they couldn't reach a consensus, she had to stick to her own ideas. Even their trust crisis had already occurred. She doubts everyone. Base. He took a step back after landing on the plane and immediately used his swordsmanship to block Sylvie's short-distance attack. The daggers and short swords collided with each other, making a sound of iron clashing and sparks flying in the air. At this moment, Sylvie had already used up all her strength, and Loki had no choice but to swing his dagger to block. The two men were like medieval knights, fighting before the eyes of Conqueror Kong. In his hands, swords flew, rubbed together. Loki just dodged blindly, resisting Sylvie's attack, and was soon forced into a corner. The next moment, Sylvie roared and kicked Loki hard, sending him flying. Loki's figure was flying in the air. Sylvie stretched out her left hand, and green magic immediately surrounded Loki, knocking him away. My back hit the wall with a bang. Loki, who had not used his full strength, fell from the wall to the ground. He was no longer able to stop Sylvie. Stones scattered on the wall. Conqueror Kong just sat on the chair, watching Sylvie walking towards him step by step. As soon as Loki looked up, he saw Sylvie preparing to kill Conqueror Kong. He quickly stretched out his left hand. Green magic was released from his left hand, pulling the chairs that the two of them were sitting on. Bang! The chair flew up and hit Sylvie as she rushed out, knocking her to the side. Sylvie felt pain and fell heavily to the ground. Conqueror Kong was shocked when he saw this scene. He wasn't thinking about Loki. He actually went to this extent to protect himself. After all, the two people in front of me are lovers. Sylvie stood up and rushed towards Conqueror Kong again without any hesitation. She was determined to kill the Guardian of Time in front of her. BDCG. Loki quickly stood up and rushed over to block Sylvie again. And Sylvie raised her dagger high and slashed at Conqueror Kong. At this moment, Loki immediately came to the table. He stood in front of Sylvie, with green magic light flashing in his right hand. The golden dagger, given to him by the young Loki, appeared in his hand. Choke! The two weapons collided again, creating sparks. The weapons collided again, and the two passed each other. Sylvie attacked Loki again. Loki dodged again, using only the dagger in his hand to block, and finally retreated to the desk of Conqueror Kong. But, seizing this opportunity, Loki pushed Sylvie back step by step. Sylvie! Loki called out the girl's name. But the next moment, the dagger in Sylvie's hand was already on Loki's neck, and Loki's dagger was also placed next to Sylvie's neck. Maybe he's lying, maybe he's not. The cost of being wrong is too high. Loki was still trying to explain, but Sylvie's eyes were grim at this moment, and she said sternly, "Okay, go ahead, kill me and take your throne." He took the golden dagger that Loki had placed beside his neck and placed it on her neck. Kill the Lokis from other universes, and you'll become the only Loki. No, Loki's eyes were gentle, and even at this moment, he had no intention of hurting Sylvie in front of him. It means he will fail. Sylvie raised her leg and kicked Loki hard, sending him flying. The two began to fight again. With powerful fighting skills, Sylvie turned in the air and slashed at Loki with the dagger in her hand. There is no skill involved, it is purely a killing skill. At this moment, for her own purpose, there is no harm in killing Loki in front of her. She no longer trusts anyone. Loki roared, jumped high, dodged Sylvie's attack, and fell heavily to the ground. The two stood on opposite sides. Sylvie rushed towards Loki. Loki's figure turned into a green magic flash and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Sylvie looked angry. He raised a short knife in his hand high and slashed at Conqueror Kong in front of the table. It was as if time had stopped in this scene. Suddenly, Loki's figure suddenly flashed. He appeared in front of the desk and blocked Sylvie again. Even the knife that Sylvie was about to chop was placed on his neck. Sylvie, stop. Loki, with a sound of light, threw away the golden sword in his hand. He looked at Sylvie and reached out to stop her again. He took a deep breath of fresh air. Looking at the girl in front of him, he said as calmly as possible, "Stop." He stretched out his hands and slowly placed them on Sylvie's arms, trying to persuade the latter. Loki's gentle voice. Even with a knife on his neck, he was not afraid at all. "I've been in your current situation, and I've felt your current mood. Don't ask me how I know." Looking at Sylvie in front of me, Loki thought of the hardships that Sylvie had gone through over the years, and even the hardships that he himself had experienced. I have felt Sylvie's loneliness and pain. Tears were brewing in his eyes, and in a blink of an eye, they were filled with tears. The two looked into each other's eyes with true feelings. At this moment, they were no longer enemies, and they had never been enemies. Sylvie also had tears welling up in her eyes. "I only know that I don't want to hurt you. I don't want the throne, Looking at Sylvie in front of him, the tears in Loki's eyes finally fell, and his eyes were full of true love. He took a deep breath. "I just hope you're okay." The next moment, Sylvie took a deep breath and finally removed the knife from Loki's neck. Then, she couldn't bear it any longer and took a step forward. "Close your eyes and tiptoe gently." Kissed Loki on the lips. Asgard. Oh my God. Queen Frigga, seeing this scene, excitedly covered her eyes with her hands, but her index finger was wide open, so the scene could still be seen through the gap between her fingers. Next to Odin, I couldn't help but shake my head and laugh. "Loki, not bad. It seems that the Iron Tree will bloom one day." Our second prince of Asgard finally fell in love with the second princess from Asgard. So sweet. Oh my God, I'm almost melting. Countless gods of Asgard saw this scene and showed expressions of recognition in their eyes. They're like ordinary people in Asgard, but outside of Asgard are the true gods. Tiffany smiled slightly. Watching the video in front of her, the hatred she had for Loki had already dissipated by who knows how much. The burly man next to her looked at Tiff with a puzzled look on his face. "Don't you hate him anymore?" Tiff crossed her arms. "Maybe when I beat him over and over again in the time prison, I will no longer be angry. Maybe when I use magic to recreate Asgard, I will no longer hate him." Yes. Heimdall beside him also showed nostalgia on his face. What a magnificent scene. Even if he burned his own life force, he still blossomed into a complete Asgard. It seems that this kid will be reliable one day. Moreover, when Asgard was in danger, no one chose to escape. Instead, they returned with the most critical rescue ship. Loki has also grown up. On Earth. Countless people, seeing this scene, shouted excitedly. Countless elders reached out and covered the children's eyes at the first moment. Every young girl smiled sweetly when seeing this scene. After all, which girl doesn't have a fantasy of the Monkey King stepping on a rainbow-colored cloud to save her? In the video, at this moment, time seemed to have stopped, and the two of them no longer had any scruples. But, before they knew it, the two people suddenly switched positions. After the kiss, the two slowly separated and Sylvie opened her eyes again. Sylvie opened her eyes again and looked at Loki in front of her. Her eyes were a little dazed. The next moment, but she looked cold and said in a chilly voice, "But I am not you." One moment. Pause. Sylvie suddenly stretched out her hand. Green magic bloomed and pushed Loki away. And Loki's figure fell heavily into a portal. Loki's whole body was shaking, and he immediately stood up and rushed to the portal. But he accidentally discovered that the portal disappeared. At this moment, he became a little at a loss. At this moment, he also knew that he could no longer stop Sylvie. The castle at the end of time. Sylvie stood still. Her expression was filled with sadness, and in her hand was the watch that had been taken away by the Conqueror Kong. She also used the power of the watch to open the portal. Incredible! Seeing this scene, Conqueror Kong spoke calmly. Sylvie swung her right hand, and a dagger appeared in her hand. She walked towards Conqueror Kong step by step, waving the powerful magic power of the left hand. He overturned the desk in front of him and slammed it against the wall next to him, causing the documents to scatter all over the floor. This frightened Kong the Conqueror, but he still sat on the chair and became even more excited by this scene with a smile on his face. "Aren't you going to beg for mercy?" Sylvie walked towards him with murderous intent in her eyes. Her intention to kill Kong, who was in front of her, became fully realized at this moment. "I can beg for mercy." Kong the Conqueror grinned, but did not dodge. The next moment, Sylvie raised the dagger in her hand and stabbed it forward fiercely, directly piercing the heart of Conqueror Kong. At this moment, she completed her revenge. She killed the person who changed her destiny. But Conqueror Kong looked at Sylvie in front of him and said inexplicably, "See you later." His body was shaking. He gradually lost his breath and lowered his head. He was completely dead. 2. The only sacred timeline has begun to fall apart, giving rise to countless time branches. Killing the Conqueror Kong in front of him did not make Sylvie feel any pleasure. She slowly stepped back and then sat down on the ground, looking bewildered. In order to kill the person in front of him, he did not hesitate to turn against Loki and use his own tricks. His face was filled with desolation. Kong the Conqueror was already dead. Behind him, the sacred timeline immediately produced countless larger branches, blooming with countless brilliant lights. Just like the veins of the universe, expanding in all directions, this scene is particularly brilliant and colorful. The divine timeline is totally unfettered, just like densely packed branches, spreading madly to both sides. They spread out countless branches. Each branch is so colorful, and the entire timeline is splitting more and more. There was no more, and it looked more like a growing bacterium. In the blink of an eye, it broke free and swung wildly. Almost in the blink of an eye, an enormous network of veins was formed, just like the blood vessels in the human body. There is no end in sight, completely covering the time in front of me. Time and space became quiet, with only this one ancient castle at the end of time. Miss Time in the Time Management Bureau, the device in charge. The only divine timeline revealed at this moment. Countless time branches have spread out, and these time branches are still growing in both directions. The information revealed by the device seems too shocking. Mobius and B-15 sat in front of the monitor, watching the countless time branches spreading out before their eyes. He sighed softly. It seems there is no hope. At least from the current perspective, the sacred timeline has fallen and been destroyed. Who said we're going back? B-15 beside him said in a faint voice that, in his opinion, this was a timeline that was controlled and bound. They lost all their freedom, but the awakening of their memories made them yearn for freedom, just like the timeline before their eyes. The sacred timeline before us, completely disappearing. The timeline is liberated, countless time branches grow freely, and everyone has his own freedom. All the time, Mobius sighed as he watched this scene. Captain B-15 looked calm. Forever and ever. At this moment, the Time Management Bureau was in chaos. Loki, covered in blood, sat on the ground in dejection. He knew that Sylvie's plan had succeeded, and he was powerless to stop her, unable to convince his lover. A look of shame appeared on his face. He was recalling thinking and wondering he didn't know how to solve this situation. Loki closed his eyes and lowered his head, as if everything was frozen at this moment. But after a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, his decadent look regained its spirit, and he stood up without hesitation and walked outside. The outside of the Time Management Bureau was in chaos. There were many managers walking around in the corridor, and no one was paying attention to Loki at the moment. Countless staff members of the Time Administration even began to flee from here. There is no need for them to work here. And when Loki arrived here, it was the lobby of the Time Management Bureau. Already empty, all time guards need to be cut, and the timeline that grows infinitely needs everyone to set out. No one appears here anymore. More neatly dressed armed men rushed to the shuttle port. They needed to go to the relative time place. Loki no longer hesitated. He also started running. He came to the Time Administration data archives. He ran forward, shuttling back and forth between each shelf. Finally, he saw Mobius, the administrator of the Time Administration, who had been teleported back before. Mobius looked to be 15 beside him. The two were discussing. This unit alone has 61 timelines. How can we stop him now? B-15 was also full of doubts. Both of them felt great despair at this moment. No one could stop such a disaster, and no one could stop the timeline from growing wildly. No one can stop it. Loki stood up and roared. Mobius frowned slightly. What did you say? It's over. Mobius, we made a serious mistake. Loki looked at the two people in front of him and said honestly, It's over. What did you mean it's over? 615 looked over with a cautious look on his face. We freed the timeline, and we found him on the other side of the storm, sitting in the castle at the end of time. He planned everything horribly, and he has seen everything. Loki tried to explain, but his words became more and more confused and even incoherent. Good. Mobius nodded slightly. But someone is coming who is extremely dangerous in countless different versions, and they're all here to start a war. We need to prepare for war. Loki was still confused. He wanted to explain the events and the dangers that would happen in the future. The more you explain, the more confusing it becomes. Calm down. You are an analyst, right? Mobius asked suddenly. What? Loki was slightly stunned. He immediately realized that something was wrong. The Mobius in front of him didn't seem to recognize him. He was stunned. What are you talking about? Who are you? What's your name? Mobius looked at Loki in front of him. His tone softened. He didn't know the person in front of him. Maybe just a time guard. Send ground troops immediately to the archives room. The B-15 behind him was taken out at the same time, and the order was given through the communicator. Mobius asked the question again. He obviously didn't know Loki in front of him, and something was obviously wrong. Loki collected his thoughts. He no longer looked at the two people in front of him, but only looked at the Time Management Bureau in front of him. He finally realized what was wrong. When he rushed out at first, he thought he was just lost, but now, thinking about all the details, when he rushed out, this was no longer the Time Management Bureau he was familiar with. Looking at the situation in front of him again, he was completely shocked. The Time Management Bureau in front of us. There actually stood a gigantic statue of Kong the Conqueror. This is exactly the same as the previous Kong. In the previous Time Management Bureau, they all relied on 3 Time Guardians. Such legends. Kong the Conqueror never showed up, and there couldn't have been such huge amounts of statues. Obviously, in this time and space, it was not the time and space he was familiar with, nor was it the Time Management Bureau he was familiar with. At this moment, all doubts were completely resolved, and he was teleported to another timeline. The timeline was unraveled, the timeline was liberated, and the only sacred timeline gave birth to infinite branches. Came to another time and space, to the Time Management Bureau where other Conqueror Kong was. One moment after, the picture disappeared instantly. Earth. Countless people were shocked by this scene, especially when they saw the screen go dark. Everyone's face was filled with shock. The heavy music at the last moment revealed such a weird and terrifying scene. The sacred timeline has been liberated, all crises have begun to emerge, and the timeline is infinitely multiplying. So even if I kill the people I hate, I also release countless terrifying demons of Mr. Time. Sylvie insisted on her own ideas and killed the person who ruined her life. This also directly transports Loki to other timelines. Will the sacred timeline be destroyed because of this? Loki exists in our universe. Could it be that the video in front of us is about our universe? There are countless parallel universes. If Loki still exists in our world, then the video in front of us. It's very possible that he's talking about Loki from another universe. Oh my God, this is too complicated. So our world also has a timeline, and we are also a branch of a timeline. I'm going to burst. Zhuang Dao, you are all sitting. Wang Dao, don't try to deceive me. At this moment, countless people fell into fear and anxiety, and even more people were busy thinking but could not solve the problem of time. Just like what was said in the previous video, time is a straight line that never turns back. In everyone's cognition, because of the push of time, everyone can feel the traces of his or her own life. But there are countless parallel universes in the entire universe, and these universes do not interfere with each other until that day. An Earthling named Kong, opening Pandora's run, he discovered other timelines and made contact with variants on other timelines. Then the dimensional war started, multi-universe, who knows how much was destroyed. Then a certain conqueror, Elrios, was discovered. Such a terrifying monster, able to destroy everything and defeat everything, bound to the only sacred timeline, cutting off the branches of other timelines, and manage other timelines. But it also inhibits the growth of other timelines. This eliminates the other threats, but with Kong dead, apparently other timelines are liberated. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's face had never been so dark before. He no longer hesitated, turned around and left, and immediately ordered, "Call all Avengers. I need to hold a meeting." "Yes." Hill nodded immediately. She knew that this matter was of great importance, even to the safety of the entire universe, the life and death of the universe. 0. Avengers Tower. This is a base in New York, and fighter jets fell from the sky, raising a lot of dust, and Iron Man flew over from the distant horizon. It fell heavily to the ground with a thud and shattered instantly. Another storm came quickly, and before he could return, Thor of Asgard, however, in his hands, but he was holding Loki with messy hair. Bang! War Machine followed closely behind. At this time, War Machine wrote, he was not injured yet. Seeing Iron Man and the others, he nodded slightly. The figures of Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Dr. Banner on the fighter plane came down one after another. But, surprisingly, the Holland version of Spider-Man also walked down from the plane and saw everything around him. There was surprise in my eyes. "Hi, everyone. Wow, the Iron Man armor is so cool." When little Spider-Man saw the people in front of him, he immediately reached out to greet them. When he saw Iron Man, he even came closer, reached out and touched the iron armor. Iron Man immediately took a step back subconsciously. Hey, kid, we are familiar with each other. Okay, stop playing around. The meeting is about to start, and there's another important person coming. Captain America walked out of the base, holding information in his hand, which was obviously important for this meeting. Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. directly communicates with everyone without the need for S.H.I.E.L.D. to issue orders. This time, it's the Avengers. This was the first meeting held, and all the people invited were those who could serve as the face of the party, as recorded in the current information. Voila! The space in front of everyone's eyes was shattered like a mirror. As soon as Dr. Banner walked here, he was startled and took a step back, putting his hands in front of his eyes. Crash! The magic cloak is automatically recorded, revealing the face of Doctor Strange. Don't be surprised. Stay calm. He pointed at Banner and immediately warned, "What we need is you, Dr. Banner, not another big guy with little governance." Deck. Dr. Banner nodded slightly, but then he scratched his head. Did he recognize the guy in front of him? And he's dressed like a shaman. The black car in the distance let out a roar of wind and then stepped on the accelerator and brake. With a squeak, the car drifted and then stopped steadily in the garage next to it. Nick Fury, wearing a black leather jacket, pushed open the car door and walked out with a black boiled egg hair and an eye mask. With only one eye left, he looked at everyone present with murderous intent and said in a very majestic manner, "Hold the meeting." Yes. Dr. Banner immediately stood still, his body straight. Rhodes walked past his face and couldn't help but smile, shaking his head slightly. This guy acted like AR *******D. Little Spider-Man ignored the others and followed Iron Man instead. Eventually, he was lightly touched by Iron Man on his armor. Iron Man looked disgusted and said, "You'd better behave yourself." "Of course. Well, can I also attend such a meeting? Isn't it a bit too early?" Holland's version of Spider-Man is like a monkey looking at everything around him with eyes full of surprise.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.